Welcome, everyone. We're finally here, Data Innovation Summit 2023. It's been a long time coming. Last year was big. This year is even bigger. There's about 3,400 people coming, going. We're going to have Cassie from Google, Wallenberg talking. It is pretty pumping. You guys can't see it, but there's things hanging from the roof. The attendees are all over the booths here, and it's pretty sweet. Now, for everybody attending from home, you're going to be seeing a lot of really cool sessions this year. We have so many to choose from. I think what's different about this year than last year is, you know, for the last couple of years, people have maybe not been saying it out loud, but there's been a sentiment that things have been sort of the same from year to year. You know, one year we'd be talking about managing data, and the next year we might be talking about managing models, but still sort of just IT. Now, with the advent of generative models, really decision makers have been able to understand the potential of AI that a lot of us technologists have seen all along. So I was involved in a project last year started off in February, and the goal was to generate a statue that Sandvik could manufacture out of stainless steel, and to generate that statue using generative models. And the cool thing was, at that time, in about February of last year, you know, Stable Diffusion was just coming out. DALL-E had just come out in version 2. Midjourney wasn't out yet. And these models were extremely immature, hard to use, and required a bit of expertise. And the same thing with sort of making 3D, going from monocular depth estimation to pose estimation to other algorithms. They were still in their infancy. Now when the statue just came out, and Sandvik has been explaining all of the neat technologies they use to actually manufacture the statue, you know, I look at the tools that I used in that process, Stable Diffusion and so on, and it is absolutely amazing how far it has come. If we just, because I know a lot of people might be familiar with Midjourney and they can see what amazing pictures Midjourney can do, but what's really cool is all of the open source communities that have been built around things like Stable Diffusion. There are sites that you can go to find models specialized in certain art styles, models that are specialized for certain kinds of prompts. There is a community building around this because people identify with the outputs of these models. The models understand the world. And this has been the premise of neural networks from the beginning, is representation learning, having representations for things in the world. And that's what we're seeing now with large language models as well, is models that are able to speak and reason as we are. And if you think that this is the end, it's not. In the coming year, we're going to see absolutely astounding things. Even myself, I've been using some of the larger language models to do everything from help me program and code to summarize 2-hour podcasts and cut out relevant shorts from that podcast, all sorts of things. So I personally can't wait for what is coming in the closest year. Now, what I think you guys should be doing in the sessions that are going to be shown in the coming 2 days is really have it like an entrepreneurial mindset. What kind of extra services can we offer? What extra value to the customer can we offer given these new capabilities? Because this isn't really just a lifting of the IT capabilities. This is a set of technologies that management now has their eyes open for, that really has the potential to change the way we deliver value and deliver services to our customers. So keep that in mind during the sessions. How can I reinvent myself? How can I help reinvent my team? How can I reinvent the company? And if you have any questions, we have lots of experts here that are super excited to network. They were excited last year when COVID was over, and this year it is pumping. So find your favorite sessions and stay tuned, because in the coming minutes we're going to have a couple of really cool keynote speakers, Google, Wallenberg, Henrik Göthberg, and more. So I will be here in the Data Octagon handling interviews and panels with some of the experts in various industries, and I'll be seeing you very soon again. All right. Checking out for now.
This stage is a mid-journey.
Whole time, 9 stages going simultaneously, video production. I want to welcome you to Data Innovation Summit and this year's theme. Data, innovation, from data and AI transformation to decentralized data and AI value creation. So this is and has been the journey. Now my job as a chairman is to pick up on the theme and give the theme for the conference. And this is what I'm trying to do. I'm going to do it in 2 days. I'm going to talk about value creation today, and I'm going to talk about decentralized tomorrow. And what I'm wanting to do is taking these macro, fancy, big words and make them more concrete in relation to data, AI practitioners, and us who leads data and AI. There is a survey done every year. It's done by Data Analytics Leadership Annual Executive Survey. Can I have something on the screen here? That is really setting the bar of, doing the survey of where are we right now with AI. It highlights the investments, it highlights the struggles. The most important sentence, in my opinion, in the whole survey is this one. Data is driving substantial amounts of business innovation. However, the ultimate value comes from when we use it. And this really highlights the relation between innovation, value creation, and adoption in the same sentence. So this is it. If you're in this room, the value creation challenge. How do we scope data and AI innovation as something that we can do, organize, and manage that creates value in use? One thing is to have it on the PowerPoint, on the macro transformation slide, but what do we really mean with data value creation in real life? What does it mean to us? We can start this journey dissecting that by looking at how people have described innovation. Schumpeter already in 1942 highlighted innovation as a three-stage definition. The invention part, the innovation part, and the diffusion part, the market adoption part. One way to think about this is truly to take the modern example of ChatGPT. Okay, we all have seen it now in media. The experts have been arguing back and forth. Is this really innovation? No, it's not innovation. It's the transformer that is the innovation. No, it's not the transformer. It's the AI techniques that the transformer is built on. This type of definition highlights the invention part, the AI techniques, versus turning that into something that can derive value and ultimately something that can be adopted on a large scale. So what is, in that sense, ChatGPT? I leave up to you to decide. Now, on Schumpeter's work, we got to the diffusion of innovations, innovation adoption model. Now we're in 62. We are talking Everett Rogers, and we have seen this curve many times, of course. And then, of course, the latest iteration on the same topic, Crossing the Chasm, Jeffrey Moore in 91. And here he highlights you need majority adoption to get macroeconomic effects. So what he's saying is, it's not even an innovation until it crosses the chasm. What's wrong with this picture if you're a data and AI practitioner? Nothing wrong with it, but it's too far away. It's not helpful. It's working in the boardrooms to try to explain adoption of technology, adoption of innovation. But we need to get to a much more detailed level to pick this apart. One way of doing that is to take a step back and realizing that the chasm crossing macro innovation is an aggregation of a decentralized set of micro innovations or adoption events. So when we say digital transformation, that's a macro story we are talking about in the boardroom. And we now need to understand that actually we have adopted a lot of things along the way to do this transformation, from the data to the AI to the change in people and processes, a lot of things. And it's not until we really start understanding the sequencing of adoption events that this really is something we can manage and organize. So here we are now. If we look at that macro cycle and then we start looking at from the operations or the customer point of view, how do we excite them to get started? How do we explore the use cases? How do we expand from one use case to several? And how do we extract value and network effects and everything? And if I flip it, looking at us as the producers, the startup, the data team, we have an alpha. We need to generate the idea. We need to explore with beta. How do we scale it? Scaling is tricky because it's not only about scaling to more use cases or in global markets, it's about scaling the platform. It's about scaling the amount of data we need. So decentralized in the sense that many different things happen, small things that we need to string together in a sequence, investing smartly to get to the crossing chasm innovation. The bottom line, a very, very simple bottom line here. Adoption is the quantum of innovation and the measure of value creation. All these slides, if you take a step back, the definitions are made now. Nothing is an innovation if it has not been adopted. That's what these models show. So now we come to the way I would frame the same keynote presentation and themes on operational level. We need to productize data and AI for adoption in operations. So here now, we've spent the first couple of minutes to explore adoption on a macro level. But why do I put productize on the front here? Well, let's start like this. Who has really sit down and really thought about how does value creation look like in operations? When we say value creation, we're going to have value creation. What's the sequence that actually extracts value? We have nothing, we're going to do something with data, and we're going to extract value in the business for it. What's that sequence? It starts with the usage. Someone is using something that someone in this room is working on. So we have an output, our algorithm, something that is supposed to do that makes us better. When they use that, they're going to use that in their operations. So we're talking B2B, if you're talking industry, we are helping someone to improve the manufacturing effectiveness. So they're going to use that in their manufacturing operations. Now what happens then? Using the algorithm, using the data boosts their output. Their output, the adopter output, the internal customer output, or even if I'm Spotify, the end consumer. So here we are talking about now our real objective, the real problem we want to solve is to boost what they're doing. This to me, the way I frame this, the way we frame this is product success. If you look at output and the definition of output, a process has an output, projects have deliverables. Yes, we tick the box on the project, it's fantastic, the algorithm works. Is anyone using it? Is it boosting production? Together now, using our stuff, putting their output, this helps our adopters achieve their objective, and ultimately together, now we have reached business success. Together we have reached business success. Our model, our data, our innovation together with how they have used it created the value. So what's the point I'm trying to make here? Dissecting or semantically dissecting value creation. It puts a finger on the relationship between output and usage. It puts a finger on product success. The way I define product success now, how it's being adopted and used, and that leads to business success. Then it leads to a very, very simple conclusion. Value creation takes place in the adopter domain. It's only value when someone is adopting them in their operations. That's number one key here. The second key here, that means productization is key for the productizer domain. For whoever is trying to help someone with innovation, to really, really think about the usage is important. And this is interesting because I go into someone's operations, they're going to use my algorithm, but they have their life. They have so many other things they need to fit this algorithm into. I take a sales guy that wants a recommender system for which customer to advise or sell to. And he gets something that works on the computer in the office, but he's supposed to be on the road. Ultimately, it puts a finger on how we set up and organize to maximize the productizer-adopter interface. How do we meet our users? Bottom line, all this boils down to, regardless how we try to organize this, this is about co-creation with the user domain. If it's the end customer, to truly understand how we fit into their usage. So now, this is how I say productize. This is what I mean with productize. I'm saying to think about how do we maximize the experience of what we're doing. It puts another frame on how we are working. And now we can think about this in terms of what we can do, organize, and manage. What we need to do, we need to co-create for value in use. So how do we have we organized this really well? Have we figured that out? How far away is the data science team from the business people? How many organizational layers do we have in between the people in this room and the sales guy on the road who knows how it works. We need to design for products that are usable and adoptable. So we need to design stuff not only in relation to that our stuff looks cool and nice, that it works in relation to whoever is going to use it. So this, how we organize, how we set up the productized adopted interface and interaction becomes super important. And adoption and the adopter value in use becomes one of the most important metrics to think about. What I have talked about right now, productized data and AI for adoption in operations, it applies to the back-end people. If you're working with cloud platforms and your customer is actually not an end customer in business, but is actually a data scientist, or it's actually a domain team. If we talk about data mesh that we will have here today, we talk about the platform team working towards domain teams. So every step of the ladder here, we are coming from a legacy where we have had process, value chain, and we talk about outputs, and we've done our job when we put it to the next unit in the value chain. The tricky part with that is that no one really takes care of value creation if you don't really connect what are you needing to do your job better. So it boils down a lot to these kind of topics. And why is this important? Why is this crucial? We see in the surveys that we are doing stuff, we're inventing, we are having POCs, we are investing more in AI, but we don't really see the ramp up in value creation. What are the missing pieces in the puzzle? The survey says, oh, we need to have a cultural shift in the organization. We need to have a mind shift. Easy to say, but what I'm trying to do is to be precise. When I say mindset shift, what are we really talking about? And I think this is one example. Value chain and process, shifting into the mindset of product thinking. We need to be much more concrete when we say we need to have a cultural shift. What is it actually we are trying to do differently? If you have these objectives clear, or we need to have product thinking, then how should I organize? Then how should I set up the platform? Then how should I think about the algorithm? So, I hope everybody here will have a fantastic conference. I hope that you will, as Goran said, meet at least 15 new people. The real heart of this conference is the peer-to-peer networking. Especially with the hype going on right now from generative AI, it's really, really hard to distinguish signal from noise. What is marketing hype? What is real? My advice, the way I have solved that, trying to build my own point of view by talking to my peers. Listening to the vendors, seeing what they have to offer till we get a picture of the landscape, but working with peers. How did you do it? You were on-prem and you needed to go to cloud. How were you thinking about that? Try to have those conversations today. That's my deepest advice. So ultimately, what is so exciting to be on this stage today is to see the growing community. The growing community of practitioners and leaders of practitioners, because we need to figure this out and explain this in a way that it works in the boardroom. It's not going to happen the other way around. The boardroom is even further away from understanding this stuff. We need to take a step up, but we need to drive that journey. That's all about becoming and being a DARE legend. Data AI ready legends. With this, I'm not going to bore you more with this opening theme. I'm going to move over to something that is very, very cool. For the first time, and from now on, we are introducing a future outlooks session. On stage, we will have prominent CXO executives, investors, politicians, because we want to get their perspective and their point of view of how data and AI is changing future business, changing society. And together with us today, we have one of the most prominent industrialists and investors in Sweden. Currently chairman of the board for SAP, for Saab, Swedish Academy of Engineering Sciences, and the list goes on. In our community, we all know his and the Wallenberg Foundation's contribution to the field of AI, especially in Sweden. How much that means to us. Mr. Marcus Wallenberg is here with us today. How about that? Mr. Marcus Wallenberg is here with us today. Together with Marcus in this discussion, he's joined by Kai Anderson. He's the CPO and founder of Canucci, and he will lead this discussion. So we're on the clock here because it's a live stream, so we don't want to cut out the guys online not hearing your introduction. So now we need to shoot some shit for 2 minutes.
Okay.
Can you do that?
Sure. What would you like to hear?
Do we have a question?
Lots of people. Well, thanks for having us. Kai and I work together on a number of projects, and I thought it would be better that he asked the question than I just make a boring speech here. But I can tell you the story a little bit behind what brings me here. I'm part of the 5th generation of a family that started business in 1856. And the reason, one of the reasons why we believe that we're still around is because my ancestors
also work with Canucci, where we're trying to use AI to basically reinvent how organizations work to create living strategies and involve all people around the world. And I'm going to ask you a series of questions. You started talking about the Knut and Alice Wallenberg Foundations, where you have, you awarded 35 billion crowns in grants over the years, and over 5 billion of those are focused on AI. It sounds like you think artificial intelligence is important for the future. How important is it?
Well, let me just take one step back, and that is that this foundation is really working for the betterment of Sweden. So we are lucky from the point of view that we don't have to go through the more tedious processes that maybe public funds have to go through. So we can support things that we really believe in. So one of the missions that we do in that case is that we support areas of science where we think that Sweden must have a knowledge in years to come. So this is really how we thought about it. AI, I think, will be tremendously important. It's going to be something that, at least from my point of view, we've been in business for such a long time that a lot of this thing that we're now seeing is as radical, as revolutionary in my book as when the steam engine was introduced or the electrification. Those were dramatic times. Those were very, very defining moments in the history of mankind. I believe that AI data will be very similar to that, an absolutely dramatic revolution. And for us, we need to cope with it. And to cope with it, you really need to have the knowledge.
Yeah. I mean, you can't go an hour without seeing a new article about AI since ChatGPT and OpenAI. And there's a million different definitions of AI. What's your explanation of AI? How do you define it and explain it?
I mean, there are so many. I'm not a techie, as you can hear, but I think there are so many ways to look upon it. Because it's going to impact, from a business point of view, very much on how you can serve your customer, how you can gain more productivity, etc. But I think that whatever we're doing as people, we're trying to answer questions. We're really trying to learn more. And I think that AI will help us to learn much, much more in detail. And that's the way I think about it. It's a learning quest. Why are we doing everything we're doing? We're trying to learn more about what's going on and how we can do things better in the future. I think AI is a very important component there.
Yeah. I think you put the finger on a very important bit there, the learning. I think it was Eric Schmidt who said AI is a tool that keeps learning.
Yeah.
Instead of us building a tool that does one thing, it can continuously learn and do things better.
Yeah, and he's way ahead of me. So.
Yeah. Well, have you seen anything, like any particular example of use of AI that have made you feel like excitement and wow lately?
I think that one has to realize that AI is among us. I mean, look at this room. All of these companies that are here, AI is here with us. Every day we open up the Google or whatever we look for, we have AI among us. I think ChatGPT is probably the most revolutionary in way of displaying for the man or the woman on the street what AI could do for the future. I think it's very hard to say that that is perhaps not the biggest wow factor right now. And I think that everybody who sits here probably understands that this is just the first step. We're just in the early infancy of what this technology will be possible to utilize it for and how we can think about it in the future. So that, I think, is hard to think about anything else than that particular moment. But then, of course, AI is being used in very many different ways. That's going to be so exciting for the future.
Yeah. I mean, I know you, the foundations and the research use AI in many different fields in medicine and new technologies and new materials.
Right.
But I think you said everyone in here understands what AI will mean for the future, or that it's so important. But it also seems that like there's a big discussion and different opinions. And I mean, beyond the billions of investments and grants that the foundations have given, we haven't really seen like significant, serious investments in Sweden on par with Canada or the US or even China, where like the government have invested. If Sweden made the same serious investments on the same scale, what Sweden would we see 10, 20 years from now, do you think?
Well, it'd probably be quite a dramatic shift. I think in this particular side of the AI, probably it would be desirable that the government also supported AI research. But I think that for Swedish business, for the Swedish society, and perhaps in my book, maybe one of the greatest benefactors of AI will be in the whole field of science. If you look at biology, you look at chemistry, you look at physics, here AI will play in a fantastically interesting role in the future. And the reason why I say this, because you guys may think of it more from a commercial point of view. We think about it from a foundation point of view, how incredibly important it is to move the needle when it comes to science. Because at the end of the day, the breakthroughs in science will also help business in the long run, and society in the long run, and healthcare in the long run. Here I believe AI will play a dramatically important role. And so I see that it's coming through as one of the most important things. I saw a demonstration the other day in bioinformatics, in how you look upon understanding the structure of proteins.
Yeah.
Proteins is the building block of the human body. It's a dramatic shift. It's just a dramatic shift. So I think the AI used in the correct way will be incredibly important for us. However, we have to realize that there is a debate going on. There is a debate, and this is part of our AI foundation as well. We have done a separate program to really look upon AI in society, AI from an ethical point of view, etc. I believe that it's important on top of this, looking at all these possibilities from AI, I also believe that we have to understand that there are concerns and worries out in the system, out in around what the bad side or the possible bad sides of AI actually will, and we will have to address that. There is no use not thinking that that will be a concern. And I also think that's important because otherwise we just get regulation.
Yeah.
And that is not really the most fruitful way to go ahead. So when you think about it, just as one example, I'm not a techie, but to address these concerns, we have to really think about it. Perhaps we could think about it the following way. All of us, I guess, are concerned about what we eat. When we buy something, we want to understand what's in that food that you're eating. We all know that the AI will be very much dependent on what algorithm or what data goes in to what you're really going to use this piece of AI for. So maybe we have to think about that we make it understood to people what really is going in to your AI that you are bringing along, or something like that. But I think we have to understand that the concerns are there, they have to be addressed, and it has to go in tandem with the development of the whole AI program, which will come anyway. You know, because some people say we should bring it to a halt. I'm not sure that's the way forward, because we need to learn more and more and more about AI to really understand the different thoughts. And for a country like Sweden, which is really a small nation, we're only 10 million people here, we see what's happening in the United States, we see what's happening in China. We really have to understand what AI is all about to be able to compete. Because for us, as a country, it's a matter of being competitive in years to come.
But do you think we can concretely discuss the data and how we build these systems without pointing to what we want to build, the actual goals?
Well, it goes hand in hand in one way or another. Yeah. And it will be a tricky issue to balance that thing. But I'm saying this more to understand. I mean, you know, in the days of the steam engine,
yeah,
those people who were afraid, they tried to crash the steam engine. And we just have to understand that this is a dramatic shift of AI, a very, in my view, more positive with AI than negative, but we really have to address both issues, in my mind.
I think what I'm getting at is there's been a lot of discussion, and I think going back to North America and China, especially Canada and China have quite clear goals for the future, what they want to achieve with AI.
Yeah.
Do you see that in Europe and in Sweden?
No, I don't.
No?
Not anymore. I mean, I would have wished that we had a strategy for AI, but I don't think we have that. So we're really starting it out from the basic research, and then we move on from there.
Yeah. And I guess, I mean, in some sense, you are creating that in the field of research, where we can do new things long term into the future. But I think, I mean, from my point of view, we need that also in the societal sector to really invest in the shifts, the big shifts.
Absolutely.
So we can discuss what regulations do we need to take along the way. Because if every single company in Sweden does incremental small investments, we will only make faster horses.
Yeah.
And so what would you wish would happen? How big a difference would it make if our elected leaders would set out goals for a future?
I think that one thing, just let's take one area. Let's take the necessary transformation and sustainability. How to measure what's going on in sustainability, how to know what kind of innovation do we need to bring out systems and technologies that will help us to address climate issues, biodiversity issues, water issues. I think AI could really play a fantastically important role in that whole thing, to bring on new products, new technologies that really help us, and to measure what's going on in the field of field of sustainability. Similarly, I believe that on life sciences and medical services, AI would be incredibly important in terms of diagnostics, helping out and bringing more efficiency into the healthcare systems around the world. Both of these areas are something that traditionally Sweden as a country has been very good at.
Yeah.
So had we more definite goals in this, we could probably achieve much more in the future. But you are where you are, so you can wish for a lot of things. But I think we, from a business point of view, have to lead the way to move the needle.
Yeah.
And that's really is going to be important.
I think that goes back to something you said in the beginning. I mean, being in constant change. I remember something you said, like the only value worth keeping is to be able to change.
That quote that Kai is mentioning is actually something that comes out of my family's history, because my grandfather tried to convince his brother that we should move out of shipping and get into airlines in the 40s. And then he said that the only tradition worth keeping is moving from what has been to what is coming. Move into the new stuff.
It sounds like that would be a good strategy when you look for a boss to work for.
Yeah.
And not looking for someone who sticks with
curiosity, isn't it?
Yeah. If you were to say, I mean, give a message out to everyone who's attending here, how can they help boost this process and this change?
I believe that, we can't stop technology change, but there are different sides to technology change. I just hope that we will find a system and a way to think about AI going forward that is really benefiting more than being seen as a threat. Because I really, truly believe that if we use this technology in the right way, it will be more help than threat. I think we read more about the threats, but I do believe that businesses and the efficiency and the human, getting into things like smart cities, using the combination of AI and autonomous systems, it's going to be treated in the right way, a fantastic benefit to society.
Yeah.
So I really hope that we'll get on the bandwagon. For our country, it's very, very important. But I think also for Europe, in view of what's going on globally, it's very important for Europe as well as a whole.
I think maybe in particular for Europe, since it's such a diverse region.
Absolutely.
And I mean, what other technology is better than interpreting all that data than AI?
Yeah.
I think it was the late Bernard Tyson, CEO of big healthcare provider in the US, who said no doctor should practice AI practice healthcare without AI. It's just too complex. And I think I really like what you said about sustainability. How could we measure all the parameters
How do we know?
without...
Exactly. And all the scientists are, squabbling about what is the right data, what is really the impact of doing this or doing that for the climate or for the planet, which we have to address at some point. So probably one area where AI could be incredibly important.
Super. Do you think there's going to be any organization, successful organization, 10 years from now that doesn't embrace AI?
I have a hard time seeing that.
Oh.
I have a hard time seeing that. And I think and for the companies, I come from more traditional companies. I work more with traditional companies. I think they will have to implement data and AI at a scale that is hard to imagine. And it's actually part of being competitive going forward. And if you want, for those who have the best data and the best analyzing tools, will be able to serve their customers in the best possible way, will be the most productive. And that's why it's so incredibly important to understand this tool and understand this technology.
Yeah. Marcus, what's your one advice to a CEO or to the audience to tell their CEOs?
I don't know. Stay curious.
Yeah.
Stay curious in there. I think that's the most important. But the way we think about it is really to make this change, huge change, both on sustainability, AI, digitization, you have to dare to invest into the future. That is the key.
Super. Thank you so much, Marcus, and especially thank you for staying curious and being inspirational.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yep.
I am so delighted to be here, Stockholm. Thank you for having me. So, I'm Cassie Kozyrkov, for those just joining, and I serve as Chief Decision Scientist at Google. And today I am going to tell you about the secret to AI innovation. But before I do that, I want to really take us back to basics, because there is a lot of buzz and a lot of hype in this space. And people saying some incredibly overblown things that are creating nerves for the wrong reason. So let's go back to basics. I apologize for those of you who will find this super simple, but I find it quite important for good communication to make sure that we all agree that we're talking about the same thing. So, first things first, what are computers for? Yes, I'm going that basic. Computers are there to turn an input into an output. And how does that happen? That happens via a recipe or model, some code in the middle. And the difference between traditional programming and the machine learning and AI space is simply where that recipe comes from. So where does it come from in traditional programming? A programmer has to think really hard about how to do the task, think carefully about what the steps are, and then translate that into a language that the computer can understand by giving it step-by-step instructions in a much more precise language than the one that you and I would use to communicate with one another every day. So it's about explaining your wishes to a machine with instructions. That's traditional programming. So what's the AI difference? Instead of using instructions to teach a computer, to tell a computer what to do, now we communicate with examples. And why do we do this? Some tasks are just so hard to explain with instructions. Like, my simplest example is the cat, not cat example there. Imagine you had to explain to somebody what to do with each pixel in a photograph to find whether there's a cat there or not. Would you be able to come up with that recipe with those instructions? Or would you find it much easier to say, here's a bunch of cats, here's a bunch of not cats, you figure it out? Now, there's a fancy word for examples, and that word is data. So it's about explaining our wishes with data. This is a communication revolution. We already have two modes for teaching one another how to do things. Sometimes I might give you instructions, sometimes I might give you examples. So this is what it is at the heart of things. And I think that when we use that term AI, it feels, when we think of it as artificial intelligence, what is that even? Like, when you say the word intelligence, have you defined that term precisely? Like, I challenge you all to later today, when you're having your coffees or your beers or whatever it is, having a chat, can you agree on what intelligence means to you? Could you agree as to whether a cat is intelligent or not, right? You've got to define your terms, but often we don't. And then we get all mixed up in poetic associations. And we think of AI as to do with entities. I don't think that that's very good or useful, especially in today's AI revolution. So a much more honest way to think about AI would be automated instructions. That's what we're doing. We're saying, here's a bunch of data, here's a bunch of examples, go find the patterns in them to produce those instructions. That code behind the scenes might not be human readable, might just look like a bunch of mathematics, but go produce that code that gets the input to be the output that you want. Automated instructions. So if we're going to do this automated instruction stuff, if you see AI products that have nice jargon in them, and if we're busting the jargon, if we're already saying AI, no to artificial intelligence, let's call it automated instructions, well, let's look at some of the other jargon terms you might discover. So in 3 words or less, I make it simple for you. Supervised is about getting the right answer. Unsupervised is putting like with like, grouping similar things together. Reinforcement learning is learning by doing. It's like when you play a video game, you don't really know what the rules are, you don't know how the video game world works. The way you learn, the way you gather your examples and data is by actually doing the thing, by exploring it and seeing how your score changes. Or like you get dropped into your job on the first day, you don't really know what the rules are of your job or of your workplace, and you try a bunch of stuff out and your manager gives you some feedback. And then generative, that is about making plausible fakes, and that's what everybody is talking about today. But of course, when you start having concepts like a generative system that also finds right answers, you should expect that there is a little bit of mixing of systems together behind the scenes. Things are getting quite complicated behind the scenes. These Lego blocks are being put together in interesting ways. So let's talk about those interesting ways. What is AI innovation? Well, first we have to agree about what is AI. And what I found is that there really are three groups of people who are talking about AI. And when they talk about AI, they talk about it very differently. And to make this more complicated, these groups have evolved with AI, and they're like nesting dolls. So every time that the next group comes, the earlier one is sort of embedded in there. We're building on top of the previous group. So where did we start? 2 decades ago. Where was all the conversation about AI? Where was the hype? Who was talking about AI? What were the conferences? It was researchers. Researchers who were creating capabilities, general purpose tools, theoretically that somebody would be able to use to solve their problems one day, when we had the building blocks that would allow it to actually work in practice. So 2 decades ago, mostly theory. How about a decade ago? Where was all the buzz then? Well, that was the builders. Those conferences were typically for the engineers who would work in large teams, and also for the builders who build with their wallets, as in the investors, those giving funding. Now, today, in the last few months, the most buzz and the most hype about AI is coming from another group entirely. So who is this group? That is the users. The users who are AI aware and excited to use AI as AI. So now I'm going to tell you a spicy thing about this AI revolution that we're having. Everybody's talking about it so much more than before, and in different ways. So, folks, if you were excited by generative AI, let's say 2 years ago, maybe even a year ago, if that's you, congratulations, you are excited by AI. If, on the other hand, it caught your interest in the last few months, you're not excited by AI. You are excited by something else. And what is that? You are excited by user experience design. And look, that's no small thing, but we have to see this for what it is. Because check this out. The T in ChatGPT, right? That stands for transformer. The first paper on transformers, research paper, came out of Google 6 years ago. So for 6 years, the researchers and the builders were excited by this stuff. But it's only in the last few months that it's exploded. So what happened there? What happened was a revolution in user experience design. And here's how to understand it. Think about UX design in the last 2 decades. The goal was seamlessness, seamlessly correct. Don't bother the user with what's under the hood. Is it AI or isn't it AI? I mean, if you've used any Google product pretty much 5 years ago, you would be interacting with AI as a user. Or if you watch Netflix, behind the scenes, there's AI powering Netflix to give you recommendations of shows you might like. So you're already used to interacting with AI. What's different today? It's that back then, it was all under the hood. For you as the user, you didn't have to know which parts were AI or not. And if you weren't in tech, you probably wouldn't spot it. You wouldn't automatically know, aha, this app is using AI here, and this app doesn't have any AI. You wouldn't be thinking about that. You'd just be using it. What's happened in the last few months is that now, for the first time ever, there is a revolution in the thinking around user experience design. That is, instead of seamlessly correct, now we are giving the user a direct interface that will produce something that we hope is useful, but it's not designed to be seamlessly correct. It is a raw material for the user to solve their problems, right? This is a completely different way of thinking about AI user experience. And to see this another way, think about the problems that were being solved in each decade. First, theoretical. The researchers were solving theoretical problems. You couldn't do much with AI. By the way, a lot of the robot rhetoric was to kind of use science fiction to fuel the funding. I mean, sorry to put it so bluntly. That's why we need to get away from that robot rhetoric. Now that this stuff is actually useful, we don't need to make these chrome-plated humanoids to capture attention. We can instead say, look at what you can do with it, which is so much. But it was theoretical problems. One day we would have the hardware and we would have the data to turn this theoretical capability into something real. And that is what happened 1 decade ago. So then, what are we doing? We're building, but who's building? Enterprises are building. If you wanted to make real AI solutions, you would typically want to go work for a substantial team that can afford access to data, access to hardware that as an individual, you might not be able to get hold of. And if you're making solutions, they're usually toys that might be for learning, right? For eventually getting a gig at enterprise scale. So you're solving an enterprise's problems. Now, today, the focus has changed entirely to solving individual problems. And that is the secret to AI innovation. First, these 3 groups are talking about AI in very different ways. A researcher is still talking about the capabilities to find patterns in data, to turn those into instructions that allow a computer to complete a task successfully. That's the thinking of a researcher. For a builder, the thinking is more focused on the real-world problem and the data, but at the scale of an enterprise. And when you're working at the scale of an enterprise, you're thinking very hard about solving a fairly uniform problem at scale. Not one-off solutions, but how is this going to work if we run it 10 million times? And then, today, it is all about the individual problems being solved. Not just individual prompt engineers, that's a new thing, people figuring out how to put in requests into these large language models or these image generation models to create something fun at the personal level, but also new vendors who are building on top of these large models to create solutions that users can interact with directly. So the scale has changed, and innovation is different now. And when people talk about working in AI, it's going to be very confusing to you. If you're a researcher, you're like, all right, yeah, show me your math. And if you're from the previous decade in this space, that's where most of my background is, then you're looking at, show me what you've built at scale in an enterprise, right? That's why if I were speaking 5 years ago on behalf of Google here, I would be talking about Google scale problems. It would have that flavor. And then today, different flavor again. So innovation means different things to different people. These are 3 different groups. The user group is like, have I prompted a thing that has AI in it somewhere? Okay, cool, I work in AI. Like, confusing to put these three groups together, but we're going to have to, because we do have all these people speaking in different ways, causing confusion. Let's streamline that, I think. Whoa, hello. They told me this was an idiot-proof clicker, and I have proven them wrong. So, a little quick thing behind the scenes of this talk. This is an individual productivity revolution. So let me show you something about how I made a lot of these slides. So I'm going to play app bingo. I find it a lot easier to speak than to write. I get terrible writer's block. So anyone know what this app is? Recognize the interface? So this is Otter AI. So here I just speak into it. It gives me the transcript. And I can use the transcript how I like. So this makes me more productive than sitting there filling it out by hand. Then, it's just a ramble. There's no rhyme or reason. So I go to Google Bard, which as of yesterday, I think, is now available in all countries. So Google Bard, there's a very simple chat interface there. I just take my ramble text dump and I ask it to give me talking points. And then it tells me, here's a nice outline to ramble on next time, which helps me out. Now, I'd better illustrate my slides. So this one is mid-journey, and those nesting dolls, they are computer generated. Now, it looks like I just prompted it for happy, smiling robot nesting dolls, a set of 3 with white background, just one time, but actually I did it somewhere around 70 times and picked the best one. So it does take some work and some playing with it to get it to give you what you want. AI systems make mistakes. That's very important to always bear in mind. And then finally, this one is ChatGPT, and so just showing you code capabilities. I made these slides before Bard released equivalent capabilities there, so Google Bard does the same thing now. But there, I said I have a folder of images on my Mac desktop. Give me the Python 3 code that takes all the images and stitches them into a GIF. And so it tells me to pip install Pillow. It gives me the code. I run the code, and there's my GIF. Now, I can do all these things by hand, and I have, since grad school, made all my presentations myself, except this one time when someone went through to clean up my icons and picked for domain expert www as the icon, and I was like, that's not the kind of domain expert we are working with here. So anyway, this saves me a lot of time. That's great. I can use that to go to the gym or do other work or however I wish to spend my time, which these days is actually just spending more time with LLMs. So at the end of the day, what could AI stand for? Automated instructions, that was the focus. Then, amplified innovation at the enterprise scale. Now we've got a productivity revolution. That is what all the excitement is about. Augmented individuals. And here is where we pause. And we say, there is so much good here. If we all suddenly become more productive, that's a great thing, because the world has so many unsolved problems. From climate to logistics to infrastructure to getting education to every child, resource management, all kinds of things are just not done. Right? When people talk about productivity as a bad thing, I say go travel, look around, see all the problems. We need all the productivity that we can get to solve them. I think it's wonderful that we're all getting an upgrade, if it's all of us. For me, what I worry about in this space, and what I would like all of you to think about, I worry about the way in which, when we augment ourselves with technology, when we enlarge ourselves with technology, it becomes easier to step on the people around us. And this is especially true when access to these technologies is not democratized and it's not equal. When a few people can afford the subscription fees, or a few people are brave enough to try these things and everyone else doesn't, that's where you get those labor market effects that you should be nervous of. Because what these systems are doing, the newest ones, the latest ones, they're not replacing jobs. They're making individuals much more productive. And when one individual is a lot more productive, that's where the effects happen. So this is a great thing if it's accessible and available to all. And a lot of you, particularly folks who are not in tech, you are being inundated with all kinds of buzz about these technologies. Here's what I say to that. Stop reading about them and try them out for yourself. Just play with them at the individual scale, as long as you don't, publish any unfact-checked things. You're fine. Just try them, see what it does. Give yourself that upgrade. You'll also see the limitations of them. You'll see the potential. This user revolution, this UX design revolution is incredible. Let's see it for what it is. And let's all step up and start participating. Thank you very much.
Perfect.
So I am really excited to be here. Today I'm going to talk about design for use, deliver value. But an alternative name for this presentation is actually, are you data economy ready? And you might think, what does that mean? What does it mean to be data economy ready? Well, it's about thinking of your data not just as an asset. We talk about data as an asset, but an asset could be something that's just protected. Thinking about data as something that can be used and used to deliver value. Thomas Edison said, the value of an idea lies in the use of it. And the same is true for data. It's about how we use our data. So how do you get data economy ready? Well, we all know that you can't turn a Beetle into a racing car by just painting stripes on it. That's not going to make it more efficient. That's not going to make it faster. Well, companies are the same. We can't just paint racing stripes. We have to really think about how we're operating. It's a full engine overhaul. We have to be using data to better understand our customers in order to serve them better, deliver products that make them happy, deliver products that make them productive. We need to be thinking about our operations and using data to better understand our operations in order to improve them. So it's about overhauling the engine and using data to fuel that new engine. So what's under the hood? Let's take a look. So traditionally, data has been siloed. It's been locked within specific applications. It's been protected by specific functions or departments. It's been hiding across different clouds, different systems, and that's made it very difficult to discover what data do we even have, and it's made it difficult to use. So what we need to do is think about that data differently, make that data more accessible, discoverable, and transform it into data products. Products that can be used by different customers, different consumers within your organization or outside your organization. So let's take a couple of examples. You might think, all right, we need a customer 360. We need to understand everything we know about our customers, from sales data, from CRM, from other types of transactions, interactions with our website, maybe product usage, calls to customer service, and aggregate that data to really better understand who those customers are and how we can serve them better. Likewise, we could think of a product 360, understanding the processes that went into making that product, understand how that product is being used by the customers. Maybe that's similar data, but used within 2 different data products. So we're creating that aggregate view of the product, again, maybe to be able to modify it, maybe make improvements on it, maybe improve the maintenance of it, predict downtime, identify defects, anomalies. But having that aggregated data product enables us to better use it. Now, maybe sometimes those data products are individual data sets that can be aggregated into a broader aggregate data product. Maybe it's not just the data itself, maybe it's a data service or a data application, and we'll talk about that. But what's exciting is this thinking about data as something that we can use and something that will deliver value. And it turns out that 38% of CDOs today have adopted that kind of data product thinking, data product management, which includes putting in place data product managers to drive that process. So let's look at what data product thinking looks like. It starts from the outside in. It's working backwards. It's understanding who those customers are and what they need, what type of product they need, what's a minimum viable product. So thinking about those requirements upfront, what are those downstream requirements? And then feeding them back upstream to the data product teams, those new roles that you're identifying and putting into place in order to take the data from different sources and build them into a product that's going to be used. Now, the same data, like I said, could be made into different types of products depending on the audience and the need. But ultimately, it's about creating this cycle that takes the requirements from downstream, feeds them back upstream, and designs and creates something that can be used and something that will deliver value into a specific context. So the first thing to think about is who those different audiences might be. Who are those customers? Who are the customers for the data? Well, it could be internal. You could have sales who wants to be able to prioritize leads, who wants to be able to forecast their revenues. It could be marketing. They want to optimize a campaign and tailor specific messaging to certain audiences. It might be product development itself that wants to improve the product, reduce the defects or anomalies, maybe predict the maintenance. It might be finance. We all know that finance wants a lot of reporting. Maybe it's about compliance, maybe it's about revenue forecasting, satisfying investors. But it could also be customers external to your organization. Now, it could be your existing customers who might want a data product that helps them understand their own product use, how they're using your product, so that they can optimize the use of a fleet or a specific type of asset. It could be partners in a supply chain, or it could be entirely different customers altogether that would generate for you a new revenue stream based on that data. Now, the next question then is, what form does that data product take? What is a data product? Well, I love this analogy where you think of data as taking different forms depending on the context. Sand is the raw material. It's the data itself, the tables, the metadata. A glass is something that is built with the data, but it's not necessarily the end in and of itself. Yes, it's a glass, but in order to really use a glass, you need to put something in it. You need to do something with it. It's going to deliver a service. Or a lamp, which is designed for a specific purpose. That lamp is going to deliver light. It's going to serve a specific purpose. Now, bringing that back into concrete terms, we have data sets, which are the raw data, or metadata, or something in raw form that makes up that data. We have data services. That could be something like identity resolution or data enrichment, an intermediate step. Now, the data itself would need to be delivered to somebody who could do something with it, a data scientist, a developer. A data service may be targeted more at a business analyst, somebody who's familiar with data, but they're going to be doing something with it. Now, the third is an application, a data-enriched application. An application could be thought of like a decision support tool. It's going to drive a specific decision, whether it's made by humans or made by machines. But it's going to give us information that's going to allow us to solve a specific problem, address a specific business context. We might think price optimization. What happens if I price my product in a specific way? What's the impact on margin or market share or what have you? So think of that application as a data-enriched service, if you will, but that serves a specific context, a decision support tool. Now, there's some trade-offs, as I mentioned earlier. So if you're delivering data, somebody needs to do something with it. So the audience needs to be a little more technical, a developer, a data scientist. There's a little slower time to value. You're delivering the service maybe quicker because you're delivering the data itself, but somebody has to do something with it to deliver value from it. And that's fine with the right audience. One of our customers was telling us that they're delivering data into hedge funds, and the hedge funds have data scientists. They don't want anyone to do anything with their data. Just give me the data. I'm going to embed it into my models. A data service might take a little bit more time. You have to do something with it. And then an application is a faster time to value for your end consumer because it's providing that product into a specific business context. Now let's look at kind of a busy slide, but a little bit more detail here. Imagine you've got IoT data. So you've got a product based on IoT data. And there are a number of different use cases across all industries. You can be taking data from medical devices and improving patient outcomes. You could be analyzing telemetry from vehicle fleets. So there's a wide variety of applications here. But the idea is to think about that data that's being generated by those devices and how you can create products from them in specific business contexts. Now, another example here is a product based on machine learning. Again, you're taking the data, maybe also from an IoT device, but you're doing something with it, so it's providing that kind of decision support, price recommendations, impact analysis of those specific prices. It could be, again, prioritizing leads within sales. So there are a number of different applications of that type of data that would serve a specific business context. Now, a couple of examples. We've got some great examples. This example comes from Scania here in the Nordics. They've got a fleet of 600,000 battery electric vehicles, and they're doing a number of things with them. Those vehicles are transmitting millions of data transactions, millions of events, if you will. And so there are three specific applications that I wanted to highlight. One is a telecommunications product, a data product. So they're using that data to understand how frequently they need to communicate that data. How are we using that data? How frequently do we need to get that data off of the vehicles in order to do what we need to do? Now, it turns out that they were able to reduce their communication costs by about 50% because they were able to optimize the frequency with which they captured that data. So having that service, that application, that data product allowed them to reduce costs, their costs of operating. Now, the second one was their digital intelligence data product. Now, that product looked at how their customers were using their product, interacting with that product, and it helped them improve the services that they were delivering with those vehicles. So it helped them improve their customers' product use and their customers' experience. Now, there's a third product as well, which is their battery electric vehicle analysis, which helps them understand how the vehicles are operating. Now, they can use that data internally for product development, for this digital intelligence services that I mentioned, but there's also a potential to take that data to market, to use that data and deliver those kinds of insights to a wider audience. Maybe their customers are interested in that so that they can optimize how they use the fleet. Maybe others are interested in how electric vehicles are being driven across Europe. So there's a really interesting to think about not only these data products from an internal use case perspective, but what the opportunities are for taking that data to market. So it turns out that there's actually a massive demand for external data today. We all know that. And this was a quote that a CDO from a US-based bank told me years ago, but I find it still relevant and I like to use it. With our own data, we can only see internally. We need to see industry benchmarks, regional trends, what waves we can ride in on. We're all doing business in a broad business context. We need to understand what's happening beyond our four walls. We need to be gathering external data. And it turns out more and more companies are. The demand for external data is growing significantly. This was a study from Explorium. And they told us, they found that the number of data providers that companies are buying data from is growing significantly. Only about 9% said that they were getting data from 5 or more data providers in 2021, but 44% said they were getting data from 5 or more data providers in 2022. Likewise, budgets are growing significantly as well. 7% said that they were spending over $1 million for data, for external data in 2021, and 13% said that in 2022. So companies are looking for more diverse data. Gartner actually calls it now, they don't use the term big data so much, they use wide data, data from diverse data sources to bring in insights that could be differentiating. So looking at data from different sources and actually spending more money on buying external data. Now here's a quick, easy example. JetBlue uses weather data to help optimize their flight routes, obviously reducing their own costs, but reducing their carbon footprint and that of their passengers. Another example that I really like, because it's not just about bringing data in, it's about sharing data, about collaborating with data. Kraft Heinz shares data with their retailers and with their suppliers, so creating a data ecosystem to improve their demand forecasting, to reduce the dreaded out of stock within some of their stores, and obviously improve their sales. So that kind of data ecosystem is being created to enable people to share data across companies and really build and create this data economy. So another example that I actually really like illustrates how this can be done. It illustrates that a company that's not a traditional data provider can take their data to market. So this is ADP. They are a software provider, human capital management software. They basically run payroll for about 25% of the US economy. Now, one of the things they recognized was that they actually had more data, real time, than the US Department of Labor Statistics. They had more data on salaries, on hiring, on firing, on levels of benefits. And it was interesting for them and for their customers, who could benchmark themselves against others and find out if they were competitive within their region or within their industry. But it was also interesting for non-customers. It was interesting because sometimes people want to know where they should place a new office or a new factory. What's the cost of living? What are the salaries in that area? Would I be able to put my factory there and find the right types of skills? Would I be able to afford the salaries in that particular area? So they started publishing this report, the ADP National Employment Report, and started offering data products and services that were powered by the data that they had from managing payroll across the US economy. So it's an interesting example of a non-data provider becoming a data provider and creating an incremental revenue stream for themselves. Now, it's not an easy thing to do. The data product journey is somewhat long and not necessarily a straight path, but this gives some idea of what the steps are in getting there. It's creating those products that envision use, that anticipate the use of the data to deliver value into the organization. It's about deciding which form that data product takes, understanding who those customers are, what the use cases are, and then building it. Then it's about thinking of the price. What price do we put on it? Now, you might not be commercializing your data. You might be just using that data internally. But we're starting to see companies think about product usage and chargeback, or at least attribution. recognizing the value that certain data products are delivering to the organization. So it might not be chargeback per se, it might be showback, as some of our customers have told us. But the idea is that these data teams, which are now data product teams, are starting to get gold on data use and eventually on the value that they'll be able to demonstrate that they delivered to their organization. So we can think of it as price in the traditional product sense, or we can think of it in terms of value delivered to the organization. And then the last step of going to market. Now, it could be going to market in terms of literally launching the data product within the data economy, looking for a marketplace or identifying sales teams, or whether it's an incremental sale to our existing product or service. Or you can think about going to market internally and making sure that that data is accessible, is discoverable. So can all of my teams within my organization find the data that we have? Again, eliminating those silos and making sure that that data is discoverable, findable, available to everyone that needs to have access to it across the organization. So we can think of going to market as an internal exercise just as much as potentially going to market externally would be. And with that, I'm going to repeat my, my quote of Thomas Edison: the value of an idea lies in the use of it. And really, that's the way that we enter the data economy, is to think of our data as something that will be used, something that will deliver value, and as a data product. Data is something to be used and deliver value. So with that, design for use, deliver value. Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you, Jennifer.
Thank you.
They could have thought we were syncing our presentations.
Exactly. When you were speaking this morning, I thought, oh, he's saying all the right things. I loved it.
Saying all the right things.
Exactly. And I hope I brought it.
Maybe it's Goran who's been grooming us here.
I brought in some examples, and so I think we were very complimentary. Absolutely.
Thank you so much,
Thank
Jennifer.
you.
I can take that.
Yep. Thanks. Thanks,
now
everyone.
we're going to have a coffee break.
Please
Take it all in. Have some coffee.
at the Snowflake
Meet 15
booth.
people. Network. Jennifer?
The Snowflake bear is here. So come join us at the Snowflake booth and meet Snowflake, the bear.
Oh, I can see the bear over there. All right. Coffee break. Network. Oh, Goran.
Can we put the mic on? Yeah, perfect. So guys, what is going to happen now is the chaos begins, but it's an organized chaos, so it's going to be nice. So we have a 30 minutes of coffee break, then we have the tracks. What you see on the top there is a M1, M2, then you have M3, M4, M5, M6, and then M7 behind there, and M9 on the other side. This is the M8 stage. Check your apps, and you will find all the sessions there. So you attend what you want to attend. The rest of it, it's all recorded. You will have it once you come home and to see everything. So take your time, meet new people, and after that, choose your sessions and go to the rooms, right? Thank you so much for this morning.
Oh, leave it here.
Welcome, everyone, and I hope you are as excited about today as I am. We're starting off with our first panel here, and the panel is on decentralized data and artificial intelligence and the future of business, how it will affect everything. I have a good set of panelists here with me, and questions sent in by you, the audience, although I feel like some of these questions are ones that I have been wrestling with in the past year, presumably because the focus of last year's event, and I suppose people's mindset, has been on how to scale AI and how to apply it. And so the question is, are there any learnings, best practices, principles that we've seen work better than others? I think everybody here probably has some personal opinions on these questions, because a lot of the times in these conferences, there are sort of truisms that you can float around, but these things, these are very applicable. You really do see that people that employ some of these principles do things more efficiently than others. So I'm curious to hear your reflections on these things. How about we start off with a little round of introduction, so you can let the audience know, what you work with and what you're specialized at. Let's start on this side.
Thank you, Robert. So my name's Andreas Holmgren. I work at Databricks as an account executive or account manager in plain English. Been in the industry for about a little bit more than 25 years. So glad to be here.
Cool. All right.
Hi, this is Sujay Datta here. I lead the strategic businesses at Informatica.
Okay.
Informatica is a leading cloud data management provider, so based in Stockholm. Happy to be here. And thanks for the audience who's joining to listen to this session.
All right.
Hey, my name is Antti Loukielo. I work at Solita, where we create an impact that lasts for the companies, utilizing tech data and human insight. And there I work as a tech platform lead.
All right, cool. Well, then we have a good breadth of people here. The theme is decentralized data and artificial intelligence. It doesn't specify necessarily whether it's decentralized artificial intelligence or anything like that, but to me, this whole thing is about scaling out responsibility, I guess. For many years, there's been questions of whether you should have a hub and spoke model, a center of excellence, things out in the organization, and all that kind of stuff. And people will say that it should be this way, not necessarily while saying why it should be that way, what's more effective and what gets things done. So let's jump right into one of the practicalities of distributing things. I want to hear all of your reflections on why should we even decentralize things to begin with? And then I'd like to hear a reflection on access management and whether that is a problem or not. Well, what do you say?
It's a really broad topic, right? So, I mean, if we look at this in an aspect of governance, right? So, the biggest challenge with data is, who has access to it, and how can you govern that data out of a mass scale type of capability, right? I think that most companies today, they have vast amounts of data. Their problem is, how do they govern it? Because you don't want the wrong organization or the right organization to have access or not to have access to that data, right? So I think setting the principle of a good architecture and a people and process type of view to support that architecture enables that governance model.
Okay, so decentralized data centers a lot on governance.
I believe so, yes. So you have to apply the right rule set, and it's more a people and process thing than it is a technology problem. So what I see is, it's really about setting that governance model out of a central point of view where you can deploy it on a decentralized level.
Okay, what do you think?
No, I would say in a complex world that we live in, decentralization is key because that's where innovation happens. People live in their own silos. If you look at this large event, we are here having this panel, there is a large main stage going on, there are different stages. The content is getting discussed and developed, or innovation is happening on those decentralized pockets, and then take it to a large organization. So that's where people are executing, that's where processes are getting executed, and that's where business value is getting created. And those needs the data. Hence, we cannot shy it away. We have to think how you can make it more efficient for an organization or for a country or anywhere else. So decentralized is key to success, I will say.
What's your take on it?
To be honest, I think it's very interesting you said about scaling, and I think that's definitely one of the aspects that I see customers looking when they're looking for distribution, when distributing the data and data management, they're looking for ways to scale. But I think there's also another aspect behind this, and that's the fact that business is getting more and more interested about the data. So a lot of different business, different organizational units within the business, you know, they're interested about the data. They want to drive business value out of the data. It's becoming more common for each one of these business units to do it, and they demand it. So I would say that the distribution is happening whether you like it or not. So it's not even a decision by the company. It's happening because of the business, and business wants to create value. So you have to find ways to govern that distributed way of working. So you have to respect this, what's happening, what the business is after, and actually go in and help business to govern all of this. And that's like one of the aspects that I said in the introduction by purpose is that the human insight. A lot of these things are about, you know, designing good things, getting adaptation from the company, educating people, and all of these activities. And a lot of the work that I do is, even though I'm working on technical side of things, I work a lot with designers to get the people involved, to understand the business value that we are creating. And I feel that that's kind of the underlying thing that's driving the distribution of data management.
I think that's a good observation. You know, when it comes to the way organizations are set up, you tend to centralize things for scale benefits to begin with, right? So if everybody's doing something, there seems to be an economy of scale of having a centralized, specialized team do that. Now we have the opposite thing where companies don't necessarily see themselves as digitally driven companies. They might be a product company, you know, they make drills or they make clothing and that kind of stuff. And so this transformation is coming from the opposite end where, you know, we sort of have to force them to be distributed, which is the way that it should have been to begin with. And so I'm thinking, the question here is, what will decentralized data have as a role in product teams? And I think there's an analogy here to be made with, you know, the way e-commerce works and the brick and mortar stores, where you can't be an e-commerce company and just have one web developer that makes the website and then everybody else, you know, isn't on top of the IT stuff. Everybody has to be involved in it. And I think there's a parallel in that everybody has to have responsibility of their own data and sort of understand this.
That's, you know, it goes back a little to my initial response, right? You know, I think it comes down to, you know, how the organizations are set up. You know, a lot of our organizations, regardless if it's in government or it's in industry, they're really, you know, driven out of an organizational point of view where, you know, the profit and loss, the people that own the actual money, they are decentralized, right? You know, there's a division somewhere in Asia, they have their P&L. There's a division in North America. In order to tie that in, you need to set up a pretty good rule set on the top. And you need to take that rule set and distribute it out into the organizations. And that's where the product teams sit sometimes, right? So I think that the challenges we have today is that as we're going from this traditional, you know, brick and mortar economy, we're going to this digital world where everybody has access to everything, and that doesn't really fit in our societies, you know, with GDPR or the all the other frameworks that are out there. So, I mean, it's a big question comes back to is how do product teams leverage on decentralized data? Well, it's really about how do you set the rule set on top.
Well, that's a great point. Is this something that can be grassroots, or do you think there needs to be a sort of vector of direction from the board or from the executive team and that kind of thing?
No, you certainly said it right. In an organization concept, the direction needs to come from the top. And if you look at an operating model for an organization...
So this isn't a replacement for that direction. You know, distributed data means that the top doesn't need to sort of find that direction.
No, you need to enhance that and bring more clarity to the organization. What does data mean in a distributed world?
Is it a prerequisite? Does one need to come before the other?
It also depends, I think, from a culture of an organization and from the country where it is. If some organizations are very much hierarchy-driven and they look to the top, then it has to necessarily come from the top. Okay. But if there is a little bit more socially distributed organization, it can bubble up from the bottom as well. So I don't think there could be one secret sauce. It will depend upon the inherent culture of the organization.
Of the company. All
yeah,
right.
how does that organization behave and operate like? If you look at a traditional operating model for a company today, we all talk about people, process, and technology.
Yeah.
But I think the data has been embedded, subdued under it.
Yeah.
But today has come the time, and looking at this event here, that data needs to be treated as the fourth pillar in an operating model.
Yeah.
So when you give that respect and value to the data and say, you know, you have people, process, and technology, but here there is a fourth pillar of an organization right now called data. And then you need to, when the leadership gives that message, or it bubbles up from bottom, say, hey, data needs to be our fourth pillar, then you start thinking about what people needs to be there to manage the data and leverage the data in a decentralized manner more, what processes needs to become here, and as Andreas and you spoke about governance coming into that, governance processes, managing that, and then the technology to enable that. Decentralization. So when decentralization becomes important for an organization, I believe data must be, even though it's a sharp word that may not be must, but it needs to be more given that respect to become the fourth pillar. And then everything will flow in a direction. Hey, this is my data as well. How do I manage that data? How do I bring people to that processes and technology? And when you then come about the technology, we are here in a technology event as well, and we have my technology partner sitting here. If you have to then start thinking about what technology can be there to manage this distributed data, then you have to think about metadata. Metadata is data about data, right? So you need to start harvesting that metadata knowledge automatically, both from a business concept, as you said, the product teams can understand that product definition, but the technical teams can understand the technical view of the distributed data. So harvesting metadata will be key driver to enable that decentralization in that philosophy of having data as the fourth pillar.
But like based on what you're saying, there seems to be sort of a conceptual cake of data. You know, you have your low-level data that is very, the variables describe something very niche and specific in the organization, and then you have something that boils up sort of more to business rules.
Exactly.
A bit more conceptual.
Exactly.
And so the question is, does the organization have to mirror this conceptual hierarchy? Or let's say you're a product team. Do you want to have one person in the product team for each layer? Or do you want to have teams that are many people responsible for the bottom layer and then a completely separate team that's responsible for business rules and that kind of stuff? You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
So you want to have one of each type in each team? Or does it make more sense to have teams that are specialized for each of these layers, so to speak?
Maybe you can take it. Yeah.
I think that like when we go to companies and start looking at this, what we want to first discover is how is the company organized? What are the roles and responsibilities in the company? Can we actually utilize some of the existing, personnel, the knowledge in the company to actually sort of have this non-invasive way of thinking about like the data. Okay, you have been thinking about everything else. Now take the data aspect as well. And what we find is that you usually with fair amount of education, you can actually add the knowledge of these people so they start considering that data aspect as well. And then going into your question is that I feel that the team has to be cross-functional and delivering value. I think it goes always back to the value. And the decentralization allows us to focus on value. So even if we think about platform and technology and such, they're there to create value. They enable different value stream teams to create value faster. So then it goes back to like, okay, does everything has to be decentralized or can we have something centralized? I think it depends on the organization structure. The organization structure reflects on what kind of technology solutions we build. So you always have to respect that. And then what parts does it make sense to actually centralize, to have those special people to focus on those things, and so that it actually creates value. Again, the value perspective.
But in your experience, what parts tend to be centralized?
I would say that every time when there's a special need, so for example, security things and for example, access control, that's usually centralized. It doesn't make sense to distribute it, otherwise it will be a mess. So, okay, is it centralized or is it a single? So I think that's also a good sort of nuance to think.
What do you mean?
I mean, we have one single service that allows us to authenticate or identity providers. That's one service. Is that central service or is that one single service? Well, it is central, but I mean, if you say central, nowadays it seems to have a really bad ring to it.
Yeah.
If we have one service that is actually owning that, ownership is crucial, owning that and actually building that product thinking into it, design thinking, and actually all the time pushing it to be better. That's really what we are after. We're after creating value.
Yeah.
If I may add to that, certainly access control is one topic, but the policies for the organization, the processes for the organizations, they would be centralized, the definition of it. Right? If you look at even product as a use case, product development could be happening in different pockets of the organization, but they need to follow the same processes of it, the product development processes. Then we'll have a similar terminology so that they can understand and collaborate with each other. So that business glossary definition, the governance policies, the access policies, what is that data operating model? That's where many organizations are now setting up a data office under a chief data officer. That's giving more focus to that. This office within that organizations are developing these policies, the processes, and then that becomes the guardrail for a decentralized execution, be it product, be it supply chain, be it customer support, and etc.
I think actually it's interesting, this single service versus centralized service distinction, because you can have a single data lake, but it doesn't have to be distributed, or it can be distributed despite it being a single service.
That's correct. And before I answer that, I just want to, I think, comment something that I think is really important in this context, right? And that is, a lot of the Nordic organizations, especially the businesses, they're extremely decentralized. The P&L, the profit and loss, the budgets are all spread out. And I think that's, one of those inhibitors that is in the Nordics, is that when they try to attract the right skill set, employing the right people, basically, right? It's a very, very, very challenging because they're so decentralized. And it doesn't become an attraction for a company that might be too small regionally to get the best talent. That is something that is really slowing down development. I think there is a huge skill set problem in the decentralization model.
What kind of skills tend to be most palpably missing in these kinds of transformations?
Yeah, I would try to say, out of a kind of a biased point of view, of course, Spark skills from Databricks.
But we're talking about technical skills.
Technicals, yeah, coding. I would say coding is probably a big piece. Data scientist, architectural work. That's what's is slowing down the process of development. Is because there is a lack of human capital.
Right. So, but I'm gonna challenge you here. I guess, in your experience, are there people sort of knocking at the door saying, we want to get started, we just don't have enough skilled people to be able to do the work?
Absolutely. And I think that's what goes back to the open source way of thinking.
Yeah.
When you open source code, when you open source possibilities of development in a broader scheme, you can basically outsource your problems or get input from other parts of the world. Where there is an abundance of staff. You can see that. How come all the technology development is done on the west coast of the U.S. Right? Is that a fluke? So no, because the best talent goes to the west coast.
Yeah, sure. They converge. What do you want to challenge that, or do you agree? Like, in terms of talent and talent management now, I mean, this is the next question here. What kind of knowledge and skills are necessary to do decentralized data? Like, what kind of knowledge is missing now to effectively implement this?
I think in addition to the technical skills, I would say, which are certainly valid, I would say skills about making it happen from a policies, the people and the processes perspective. Because now if you think about this data office that I was talking about, how do you staff up that data office? What kind of people will come in? Because now data sits in the convergence of business processes, convergence of IT, convergence of finance. So who should man this data office, right? And this is not a clear, earlier the definition was you're a techie or you are a finance process, you're a supply chain process person. But who is this data person? So that definition is becoming a new thing that is coming up. Then if you look at, people are hiring chief data officers, but that is a new role. What were they doing in the past? Some of them were VP of IT, some were them coming from a business process perspective or a product development.
That'd be like asking an e-commerce company, who is the internet person here?
Exactly, right?
It doesn't make sense.
It's like sometimes everybody is doing it, but who is this person who will come and define those roles and policies, how the data should be leveraged, what should be the access mechanism will be. Who will, like for example, you might have also experienced, we talk about metadata a lot, even from the data perspective, how to get control of the data. But most companies do not have a metadata sharing policy.
Right.
If you go to the IT and the security person and say, I want to extract your metadata from this product application, etc., they will define metadata as a data and give you the data sharing policy. But hey, I don't want to extract data. Data I know is secret, but this is metadata, data about the data. So those kind of people who understands the difference between a metadata sharing policy and a data sharing policy and then works within the organization, with their GDPR organization, with their cybersecurity organization, say we need to define a metadata sharing policy. So I think that is a key role, I would say, that needs to be developed more, who are taking control and empowering that data pillar of an organization.
Right.
I mean, I would take this kind of an angle. I think that's a very good question. That are we running into the resource problem of having data developers when we decentralize the work? Like going back, some of the things do make sense to create services out of them. So if we see certain things keep repeating, I had 10 fantastic data engineers sitting in a room and they were complaining that we're all doing the same thing. So could we just turn that into a service and serve it out? Well, that's basically the birth of a platform. So even if we have things centralized, it doesn't mean that they have to be centralized forever, or they are decentralized forever. They can live, and that living is kind of the thing. So what are the things that the platform needs? It's kind of like what is the self-serve level that we're after?
But weren't we talking about that a moment ago, that the default is to do, the company all works together, and then if there is scale benefits to centralizing something, then so it should go from the outside in rather than the inside out.
Yeah, and I think this is something that I run into fair amount, that what kind of platform do you need? Well, one of the capabilities that are needed there is actually demanded by the company's strategy. What is the business cases that they're facing? What is the competence of the company? And that is reflected to the platform, so that these people can actually create value. And I think it goes back to the value question. And that, one thing is that, how can you fast and iteratively test the value, the viability, the feasibility, the design thinking of what you're working with? It doesn't mean that it has to be fully productionized product, but you can do iteratively test it. See, does this make sense? You enable people to do that first step, and if that is valuable, then you can put resources into it, and you can help them actually try the value.
I want to talk about POCs a little bit now, because you brought it up. The word POC is everywhere, and for the last half year or year maybe, I've been saying to people, just skip the POC. Just go straight to production, and if you get technical debt, you already know there's value, right? Because you did that exercise before you started, right? And so that's just the margin difference. It's not a problem. It just eats into your margins. And they're like, yeah, well, I mean, we sort of know it's valuable. And I'm like, cool, and you have a number on it, right? Or like you've tried to quantify it, and they're like, we know it's valuable. So what's your take on POCs when it comes to that kind of stuff? Because so when it comes to upskilling, in my experience, everybody can always be better at stuff, but unequivocally, the weakest link has been the value distillation. Like, people have a sense that something is valuable, but if you're not really precise about it, it's very hard to see exactly how much you've improved. It's hard to justify the cost of technical debt, and so on and so on. So I just feel like if you'd spent more time on really preparing your mind and specifying the value and that kind of stuff, the rest of the stuff will sort of sort itself out. Is it worth decentralizing? Is it worth doing anything if you've done this value exercise? Do you feel like, with the customers that you have, are you guys called in at a stage where that exercise has been done, or is that something that you do together with customers a lot?
When it comes to Databricks, right, which I represent, I would say that we're a part of a pretty vast open source community, or we are open source-ish, right? So our job is mostly supporting the architecture work of something they're going to develop. So I would say that we are often in the very early stages of how does the journey look towards a data lake or a lakehouse concept. So I would say that the majority of the work, the interactions we do, is trying to bring value into POC.
I'm just sorry if I interrupt. Look, like, there's two ways to use Databricks.
Yeah.
Because Databricks is one of those platforms that can do so many things.
That's right.
Okay, so you can either start by using one function and then maximize the potential of that, and then you realize we also need this thing. We need to collaborate, so we need to have version control. And you add that part, and so you build from the inside out. Or you have the organizations that are like, why don't we have a data platform? And then you get the data platform, and then you start trying to add as many use cases as you want. Which one of those two scenarios is more common?
That's an awesome question. That's like, I have two. I got two really good examples. We got one customer doing streaming for production. You can't just take a use case and just dump it into production, because you got to do test verification. You got to do the whole value thing, right? Because you don't want production to go down. The other sense is, you throw a data platform at it, and you let the community develop use cases, and it becomes really vast.
Right.
So which two models work? I would say both work. It's a question of really setting the right goals.
Okay.
And I think that's where a lot of organizations struggle, is that they don't understand what value is. They don't understand, is it value in dollars and cents, or is it value of production increase, or is it value of keeping your staff?
Yeah.
Right?
It's still measurable, right?
It's still measurable, and I think that's where the challenge is how do you set the goals?
Yeah.
And that's why it's so important to have an ecosystem when you deploy, because if you don't have the ecosystem, you're going to fail.
Yeah. Well, this ties into, everybody's talking about agile. Is there a sense in which you can move towards decentralized data in an agile or non-agile way, and does that make sense?
Yeah, I think does that make sense, and that's very needed because business is so dynamic. Today is very different than yesterday for a business. So you need access to the data and access to all those capabilities in an agile manner. That's where Informatica comes in and provides an agile data management platform.
Can you explain that to me? So as a layperson, I'm thinking like, well, maybe agile is bad because obviously we would want to set up the access control sort of architecture perfectly before we even start doing any of this, which means you don't do any of it ever because it's never finished, right? But how does it work in practice?
I think in practice, then it will be divided into different topics, right? As we talked about centralized versus decentralized, when the planning and the policies and access control is happening, that is happening at a centralized layer, and maybe that's not happening in an agile manner. It has, and most companies are not starting fresh there. They already have something, right?
Okay.
You are tweaking into it, you are improving it in.
Right.
So that improving might be happening in an agile manner, but then what's happening in the decentralized, like a product development organization, they are in a totally different plane of using that and leveraging that in their own agile methodology, in their own agile process. So I would say different agile concepts happening in different places because their operating environment is quite different and what value they need to deliver is different. That's why then they need the technology support which can enable both these two different levels. The centralized level execution, where many things are already built, you are improving upon it, but there is a lot of innovation happening in the decentralized manner, which could be still agile as well.
Okay.
I think that design thinking actually brings a lot of tools to the table and that iterative thinking. So how can you test the business case? You can do a lot of work before you start building anything. You can ask people, you can talk to people, you can do call it an experiment or proof of concept, or like you said, you have done your study and show me the numbers. Let's see how much value are we going to create. If it's not creating value, why are we building it? Of course, from the technical perspective, I like to build a lot of stuff. But I mean, when you start to get that business value onto the table, you get the business people interested. You get, everything starts to fall into place, like you said. And by running very small experiments, and not only from the technical perspective, also from are we going to have ownership for this? Who's going to own this? Where are we going to get the money from? How is it going to actually be happening? What is the timeline of this? What's the life cycle? And I think the life cycle of these things, that how do we work with data? How do we move it forward? We have to support business. Yeah. It's not that business supports us. We have to support the business to find the value and help them, bring them different tooling, different templates, different guidelines, and all of this, so that we can actually be certain that we're making bets here. Yeah. If we build something, it's a bet. How can we lower the odds that it's going to fail? Yeah. We can do a lot of experiments before that. They can be, like say, questionnaires, talk to people, run a POC, test some technology, take Databricks, do something, see how it works, and then once we're sure that this is going to work, this is going to bring 10 million to us. it's kind of easy to get two developers to it.
But let me ask you again here, because I mean, you said two things. I actually want to get back to the word design, so please remind me of that. But question is, with POC, if you ask me, I don't think you need to prove the concept that a machine can be used to predict an outcome. I don't think necessarily you need to prove if a person says, you know, it would be worth so and so much if you could automate this process. So when it comes to proof of concepts, how do you think they need to be framed in order to be a proof of concept versus just a pilot where you're trying to find the exactly right fit for your company?
Yeah, I mean, that's a really good question. I guess, you know, we could go into details of what's an experiment, what's a proof of concept, when does it become an MVP?
Because I think people use proof of concept as an excuse to sort of try and play with stuff, but they don't even have an intent of putting it into production.
Yeah, I would say proof of concept should never go into production. It should just, you know, prove that the technology works. I don't know why you would.
Do we have to prove that AI works nowadays?
I mean, yeah. So I guess it's more like if we talk to data. Again, I'm twisting the words here a bit, but you know, do we have that data that we need? How can we experiment? How can we check that that data exists? Is that a proof of concept? I don't know. We're kind of pushing the terms here. So,
right.
And but somehow experiment around it, test it. It is cheap to test. Hey, do you have the data?
Yeah.
Do you have this field? Yes. Okay, we can do this. That was proof of concept. Experiment.
The word POC has been around for so long. Right?
Yeah.
And it's also, sometimes you got to look at POCs as a knowledge builder, right? I mean, it's not only testing technology, but it's also testing organization, business value.
That's true.
And I think that, you know, I mean, since the Stone Age, they've done POCs. And there's a reason, it's because it's risk mitigation, right? You do the POC because you don't want to, you don't want to, bet the house.
Yeah.
Right? And that's what it comes back to. And I think that all ties into what all the gentlemen here have been saying, and yourself, is that the value of POCs, the value is to really assess risk. Are we prepared for it in an organization? Do we have money? Does the AI work? How is it documented? Like Antti was saying here, it's building value, right? I mean, I think we are in really, really early times. I mean, this whole lot of us here and people on the West Coast and China, everywhere they are, we're in early stages of development, and unfortunately or fortunately, we do need POCs.
I think if I may add to that, the word could be more as proof of value rather than proof of concept.
There we go.
Right?
Yeah.
POV.
There we go. Yeah.
And when we talk to customers and say, okay, why are you configuring it? Start from the business objectives, the business value. Why are you exactly doing it? Because as mentioned, it takes time and money and effort to do that. So what is the value that you're trying to achieve? What are your success criteria? And the many drawback and failure points that we see is that people take a very simplistic use case and a scenario for that proof of concept, rather should be called proof of value, which may not be a right representation of the real world. So even though you have a successful POC or proof of value, but when you try to roll it out and actually try to scale it up, it doesn't deliver. It's not production ready. It's not meant for production. So if you have to do a proof of value, everything else needs to be well considered. What is the business case? What is the business value expected? What are the success criteria? And is the scenarios or the use cases that you're taking, are they a true representation of your real world? If those things fall in place, then only you should move on. Otherwise, with those agile capabilities like what Informatica provide, you can actually start with a pilot that you said, right? Get with a platform which you know is robust, market proven, and then you can start using different capabilities. You can start you talked about sourcing data. Get the data integration done. You need to improve the quality of the data. Take the data quality capabilities. You can get the metadata. You need to give the product people the definition of the glossary, build in the business glossary. Then you can go in an agile way as well, rather than a proof of value concept. So I would say both could make sense, but for a proof of value, you need to spend more time to ensure that all the necessary entry criteria are in place, as I mentioned. And if those are not meant there, go from an agile platform capability. In the cloud world, you do not need to do a large monolithic implementation to build up a large program. You can start small and get to a platform and start iterating on it.
Right.
And that's where Informatica comes in with a modern data management platform where all the data use cases could come in. You could execute in Spark, you could execute in Databricks, you can bring data from different multiple sources. So that is, I would say, two different options organizations have. and it depends upon their preparedness, their environment, on what option they should choose.
Yeah. Well, it seems to be that we're circling back a lot on the organization's readiness to be able to execute on this stuff. And when I think about it, whether you use the term proof of value or proof of concept, although I suppose I think maybe I would prefer proof of concept now, is the thing you're sort of evaluating is whether or not your team is capable of even doing the project. Not whether there is a value to begin with, or whether AI is able to classify images, or whether, I suppose if you're doing a science experiment, you could evaluate whether a certain model is able to reach a certain accuracy within a certain time quota or something like that. And that's very researchy, but I feel like that specific type of experiment is in the minority of all the POCs that are out there running. So what you're really asking is our organization even able to do this? Yep. And to that, there are very interesting answers, such as we need to be upskilled, or we're not able to do it cost effectively, or whatever the case may be. And we're in the shadow of 80% of AI projects failing. Yeah. What are the commonalities in these AI projects that people need to be focused on? Like the thing that people immediately trip up on, and I just mentioned now the skill gap, and you've been talking about the skill gap. Is that the main one, and what else is there?
I would say, they trip up on architecture.
The IT architecture,
I would say
or
the overall,
business processes?
The overall architecture. They have, the goals are not defined in a proper way from a business.
The success criteria.
The success, right. I'll give you a, well, let's talk about autonomous flying. Do we need a POC for that? You
like
as
airplanes?
Yeah, right. You as a passenger would say, Rob, what you would say? Do we need a POC for that?
Seems risky.
There we go. So how would you define a thing like that? Well, you would bring in some excellent, system integrators like Solita, right, and others. We're going to help you out define that. You as a CTO are probably going to say, do I have the right guys in the room, right? What are my shareholders going to say? What's the board going to say? And worst of all, what's the regulation going to say? So that goes, that's what reality looks like. And when people get into a room and they start defining the goals, on paper, the architecture is the important thing because that defines regulation, governance, what data streams do we have? Do we have an ingestion platform? Who and what's the output? Somebody says, "Oh, we don't need a POC for autonomous flying because we ran it so much the labs ourselves, and then an accident, God forbid, happens, right? Then the regulation comes back, government comes, like Boeing. What was it called? The C-737 Max. They missed the software piece there, right? So it's more about poor defined architecture that results in not being able to deploy. That's why they fail.
All right, we have 1 point for architecture then. What do you guys say? What is the...
I would rephrase that to an operating model coming back to connection of it. And you're talking about people as well, you're talking about processes as well, compliance of it. So people, process, technology, and then the data. Once you are able to put that together and then able to see whether I have the people and process and the technology to ensure taking business value for that data, I think would be very critical in summary, I would say. So look at, I think you use the word architecture, but similarly, I'll use a similar word called the operating model. Is your organization prepared with an operating model wherein data is also the fourth pillar and you are able to bring in people, process, and technology to get value from your data?
I feel that if I look at we have built hundreds, if not thousands, of different kind of data initiatives for different companies. And if I quickly summarize like the ones that I've seen and the ones that are best, whether it's AI, whether it's platform, whether it's whatever data related, I feel that one common thing is that there's, like you discussed earlier, there's metrics, it has been designed, there's value in it. So the value has been proven somehow to begin with. We have an idea that this is, we have a hypothesis that this is going to work. Then we test it iteratively, and the end result is usually, very close to what we expect. But if we start from tech, or if we start from, not having a clear idea, what's the value? Nah, it's something. Usually, the end result is something. So, the going back to like the design thinking, how do you design a good system, design a good product? Whether it's a digital application. I think data is the same. It's not it has its own characteristics, but it doesn't escape the fact that doing a good design and thinking about it, looking at the business value, talking to different people, understanding the users, what's the user interface for this AI model? You do an API and the people are expecting UI, you're stuck.
Yeah.
So how can you test that early on so that, like you said, you don't want to bet your house. You want to do small bets that will take you to the value. And when you have value, that is kind of the thing. When you have the value and that's clear in your mind, that's a successful project.
Yeah.
I think the key trick to that itself, if you talk about value, that realization of value is also an iterative process. You are many times, like if you go to the flying, sometimes the value is very clear, but many of your AI initiatives, the organization, even you are iterating on the value part of it as well. What exactly is the value? That is also needs to be tested. Then only people will say, okay, we'll go and operationalize it. So there is an unclarity in sometimes on the value part of it. What exactly I'm going to, chat GPT is good, everybody's the buzzword. Then people are trying to experiment that within my organization's setup, how can I get more benefit from large language model? So sometimes that value discovery also comes in an iterative model, which people might come and say, okay, let's do a POC or a POV to get more understanding of the value.
All right, well, I want to hear what you guys think is next in decentralized data and artificial intelligence when it comes to the way it's going to transform businesses. Super fun to ask this question because I think it's going to change more in the next 6 months than it has in the past couple of years. And I'm very excited about it. What do you think is next? What was next on the roadmap? What's going to change?
I think the big change is the small activities, something that you can automate, because basically what we're trying to do is not really the enhancing AI, we're trying to automate, right? That's the key word. And I think the small pieces of automation, especially around finance, HR, that's going to come first. Then, the more complex ones like autonomous driving or production cycles, transportation in general, that's going to be more difficult. But we're going to see a lot of changes that are I would say that the small steps, you can see that historically with, when IBM, developed the supercomputer with chess playing, right? In the 70s and the 80s, this is 30 years later. We're going to have the same roadmap. It's going to go really quick in the beginning on small things, and then it's going to slow down.
Okay, what do you think is next?
I would say this has become a very nice playing ground in the present economic situations where companies are trying to optimize and save cost.
Yeah.
So I believe AI and large language models is getting a significant push right now to improve productivity. So companies are becoming more efficient, try to improve their bottom line. And that will be a key crux, I would say, in the next 6 months, productivity improvements by leveraging AI. The second will be to reduce the time to market and enable dynamism in the customer experience scenario. That would be a second part the customers will go to, that how can I react quickly to my expectation tomorrow, which is changing very fast. So expecting and reacting faster and predicting somewhere to customer behavior, so which will impact the revenue side of the equation. I believe this is the two dynamics that will play in every organization in the next 6 months.
Okay.
Yeah, it's kind of easy to follow on that, and I think I've seen glimpses of the future at some of the customers that I work with that, it's value driven, it's holistically approaching the issues. Like you said, the economic situation is what it is. So we have to focus on value, not big bangs, but really incrementally create those, the agile way of working, the design thinking, and automating everything. Everything has to happen fast. And I think the automation will come once we find the best practices, which are taking shape. So in 6 months, we'll probably have a lot of good practices. We don't have to reinvent the wheel. Now we do, and it's fine, because we're finding better ways to do things. So focus on the value, finding the best patterns, finding even some standards around this, and automating everything once those things click in.
All right. Yes or no questions. Large language models, will they change everything, or are they just cool chatbots?
Yes, it will change.
Change everything?
Yes, it's changing everything, and it's just changing already right now.
It's changing already? Yes.
Changing.
It's change everything. All right. I think that's pretty cool. We have 30 seconds left. Thanks for this awesome interview. 45 minutes went very quickly. Everybody in the audience, this is why you're here. Take the opportunity to talk to experts like this, and thank you for joining us now. We will be back very soon.
Yeah,
See you around.
Thanks to the audience as well. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
What is up, everyone? Welcome back to another session. Now we're going to have some deep dive into technology with an expert in Snowflake. So, Henrik, welcome. Please tell us about yourself and kick it off.
Yeah, thanks. So hello, everyone. My name is Henrik Nielsen. I'm working for Snowflake, based out of Copenhagen. Been with Snowflake for about 4 years, so it's been quite a journey to be with Snowflake. I worked as a technical expert in the sales process, supporting customers and prospects in understanding Snowflake, and that's actually also what I'll be going through today.
Okay.
The whole concept that the idea of the presentation today is that we see that sometimes our marketing can get a bit confusing for people. So right now, for example, we're talking a lot about this concept called Snowpark in Snowflake, which is really extending Snowflake to support more languages. And people kind of lose focus on what Snowflake is. And I would like to actually pull it a bit down today and start with the core of Snowflake and then tell about our story and then what it is that we're doing going forward.
Yeah, I think when people think about Snowflake, it's one of those tools that lets you do anything, which means it's like it doesn't do anything or it does everything. It doesn't, like, what is it even?
It becomes very confusing, right? So let's focus a bit on what we're good at and also what we're adding, what we're trying to get better at, right? That's the whole concept. So today we're going to talk about the fundamentals of Snowflake. I'll start with reviewing the foundations of Snowflake platform and how more and more workloads are being delivered with Snowflake. So this what we see here is the product that we released in 2015. So that's 8 years ago that Snowflake went on the market with this. It's a managed service that runs in the cloud. It was built for the cloud, and I'll get into that a bit later. And what we're really good at from the beginning is supporting these workloads. It's data warehousing and it's data lake. And as I said, it's a fully managed service delivered by Snowflake and SQL-based, right? So we're starting out as a SQL. Now, this seems pretty simple, so why have we been so widely successful in the last couple of years, or the last 8 years in this space? And if we go back to some of the key foundations of what Snowflake offers and how it's being built, the first of all is the architecture of Snowflake. So we're built for the cloud, and we separate storage and compute, and this is something that is managed by Snowflake and not by the customer. So it's something that's quite easy to scale, both in compute and storage independently. Secondly, Snowflake is also a very secure platform, so we take care of governance, encryption, and give the customers the possibility of providing security mechanisms, so they can lock down their data and make sure that only people who need access to it actually can have access to it. And the final one, the check mark, refers to that it's just easy to use, right? That is a feedback we get from our customers. And that means you can get projects up and running in a very short time and get value out of your data. And that is a big differentiator in this space, that you don't have to spend much time building your platform. And probably one of the most important aspects of that kind of brings all this together is the fact that Snowflake was born in the cloud. So we haven't taken any old technology, all traditional database technology, and moved that to the cloud. Our founders actually built this from scratch. So it's a completely new product that we built. And it's really 4 things that we excel at. The one is how we store data in Snowflake. The other is how we have all the statistics on the data, so we know all the data that is loaded into Snowflake. We have an optimized scanner, and we also use a concept called vectorized query execution. And that was actually one of our co-founders who invented that back in 2008, that we brought into Snowflake and built in. And that gives a very powerful execution engine, which was this little cloud with the lightning bolt on it, right? And essentially, Snowflake's secret sauce is to work smarter and not harder, and intelligently provide you with this platform that can tune itself, that can help you get value out of your data. So this has taken us really far up until a couple of years ago, and that has been very encouraging. But one of the things that we get feedback from our customers on, this I mentioned just that it just works, right? And that actually comes from the way that we're deployed in the cloud regions. That is this little icon down here where we have, this is actually representing 3 data centers, which means that Snowflake is deployed on 3 data centers actively out of the box. It's not something you as a customer have to worry about setting up. It's just there. And what this gives you is a high degree of concurrency in Snowflake, so many users can work on it at the same time. There's very high availability, right? Because if there's one of the data centers should fall out, we actually fail over automatically to the other sites, right? So the customers don't experience any outages in that sense.
So this system here has sort of sensible defaults when it comes to the cloud setup. Does that mean that users can configure some of this stuff? And also even like the database instances, like how fine-grained can you get with the configurability of this sensible setup?
So Snowflake, when you start with an environment in Snowflake, it's completely empty, right? You define the compute that you want to work with, the size of it and everything. You can scale it up and scale it down. We have also it's like working with a traditional databases.
Are the compute sort of still, are they Snowflake specific, or are they specific to the cloud platform that you're using?
Specific to so we abstract from the cloud provider's compute. We use the cloud provider's compute, but we abstract from it, so that because we are multi-cloud setup, right? So we run both in Google, AWS, and Azure.
Okay.
And we use these T-shirt sizes for the compute, right? So an extra small, and what we guarantee is that an extra small on Azure is going to perform the same as an extra small on AWS.
Okay, I see.
We take care of, you don't have to worry about if it's a 16 gigabyte instance with 256, no. We take care of that, you go by the T-shirt sizes. Some people have a bit of an issue with that because they like all the tuning of the knobs and everything, but that doesn't really provide business value in the end, right? It's working with the data and getting value out of it that we're aiming for, making it easy for the customers. The last thing I wanted to mention about the high availability of this 3 data center setup is that it allows us also to do rolling upgrades of our software.
Right.
That means that you don't have to worry about scheduled downtime for maintenance. You don't have to have a DBA whose sole job is upgrading, patching the system. That is something that we take care of at a very high rate.
What kind of uptime do you guarantee?
As far as I remember, it's 99.95, but the actual is actually higher than that, right? It's we do see it depends a bit on the cloud region.
Does that depend on the exactly? It depends on the setup, or
because we run on the cloud provider's infrastructure, right? So we are of course dependent. If AWS has a DNS failure or Azure has an Active Directory outage, then of course that hits Snowflake as well.
Okay.
Yeah, we're dependent on that, of course.
But I don't know if I'm jumping the gun here and asking. What about like hybrid setups? And you don't have to go too much into detail into exactly how it's set up, but is that a common scenario? Or
when you're saying hybrid, do you mean like on-premise?
Yeah. So I'm thinking like customers that want to do the data lake and the data warehouse, and they want to go all in Snowflake, but they do have some managed databases on-prem that they got to keep there for whatever reason. Maybe it's an edge device or something.
Yeah, exactly, absolutely. I mean, the best practice is to get the data into Snowflake because you get the security and the performance right out of the box. But having said that, we do also have the possibility of connecting to external data sources. Even on-premise storage we can connect to as well, as long as they have an S3 API. So Dell, Hitachi, Pure Storage, and these, they actually provide an interface that we can connect to and process the data there. You can also have a hybrid, so the data lake doesn't have to be in Snowflake. You can have it on S3 or Azure blob storage, but we can still connect to it and process the data, so it doesn't have to be inside Snowflake. We're adding support for Apache Iceberg table format, which is an open source table format, and we're actually going to be using that in the same way that we use our internal storage.
What about, so you've written data warehouse here, but I'm wondering how generic of a database this is. Is it more of a focus on OLAP or OLTP
That's
workloads?
A very good question. Snowflake was born as an analytical platform, right? So it is OLAP to begin with. One of the announcements we had at our conference last year is a concept we call Unistore, and there we're actually adding hybrid tables to Snowflake. So you're going to have a table that can be on the one hand row store, so OLTP, and on the other hand OLAP. It's something we're developing right now and testing with a few customers. But the idea is that the only thing you have that is different in Snowflake is you're going to be creating a hybrid table instead of create table, so create hybrid table. And then when you insert the data, it's going to go to the row store, but it's also going to be replicated to the column store, right?
So in the background, you have two setups.
You have kind of two setups exactly for these hybrid tables. And then when you execute a query, our optimizer will understand, is this a transactional query or is it an analytical query? And then we'll direct the users automatically to the right storage, right?
Right, and then you need to have a cap triangle where you understand that if it's a hypertable that can potentially be changed, there might be inconsistencies that have a certain time delay or something like that.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we guarantee asset compliance, right? So that is also going to happen here. So we guarantee that the data is going to be, within the transaction, is going to be consistent, right?
Right, within the transaction. But I'm thinking somebody that's doing analytics on a table might have an inconsistent table for a second.
But then we'll pull the data from the row store as well. So we'll actually combine the data. If we see that it's not up to date, then we'll also pull the data.
I thought maybe one workload would only use the column store and one workload would only use...
It is hybrid in the real sense of the word, right? It's so we are actually taking that into account. It is a big project we're working on. It's still under development.
All right. So well, then I guess people that are viewing, if they're interested in that, they can get in touch with you or find resources online.
Or the account team that they work with in locally, right? We have a lot of offices locally. So one thing around this setup is that it's SQL only, right? And it's been like that for many years. We have a lot of people that work with SQL, data analysts, data engineers, and everything. But what we've been seeing for the past many years is that there's this group of people that don't like SQL. They actually grew up with functional programming languages like Python, Scala, and so on. And we're seeing that they're actually, you can call them data engineers, right? That's one of the terms that is being used for them. They actually like this so much that they're actually pulling data out of Snowflake into their clusters, into separate systems, processing the data and then writing it back or writing it to files, whatever. So, and why they're doing this is because they have this, they really like this functional programming language like Python. It's very flexible. There's a lot of libraries out there that you can use to enrich your programming and everything. And there's a very vibrant community of people actually contributing to these libraries. So it's really like a virtuous cycle that is really improving and making things better. So instead of trying to convince these people to work in Snowflake, so instead of moving the whole mountain thing, right, we actually decided to incorporate this in Snowflake, because one of the things that came out in more or less at the same time as we went to market there was a project, or actually a competition by Netflix in 2014, where a PhD candidate, he wrote this processing engine. He didn't win the competition, but he actually open sourced this engine to the Apache Foundation, and that is what we know as Spark today, right?
Yeah. That actually is a funny story behind that. There was a scheduler. A lot of these tools were not written with a certain purpose to begin with. They were written as part of another experiment, Exactly.
So what happens with Spark is that it is only a processing engine, but it's still very happy about it. It's very efficient, but it still takes you to have a lot of time managing it. It's infrastructure you need to maintain. It's optimizations. You need to do vacuuming, things like that. All the boring stuff, and that translates into you're spending a lot of money on this. And actually, Spark itself is a very memory-intensive engine, so it's quite expensive as well to have the compute running.
I have some customers that are trying to do it by hand, and just don't.
Exactly.
It's not a good idea.
And what we have here is that because as you say, that if they're trying to build it themselves, there's actually a market of providers that are managed providers that are providing Spark as a managed platform, right? So, and there's several of these. There's one that's really big, right? But there's several of these, and because they realize that this is quite complex, right, to handle on your own. And even the biggest Spark provider today, the managed Spark provider, they're actually also diverging from the Spark engine and building their own, proprietary engine for processing data, because they realize that things can be done more efficiently. For example, as I mentioned before, with the vectorized query execution. So what happens here is that this Spark is really the fulfillment of the possibilities for the data engineers to work with data in this setup. But what we're doing here is that we're then incorporating this concept into Snowflake. This is what we call Snowpark. Okay. So it's extending Snowflake. It's not a bolt-on solution. It's actually integrating this processing into Snowflake, that you can work with the same libraries, all the stuff that the data engineers, they love, Python, Scala, Java, but what you're doing is you're actually running the code inside Snowflake's compute engine, right? So you're having the same engine available for SQL, but also for Python, Scala, and Java.
Is it? Are you doing things like user-defined functions, or is it bigger than that?
Thank you, because that is actually coming here in the next part. This is getting data in, transforming data, enriching data, curating data, and what we're doing here is that two things. One thing is making. You can have a machine learning model that is, very good and everything, but can be quite difficult to productionalize. What we've done is Snowflake acquired this company called Streamlit a little over a year ago. This is a Python library for making visual applications, and we're actually integrating that into Snowflake. So you have this Streamlit and Snowflake experience, where you can visualize the models, so you can actually provide inputs and outputs from the models directly.
Right.
But at the same time, we're also allowing the data engineers and data scientists to deploy user-defined functions, as you asked about, right? And these user-defined functions then run inside Snowflake. It can be Python, Scala, Java, SQL. But what's happening here is it is being exposed as a SQL function, so even SQL users can run these user-defined functions that is really developed in Python.
Yeah, I think one of the powerful use cases, especially UDTFs, become super valuable because some algorithms are just nicer to express as an iterative function instead of a functional function like SQL. So
exactly.
if you want to calculate like a rolling time window
Yeah.
or something like that, it's just very nice to express in Python. And if a SQL developer can use a Python function on a UDTF, then they can do some cool stuff, whether it's AI and ML or some other kind of analytical processing.
Yeah. So this whole concept of both on the data engineering and the data deployment side, that is what we're calling Snowpark, right? So it is this expanding the capabilities.
Okay.
You can also create functions that call external applications. So for example, a lot of thing that is being talked about right now is large language models, right? Like ChatGPT and everything, OpenAI. You can actually integrate that to Snowflake. You can send, you can request information from these large language models and get the results back into Snowflake and store it together with your other data. It's quite interesting development we're seeing.
I see 3 languages here.
Yeah.
Is that something that's going to stay those 3? Are there any others in the works, or how flexible is this?
That's actually something I don't know.
Okay.
So we are asking, we're getting questions about R and C# and stuff like that.
Right.
We're going to be integrating that as well. I think the issue with R is that it's not allowed to be used in proprietary engines. That's actually one of the conditions in the license, right? So we cannot incorporate that at the same way we've done with Python, right? Because it's been protected from that.
Yeah.
C# and things like that, I think it depends on the customer demand, right? Whether now we have the framework for it, so it's really just we can provide these computation engines within our compute clusters, within our engine, that it's a JVM or if it's a Python sandbox that you're running in.
Yeah.
It shouldn't be that difficult to expand that to run other languages.
Well,
and then as icing on top of the cake of this whole thing is the possibility of sharing, right? One of the important things in Snowflake is you can share data.
Right.
So data collaboration, we have a marketplace, public marketplace. And one of the things that we're doing is not only data sharing, but actually also these applications that you're building, these user-defined functions, stored procedures, you're also going to be able to share them. And we already have customers who have built solutions on top of Snowflake that as a Snowflake customer, you go in and click on a store, like a marketplace, and then it's deployed in your environment and you can run it on your data. So that's a huge revenue opportunity, right? So both, I mean, what we're trying to do here is both optimize the bottom line, right, but also the top line, the revenue income streams for the companies that we're working with.
And I guess that data marketplace is related to the data catalog-like capabilities that are a part of.
I would actually say that the Snowflake marketplace is the world's biggest data mesh. Because we are actually doing, we're providing the platform, but our customers are providing the content. Yeah. We're providing it's a bit like YouTube, right? Where you can, YouTube provides the platform, but it's the users that provide the content.
Yeah.
You can have private channels. You can also have private listings in Snowflake. You can have public channels, and you can even charge for access to these channels, which is also what we're doing.
Last question. What about access management? Is that something that's completely integrated and built in, or do people need to add something like Immuta or something like that?
We support that. So actually Immuta is a good example. Okta, you can integrate with Okta and Active Directory. So it's really a question whether you want to use Snowflake's role-based access control. We have users and roles and everything. You can integrate that with Active Directory. So you can manage it from there. You can integrate it with Okta. But also you can use, if you have, Immuta is a really good partner of ours, as a good example you bring up. They do policy-based access control, and what they're actually translating that into role-based access control in Snowflake.
Okay.
Right, so we try to make this platform as open as possible.
Oh, so Snowflake allows that translation to happen automatically.
Exactly, so we actually support these companies. Okay. Same thing with data cataloging, like Colibra, Alation, they also are very good partners of ours, and then we work closely with them so they can actually leverage Snowflake also for their use.
Okay, so people that want to get started with this, now that they're less intimidated because they understand it's just a database, but with all these extra features, what's the best way to get started?
Well, it's you can start by yourself, starting up. We have trial accounts, right, that you go in and sign up without a credit card or anything. It gives you a month of usage, $400 of credits that you can start loading.
What size T-shirt is that?
Sorry?
What size T-shirt
is that? Oh, you choose that. If you
I see.
If you run an extra small for an hour, that's going to cost you around $3.
Okay. So you can choose the big one and burn all your money at once.
You can do that in a very short time, yeah.
Okay.
Not sure you get any value out of it. Start small. That is our recommendation. Start with the extra small and then scale up as you.
Are the small ones fast enough? How do they feel?
They're quite powerful, right? So we actually had one of my customers in Denmark. They tested. They had built their own Apache Spark setup. They tested that was actually a small, so that's like double the size of an extra small, that could compete with a 35-node Apache cluster, right, in performance-wise.
There we go.
Yeah.
Seems like tools that are built for SQL are good at SQL.
Yeah, exactly. But
makes
also,
sense.
I mean, definitely the Python stuff is really working as well. We have a lot of customers testing that
Okay.
and seeing a really good cost performance increase when doing things in Snowflake instead.
Cool. All right. Well, I think we have 5 seconds left.
Yeah.
Thanks
Thank
everybody
you.
for listening. That
Thanks
went
for
fast.
listening. Yeah,
Awesome.
exactly. Yeah. Thank you.
See you around. Welcome back, everyone. We're back here with another product deep dive. This time I'm joined by Tom from Alation.
Thank you.
And looking forward to this presentation. Please tell us about yourself and
Awesome. So,
get off.
Yeah, great, thanks. So first of all, it's great to be back. I was here last year and it's a much bigger event this year, so that's awesome. So I run our solutions engineering team for EMEA. I've been with the company since we were 2 people in the region. We've now grown to sort of 70, 80 people, which has been a brilliant journey over the course of 5 years. Yeah, so here to talk about what we're all about at the show this year, which is driving a data culture and managing cloud complexity. So
before you hit it off, I want to ask you, you said, there's more people here. Has anything changed since November of last year when you know what happened and everybody sort of understood what AI and data and digitalization can do? Has the tone of conversations changed?
I think it has, right? There's a lot of people that want to leverage that. They want to be able to use that to augment what they're already doing around data management, data best practices to come to a better decision. There's a sort of renewed focus on driving data culture within organizations, and so we're seeing that as being a real driver for the need for data intelligence software.
And data literacy. So there's a sort of a revival in people's minds now.
Absolutely, right? We're seeing a lot of forces in the market around changing workforce, explosion of tools, the usage of AI and ML within people's data landscapes. And what that actually does is it makes it harder for people to really leverage the data assets that they're keeping, because where does it exist? How do I use it within the compliance of local regulations? What does it even mean? How do I understand? How do I interpret the stuff that I'm seeing?
I think this is going to have effects aside from the missed opportunity. We're talking about shadow IT, talking about a lot of people being educated and using things in a non-compliant way. We saw the Samsung thing happen quite recently. And so stuff is happening, whether we like it or not. And not only is it happening, but it's going to happen faster. What we thought was going to be 2 years away is now going to be 6 months away, and so on. So
yeah.
Why don't you hit it off?
Well, it's interesting, before we do, it's interesting you mentioned shadow IT, right? Now, when it comes to actually sort of using and utilizing data to make better decisions, data governance actually plays a really important part of that. How should I use this and still be compliant? Does it contain personal information? Can I use it for the use case that I want? And the sort of traditional way of doing that is a bunch of spreadsheets. And the problem with that is, as soon as you copy that spreadsheet and send it to one of your colleagues, it's already out of date, and it's difficult to actually engage with. So what we're seeing is not just shadow IT, but also shadow governance. People are actually circumventing organizational processes because they're hard to actually engage with, they're hard to get things done, they're slow to react, and they're coming up with their own way of doing data governance, which actually causes a lot of issues with, potentially can cause a lot of issues with the usage of data. And things like the Samsung thing you mentioned can also be a product of poor governance.
Right.
Anyway, so there we go.
I'm looking forward to seeing some examples, and I hope you don't mind if I ask some questions while you're showing.
Absolutely not. Okay, cool. So let's dig into it then, right? So we kind of start from the premise that the most successful organizations are data-driven. So we do our own research. We do this every year, and we see that 9 of 10 companies are saying that if they are driving a top-tier data culture within their organizations, then they are expected to meet or exceed their revenue goals. There are other bits of research that have been done. So this one is from Ivanta, and it looks at the top priorities of CDOs. And you can see that actually things haven't really changed since 2021 to 2022, the last time this was done. The big difference is that data governance and data-driven culture have switched positions, but that with a kind of renewed sort of focus on risk, I think that's kind of understandable. But the two things are actually really closely linked, and we'll kind of dig into that.
Let me ask
later.
you, they are closely linked, but can you clarify in what way they're distinct? Is one more of a data as an IT component, and then the other one is more of a a business process type thing? Is that the distinction?
Well, I think it's everything, right? To be data-driven, it means engaging people up and down the organization to really have discussions around data, how to use it, how to interpret it, what the best outcomes are as a result of patterns that you're seeing inside the data. Now, typically, that's been left to people that work with data all the time, and you get bias, you get the opinion of the most, most well-paid person in the room, and you don't get the engagement from other people that haven't traditionally worked with data. Now, in order to put data in front of more business-focused users, data governance is actually critical because you need to be able to convey, well, you can use this, but it needs to be in compliance with this policy that we have around PII, this policy around data sharing and data access. And that's the sort of the reason why those two things are very, very closely linked.
Okay.
Now, the issue is that becoming data-driven is actually really, really difficult to do. So Gartner have done some research, and you can see there that less than half of organizations have their data optimized for usage, and only 35% of the people that they surveyed have successfully used data and analytics as a differentiator. And then you've got New Vantage partners on the right who are saying that only around about a quarter of organizations are actually data-driven in the way that they behave. And the reasons for this, we think it's threefold, right? There's an explosion in the amount of data, and we'll talk about that in a moment. There are changing workforces, so the bringing into the fold of different types of users, working from home, et cetera, et cetera. And then there are evolving laws depending on which geography you're actually in and what market you're in, what industry you're in. So it's hard to find the data, hard to use it, and hard to comply with those regulations. So it's tempting to think that actually cloud's going to fix this for us, right? Thinking about that data explosion, it's easier to find that information in the cloud than it is in some legacy data source sat in some dark data center somewhere, right? But cloud actually sets a fire to the existing issues and actually creates new ones as well. So from a data perspective, you have all of these different services that can operate in isolation. They create their own data in different silos. From a user perspective, all it takes to sign up for some of this stuff is the swipe of the credit card. The average organization uses over 100 different SaaS products, and the mapping of users to applications is many to many, right? It would make a traditional foreign key cry. And more cloud means more region where different laws, different overlapping regulations may actually be applicable. So we're in the midst of this cloud complexity crisis, and ultimately this leads to unpredictability in the outcome of data science, data analytics, and the consequences of that can be severe, right? People act on the data that's in front of them, decisions aren't made collaboratively, they're made in isolation, et cetera, right? So at best case, organizations are making suboptimal decisions based on the data that they are keeping and maintaining. And worst case, like their ability to actually succeed is destroyed by this complexity that we're seeing.
Does this relate in any way to decentralized data, sort of working with data in a decentralized way?
You have read my mind, right? Because, hey, here we go.
There we go.
Right, so what you're probably thinking is, hey, we've solved this, right? From big data, Hadoop, who championed centralization 10 years ago, to data mesh today, which talks about the exact opposite, right? It's decentralization, it's the creation of data products. But the thing is, there will always be some other framework, right? There will always be some other architecture that's going to come to the forefront. The hype curve is absolutely littered with technologies. Some of those will peak in 10 years, some of them will peak in 2 years, and some of them are going to become obsolete before they even get to peak.
Well, let me ask if I understand what you're saying, because I think it's always cool to have a hot take, and ultimately, I don't really think there is such a thing as the truth when it comes to this kind of stuff, or anything, really. But even so, are you saying something like these concepts of decentralizations are just tech hypes and there's going to be another one, or they're not sort of eternal and true?
Not necessarily. Like, one is an evolution of the next, right? There are some really good stuff that comes from the evolution of centralized architectures to our current decentralized sort of way of thinking, right? It is time to deployment, it's reactiveness, it's being able to have the data in the tool that makes sense for that particular set of users, but it comes with the complexity of, I may not even have visibility that we have that tool, let alone the data assets that exist within it.
Okay.
Right.
So you're saying that there might be a framework that comes that improves on what we have today.
Potentially.
Hard to see how that's possible.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Right. We've got it right.
I understand then. Good. Yeah.
So getting back to the ultimate goal, right, which is driving a data culture, driving data-driven decisions, we've got to take everything that we just spoke about and flip it on its head, right? So from a user's perspective, we have to make things easy for everyone to find and understand. And from a regulatory perspective, we need to make sure that data governance is put in front of those users so that they can be sure that they're complying with the rules and regulations wherever they're actually interacting with that data.
You know, there's a nice analogy to be made in the internet, because I was just thinking, I suppose if this ever were to change, it would have to do with the data literacy of the people at large. And if we make a comparison with the World Wide Web, we have management tools in every person's laptop. You know, you have the certs for visiting HTTPS pages, webs of trust, decentralized stuff. That wasn't all there to begin with.
No.
And as people become more literate, now they know maybe that they want to make sure when they're going to the bank that it says HTTPS, and so they're a little bit more savvy about it.
It changes the behavior of the way that people think about it.
Yeah.
And it only takes a little bit of a nudge to actually get people on that journey towards better data literacy, right?
Right. Okay. So we're still on that journey here.
We are still on the journey, right? And so in order to achieve those two things, we've got to optimize where the data actually sits. So there is, fortunately, software that enables this flipping. And in order for that software to be successful, it needs to connect to everything. So that deals with the sprawl of tooling that we have within organizations. It needs to be adopted by everyone. So it's got to be user-friendly. It's got to be intuitive. It's got to be actually at the point of consumption, not necessarily in some distinct silo, right? Because it needs to become, it just needs to become a part of the way that... Ready at hand. Absolutely. And it needs to, by doing those two things, it needs to then insulate consumers from shifting architectures, right? And if we rename this, data-driven decisions becomes data culture. Being able to access data and find data becomes self-service analytics. Data governance is that compliance piece. Cloud transformation is the optimization of those workloads. And then underneath, the software that enables it, the Alation data intelligence platform, right?
All right.
So we've been around for since 2015, and we have a ton of customers that we're really proud of, 500 plus now. And the interesting thing is that people come at this from the perspective of different priorities. So some really were interested in self-service analytics, and actually you'll see most of our customers down here because that's where we really started. Some will be coming at this from the view of, hey, we want to better govern our data and put that governance in front of our data consumers. Some come at this from the point of view of, well, we're going through a big migration from Teradata to Snowflake. How do we prioritize? How do we communicate the changes as we're doing that migration? And we're seeing a new sort of raft of organizations that are really looking at putting the right data in front of the right people at the right time, which is what we're calling data ops. So we're actually seeing customers coming at it from that perspective now. Like last year, you asked me why people actually choose Alation. Mm-hmm. So I thought I'd come prepared this year with an actual slide on it. So really we're seeing time to value, adoption, and what we call behavioral intelligence. And this is really guiding users to the right data source to use based on usage patterns. So what data assets are popular, who else is using it, and really making sure that governance is at the forefront of their search and discovery journey. Mm-hmm. So with all of that done, what does it look like, right? So here we have the data catalog, and from a connect to everything point of view, we have a bunch of different connectors that are going to connect to the data assets wherever they exist, whether it's in BI tools like Power BI or Tableau, all the way through to your data lakes, data warehouses, Snowflake, Databricks. They're both close partners of ours. But for most people, we live in a world of Google, we live in a world of Amazon. People intuitively know how to search. So if I want to understand better, well, what information do we have on customers? Right? I can search, and if I'm particularly technical, if I'm a data engineer, for example, I might be interested in the tables or the schemas that customer data exists. If I'm more business focused, I might be interested in terminology or documentation around customers, or potentially, BI assets, right? So let's say we were interested, hey, what do customers actually mean to us? Well, we can then, oh, whoops, my bad. Always helps when you click the right one, right? We can jump into a document that actually tells us how we should think about customers, right? This is well governed. There are workflows in front of it to approve the information that goes in here. But we can call out where are our key analytics, where are our key data sets, what policies apply to the usage of customer information. And I can follow quite quickly then through to actual consumption points where that data exists. We can see that, yes, it contains personally identifiable information. Yes, there is a policy that relates to this. I can see who uses it. But I can also, you mentioned trust earlier when we were talking about, the web and HTTPS, right? We can actually signal that trust in what we call our trust flags. So we can see that, oh, actually, there's a deprecation from an upstream table, and maybe this data actually isn't good to use today. So if I want to dig into that, we can then understand, well, what feeds this analysis, right? Whereabouts do those problems arise from upstream in our data environment? So I can see here, well, there's something that's deprecated. Everything upstream looks okay, but everything downstream looks bad. So what's going on, right? There's a table within Snowflake. We can see that it's deprecated, and we can see that actually we failed our DQ tests. But there's a JIRA, right? There's a JIRA to resolve that, so we can be relatively confident that that's being worked on. I can use the built-in communication capability to interact with those people that are working on the issue to understand what does it affect. Can I still use my analysis? Do I have to hold off today? And I can then start to collaborate with those people on, hey, what is actually the resolution? What's the impact? We can see the outcome of that data quality through integration with popular DQ tools. But from a sort of usage and literacy perspective, the key here is that we're documenting what this asset is, why it's there, what it's used for, and what part of the business does it belong to.
Who is a typical user of this system, would you say?
So that will completely depend upon the customer we're going into and the use case that they have. So we have customers like Pfizer, and they use us purely from well, not purely, but primarily from a data science point of view, right? So their data scientists are looking for assets that they are creating. They're documenting their projects. They're documenting the ML algorithms that they're using to actually perform their experimentation. And that was actually used in the creation of the coronavirus vaccine, which is kind of cool, right? Mm-hmm. But we have other customers, in the UK, there's a retail chain called Marks and Spencer's, you probably know them, and they came at this from a governance point of view. So this is a business governance, a data governance function that's really focused on business users, business analysts, business decision makers, to ensure that the policies and the correct way of using their data is put in front of them.
Cool. So if users want to find out more and get started with Alation, what is the smartest way to do that?
Well, the smartest way is to visit our booth over at A4.
Right.
But you can request demos on the website. We are actually on Snowflake Partner Connect, so people can sign up for free trials. With the release last year of our new SaaS offering, we make it very, very easy for people to get started and to get engaged with Alation at a low price point.
All right. Are there representatives here in Sweden, or are you guys Nordic representatives?
We have representatives here in Sweden. We have representatives throughout EMEA, so we are covered.
All right then. Well, you heard it here. Go give Alation a try. I will be seeing you very shortly for the next session. Hope you enjoyed this. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you very much for having me again.
And see you guys very soon. Bye-bye. What's up, everyone? We are back. I hope you had a nutritious, whole food-based lunch, giving you plenty of energy to focus on this excellent panel. What do you say? Absolutely. All right. We have some good panelists here with us. We're going to be talking about a modern data strategy. And it is, in fact, a strategy. You have tactics, what particular tool to use, but you have a strategy above that, and that is what's worth spending your time on, how do you measure value, how do you align things, all these kinds of questions. So I have three very senior panelists with me, and I think we can kick it off by you introducing yourselves. Please, go ahead.
I'm Serge Gershkovich. I am the product success lead at SQLDBM, which is an online database modeling tool.
All right.
Okay, yeah. Hi, I'm Jonathan Sunderland. I'm at Abonishow. Given all the AI stuff, I should say I'm a human. And I'm a catalyst, so I love to get people being more effective in the things they do, reactions with data, with people, and generally driving great outcomes.
We'll have to discuss what it means to be human at some point in order to understand what you just said, but all right.
Good afternoon. My name is Steve Neat. I'm the general manager of Alation. We provide data catalogs to underpin many a data strategy.
All right. Well, let's dive into the first set of questions here that we got from the audience. What are the latest trends in modern data strategy, and how can businesses incorporate them to stay ahead of the curve? There are a lot of words that have been thrown around here in the past couple of years. You know, we had a panel here last year, and words like agile and these kinds of things sort of get thrown around, but much like the word human, what I've been finding in the past year as I've been focusing more on moonshot projects is that people will use the word value, but when you ask them, how do you measure it or something like that, it turns out everybody was actually using the word in a different way. And so we can't get started with the project because they have to align themselves first internally and start discussing, wait, what do you actually mean? What are we measuring? We're measuring how much fun the customer is having, right? No. This is actually not about that. It's about our internal efficiency or something like that. So in terms of the trends that have been cropping up in the past half year when it comes to data strategy, what terms and concepts have been sort of leading the charge?
You mean the ones that are actually delivering value or the ones that everyone's talking about? Because those are really two separate things.
Good point. Let's make a distinction.
I think this morning, Cassie did a really good job of breaking down kind of the revolution that people are aware of and the people and what people are talking about. And it's really about productivity, if you're being productive, or are you just talking about we need to get in, 10 years ago, we need to do big data. Nobody knew what big data was. We need to do AI is what you hear today. And are you actually aligning what you're trying to do to the business before you define the technology that you're going to implement? So in many ways, that's what people are failing to do, and just by jumping on the bandwagon of, we hear this new buzzword, we need to make sure our data people are on it.
I feel like there are a lot of people writing that on LinkedIn, but there's a cheap way to do it and a sort of insightful way to do it. A lot of people write everything from, AI is nothing new, or language models are just parrots, or don't just use a tech for the sake of tech. It's not even about the tech, it's about the people, or something like that. What is the way to actually get started in the right way? I mean, do you understand what I'm trying to...
I think about agility from first principles, right? And ultimately, this is about being able to adapt to a change and changing circumstance, right? And the fundamental of that is actually having capacity. It's interesting, you're talking about weightlifting or exercise. Part of that is to give you capacity for some future state. And if you think about capacity as the ability to understand a problem, to synthesize a new answer, to really know what is the hardest problem to solve, capacity is an interesting thing because for many organizations, they erode capacity. The optimization to drive value in the short term actually removes your capacity to do something in the future. And so I would say that underpinning strategy has to be the ability to have valuable capacity to experiment, to try new things, because you don't know whether a thing you're going to do is going to work. And so you might need to try lots of different things, and that's what adaptation is to try different things and to find the thing that works and succeeds. if everyone's doing the same thing, then where's your competitive advantage? So that's a really important thing to me, and I think this emerging thing is, how do organizations have capacity to deal with a changing world when the prevailing circumstance economically is to reduce capacity?
Capacity. All right, I'm going to pin that one and see if we can come back to it, because we sort of touched on it on an earlier panel where we were talking about whether things should be centralized or decentralized and that kind of stuff. And it's not about whether it's correct to decentralize or centralize, but rather to what end, whether it's increasing your ability to, the efficiency with which you do some work or something like that. But let's pin capacity then. I think that's a good question for us to sort of keep revisiting throughout these questions. What do you think are in the latest trends of the past year? What's leading the charge in people's minds?
Well, I think there are some recurring trends. You just need to look around at this great exhibition to see all of the noise around AI, advanced analytics, all the cool, sexy stuff that executives hear about and put a lot of pressure on their organizations to deliver. And that's a lot harder than it appears, because oftentimes what's hidden below is a bit of a complex mess of data stored in all sorts of different places. At the same time, organizations are moving to the cloud, so there's a definite trend towards that, but there's just complexity. So taking advantage of these cool technologies is quite hard unless the fundamental foundations of data governance, knowing what data you've got, and I would say that because we're in the data catalog space, and that's what I experience, is whilst people want all these cool things, just finding data that they can rely upon and trust is really quite hard. So lots of exciting trends that drive demand, but I think we need to get the foundations in place so that you can trust the data that's being used by AI and advanced analytics.
So trust is a really key thing. Trust is the foundation for speed, right?
Trust. Okay, well, so if
you don't trust the data, you're kind of, well, can I do something with it? You're kind of wary. Do I trust you, right? We're kind of wary about what we're going to say. So when you build trust, you build confidence that the outcome is actually what it's going to do when you ask it to use it for that purpose. So trust is the fundamental. Purpose of data is to make decisions, right? If you're not going to make a decision, then what's the point of the data? It's just a cost. So you've got to trust it. If you trust it, you can make better decisions faster. And if you trust the people, you trust the people to use the data effectively. So it's not just the data, it's the people interaction there. And I think a strategy that isn't embedded in trust is not a strategy.
It's really interesting. We visited a customer yesterday in Sweden, and one of the people there said, it's not just about the data, it's not just about finding the data. Most of their time, people are trying to find people who know about that data. Can I trust them? Can I therefore trust the data? So it's all the knowledge and the people associated with that data that's really important as well.
And that actually is about transparency. It's about, as soon as you make things opaque and difficult, you're kind of, well, I don't really trust that. Where's it coming from? That's the value of lineage, right? If I know the lineage, I know where data comes from, I can therefore go, well, who's the person I need to talk to? So transparency is the foundations of trust, and trust is the foundation of all strategy.
And notice how it's never variable, that you don't just download data from one table and say this is good, and then you get the next table and it's rubbish. It usually is a source-based distinction of data from this source is good, data from this source, we'd have to look twice, don't even look at data from the third source, because it shows you that there's a connection to the process, to the systems, to the people underneath, that you can tell when there's manual intervention all over the place, when there's fat fingering of data, and it just drives back to, it's not the technology, it's not how much data you can crunch, it's are you putting systems and integrating a data culture in place that's technology completely agnostic. Data culture of let's follow the process, let's make sure we have, when I say system, I don't just mean technology, I mean a way of doing things, of When we need to enter this data, it has to be in an organized way. When we need to process this data, it has to be via an algorithm, not just somebody manually ticking off some options. So in the end, that translates into the trust that you're referring to of, in aggregate now, this data won't surprise me if all the processes have been followed, if all the system steps have been checked off almost like a list.
But let me ask then, you're saying that certain data's sources are trustworthy, and presumably that's because somebody's been managing that data source using a data structure approach, a data governance approach, and data access controls, all sorts of things. Maybe they have data lineage processes in place. And I guess my question is, when it comes to designing these systems, you could approach it like a waterfall approach where you have to have all that kind of stuff in place before you can even start using the data, or you can do the hack and slash Hadoop approach and get going. And when you start with that approach, I mean, there's many things that can happen, but at least for tech people, one of the main concerns is, what do you call it, like tech debt or something like that. And I'm going to add something to that dynamic, but is that, because we're, okay, so let me formulate this in the form of a question. We're being told in these conferences to work in an agile way, which seems sort of opposed to the idea of designing
Sorry, I'm going to interrupt you. What do you actually mean by agile?
Well, I'm saying what's being said.
Okay.
Okay? And the sentiment of that, I think, means just go and ask questions later.
There's a very good definition of agile, which we can come back to, but it'd be worth actually, people say we're going to become agile, we're going to become data-driven. These are not binary transitions. These are continual movements. You can become more agile. You become more decision-based, more data-based in what you do. And part of that is to say, where are we now, where are we going to? And that is part of that strategy. An organization says, we're going to be data-driven. Well, that is being data-driven. So how can you be data-driven if you're using data to be data-driven, right? There's deep irony there.
I think so. I guess the question is, a lot of organizations now are deploying data platforms, whether it's for processing data, governing data, all those kinds of things, and they're designing it for a long time before anybody uses it to make sure that the design is perfect. And that's orthogonal to...
So what is the purpose of data?
The purpose of data? I would say it's to make decisions.
Okay, and what happens if you make decisions?
You generate more data.
Yeah, you're going to make change. You're going to have more data. You're going to have customers that are going to do something different. Your data structures are going to change. The patterns in the data are going to change. I build a predictive model that prevents churn. I now have new customers that are doing things in a different way. My model becomes invalid. I have to do something else with it. If data is used effectively, it changes the system it's within. And therefore, the models become, they decay to become invalid. So inherently, you have to design a volatile system and governance within that.
But does that mean then that technical debt is built into the system or an agile methodology?
So I said before about what is agile. I'm sorry if I've taken over here.
Curious.
Right, so agile, there are 6 attributes of an agile organization, 6. And it's fair. Flexible, adaptive, innovative, robust, resilient, and responsive. And that's not me making that up. There's been studies around that. So flexible, the ability to do different things. Adaptive, the ability to drive change and have change. Innovate, to bring new ideas, to bring different people together. Robust, having platforms or systems that can withstand pressure and change externally. Resilient, so that when it happens, they stand up. And responsive, which is the most important thing, because change is going to happen, it's recovery from failure. Because when things go wrong, how do you recover from that? And what that actually means is that every agent within a system needs to exhibit those attributes. And by agent, I mean people and software and tools and processes. The hardest thing, the number one thing that organizations need to do to be data-driven is to change their change processes.
Right.
Because if you want to be able to build a new predictive model, right? Let's say as a data scientist, and I've been a data scientist and led those teams, I build a predictive model, I need to make it go live. Well, the software development lifecycle doesn't support that, right? How is taking that model that's generated and pushing it into a test and a production environment actually going to make that model better? I only know whether that model has value if it changes a customer's behavior, and I can only test that in a production environment. And that is the inherent tension that exists between analytics and data scientists and people that want to operationalize and keep a platform running successfully. And that is the inherent problem with change. That if you want to use data more, you're actually going to drive more change. And so it's the change process itself that needs to change.
I think it's neat that you've pointed out that there's sort of several axes that you can measure the dynamics of an agile system. Already at the design phase, one thing I've been saying for many years is that engineers should be designing things to be destroyed from the get-go. So don't design a system that should be living for 5 years. Design a system that you could, in principle, rip and replace and rebuild and redesign with as little pain as possible, at least in principle. I mean, is tech debt something that is a legitimate concern now, more or less than it was in the past in data-driven strategies?
Absolutely. Tech debt it is the flip side of ambition. It is wanting to deliver something and knowing that you've got the incentive to deliver it quickly, and knowing that there are corners that could be cut today. And it's true, you can go to market faster, but that's the whole point of debt. It doesn't go away. You incur it, it keeps piling up. Something that could have taken you, an hour to fix when it's fresh now takes 2 hours because you have to, a week later, remember what it was. 2 weeks later, you've got another bug on top of that, so then it starts growing, like snowballing. But it's what Jonathan was alluding to earlier, that when you have an agile process, you need to resist those temptations of saying, like, we can just make a shortcut today and do it quickly. Whereas if you follow the process and say, we have these things, as soon as we do this, we know that there's going to be a new whatever ticket for fixing this thing that we glossed over, you actually make sure to revisit that. Otherwise, again, it's not going to sort itself out. It's only going to, you can kick it down the road, you can make it someone else's problem, but at the same time, I'm talking about it from a developer point of view. When you're dealing with the business, who are your stakeholders, they have a vested interest in performance. So they could care less about your tech debt. Imagine if we're calling documentation tech debt, your classic. Business doesn't care how much undocumented stuff you have that makes your job harder. They need to get the product out to the public. And you need to balance those forces somehow. So Jonathan's smirking like he's got a solution.
There's so many things on that, but if you think the number one purpose of IT is to reduce risk, because that is the purpose of IT, is to reduce risk in the organization, because the more risk you have, the more money you have to set aside to mitigate against that risk. So if IT is introducing more risk by introducing debt, then it's actually not serving its purpose, which is a really interesting thing on there.
Well, I mean, there is a purpose to debt in economic systems.
Well, it gives you capacity, it gives you it's buying you capacity now to do something, to do now, that you're going to have to pay back later on. And the point about debt is there's an interest rate on that, right? You're going to incur interest rate on that. A lot of that actually comes around as the cost of not making that change. What's the cost of not
opportunity
doing
cost is one thing that's super hard to quantify, but if you have a debt that has a fixed interest rate, the question is, have you made an investment rate with a higher rate of return than the debt that you've incurred? And as long as you've done that, it doesn't matter how big your debt is.
So now you're
that's just an investment. That's just an investment mathematical truth.
But I do think, in a technology sense, the technical debt does hold back some enterprises. Where is the data? People can't find it. And all of the effort that goes into try and find it and try and identify the lineage and all of those things. It's a huge cost with a questionable return unless you can move it into a more modern environment where that world becomes a lot easier. But when you make that decision, that is a business decision as to, is it better that I move everything to the cloud with modern tools and new databases, new technologies, where the world is a brighter place, So you do need to make that economic and technical decision about when you move forward, because I do think it holds organizations back from a world of being more data-driven, because you've got more modern tools that everybody can use, and that's a foundation of building a data culture.
But then the developers have done a good job here, because the point is they have quantified what the technical debt will be. You know, they'll say something like, it will take us 6 months to redesign this if we do it the wrong way, and that'll cost you that much. And the business people have not done the homework in the beginning and say, it's providing this much value to us so that the cost, that covers the cost of rebuilding it later. They're saying, well, we think it might be valuable, we're not sure exactly how much, let's go ahead and see what happens. And then they're stuck with this big debt, and it turns out the thing they made was not as valuable as they imagined. Then they're in a bad spot.
So what you've articulated there is the foundations of the silos in the organization. The cultural silos, IT and the business. Right, immediately you've got this binary state, us and them, this combative thing. And actually all organizations like that, finance go, we're finance, they're the business. Marketing, we're marketing, they're the business. Sales, we're sales, they're the business. And so you end up, you know, we talk about data culture and cultural change, but it actually starts with the language that we use in there. I think the word the business is incredibly toxic, because it drives those partitions, it drives those silos. Because, you know, how do I get paid? You know, as a developer, I get paid. I've got to pay my mortgage, I've got to look after my family. Where does that money come from? You know, I need to understand what is our business model, how it works, how I can do that. You know, if I can spot a way that makes that more efficient, then I am the business.
Yeah.
And so that relationship is fundamental to actually driving that better modern organization, is not by reinforcing legacy stereotypes of there's an outsourced IT department, there's this. It's about collaboration and true.
I guess it depends on where this stuff is born, right? Because we were in a panel earlier, we were talking about how, well, I mean, one of the reasons to centralize things is to get the economy of scale benefits, right? If everybody's doing something, it makes sense to bring it to a central place and have somebody doing very efficiently for everybody. But now we're seeing that data science and a lot of other things are also being done centrally without being justified that way. Because, you know, maybe one team or two teams or three teams need it, but not everybody needs it. And so you have this ivory tower in the center, whereas the standard perhaps should have been to begin with that everybody needed to take ownership of their data and, you know, the outcomes of their AI models and that kind of stuff. And so now we're trying to push that out instead. So in the projects that you're involved in, the strategies that you see work and don't work, what are the commonalities when it comes to centralization and decentralization of those projects?
I think the number one commonality is, I mean, it's going to sound crazy in a modern conference, but everything old is new again, and it's getting the model right, as you just said, aligning to the business, making sure that you're speaking the same language from the get-go, that there's no ambiguity in the terminology, because these things will get turned into requirements and implementations, and before you know it, you've got tech debt or incorrect decisions.
Who determines if the model is right?
The business. It can only be the business. I know it's a toxic word, but I know that what you're referring to, it's a toxic division, but that division is very real, and it exists.
No, but if you just change that to say, it's the decisions were right, they were better decisions, that the outcomes were good, then that is business, right? Is making decisions and driving outcomes that serve the purpose of the organization.
Okay, but the classic question of what is a client? Who can define what a client is? Over to you.
I think developers are just not savvy enough as to the business model, what drives the business and all that. Not because they can't be, but they just traditionally haven't been. I mean, I think the nicest case is Zillow, you know, where they build this model for predicting house prices, and they do that, and then you have another business which has margins so that, you know, if you do one bad deal, you have to do 10 good deals to compensate for it. And that sort of aspect of the business is completely separate from the modeling, IT, and data science part. And so you end up with this product that doesn't deliver on the business objectives. The data scientists think they did a good job because they built a model that predicts house prices super, super well. And then the business people are not understanding why that model doesn't perform as expected. And that's because the data scientists aren't part of the business, I guess, or they see it as separate.
It was interesting. I was having a conversation with an organization this morning who during the pandemic realized that the regional differences were more extreme during the pandemic. So they've now, the business, has now decided to regionalize, and the technology, architecture, and strategy follows suit. So they're going more federated, more decentralized, following a data mesh principle, but it is driven by the business, the strategic imperatives of the business. Let's put it that way. Not the business, the strategy of the business.
And so they would be setting their own goals and everything as well, naturally, I suppose, because the regions...
Pushing the data...
Does that work,
out,
that federated approach?
Yes, I think so. Closer to where the business is actually happening, in the hands of the business to help them make decisions. It comes with some challenges, because you can start losing some commonality and economies of scale, I believe. But the technology is better suited to support it.
So you asked a question earlier on about a catalyst. So I'm going to lean into that, because in that situation, what you really want is to establish emerging best practice. And the role of a catalyst then is to float around the organization, to identify what people are doing, where things are failing, how to fix them, to identify good practices, centralize, synthesize those into things that are good best practices, and then share those. And that is really the role of the catalyst, that they can't be consumed by those interactions. Their job is to make the learnings, because people are doing those things in this federated way. They're doing learnings right at the edge. And it wouldn't be great if the people at the edge find ways of actually sharing those ideas with others. Yeah. But that's difficult because they're motivated to drive revenue locally. They're not motivated to optimize the whole. So that is the point of a catalyst team. And actually, when you talk about an ivory tower, a center of excellence, that is fundamentally wrong, and you talk about a federated model. So having a deliberately constrained team, and I've done this, I've led those teams, of having...
What about people that counter by saying access control and management, like a bank? They'd be like, we just can't spread it out because there's too much security and governance stuff we need to manage.
Well, that burden of governance is a really important thing to attack. And the reality is that you need to adapt and change, right? Of understanding that situation of, well, those strategies are great, but then the pandemic comes along, right? And then these economic things happen. You've got, well, there's the thing of, we're going to veto this thing because we've never done it this way because this has always works. And then suddenly you're in a changing world and you've got to change that. And it's about survival, right? If you can't adapt, you're not going to survive.
Yeah.
And so a lot of the questions then is not saying why you shouldn't do those things. It's what happens if we don't? What's the implication of the business of not doing those things? So yes, federated controls and governance and data access need to be embedded in those distributed processes.
Even in banks and healthcare and everywhere else?
Even more so, right? Because it's about trust, right? If customers can't trust their data with the organization, they're not going to go there, right? And a lot of that is around bringing that responsibility into the people at the edge, right? And so the way that works is by having a microcosm of the business there. So I've also seen that where, for example, not just best practice from having data experts, but security experts. Look, if you've got a small federated team, it's got to have a security person there embedded there, so that as novel practices are being defined, they can go, oh, actually, that's a really good thing. We need to change that change process. We need to lock that in and share that. So now you've got the communication is really important. The standards communication in the federated model, even more so. And in fact, there's a responsibility in a federated model to communicate more than probably you do in a centralized model.
Right.
And if you don't, then you're actually creating technical debt.
For sure. I think this ties into what you were saying just a moment ago, where if it's not a person with knowledge of business metrics that can determine whether or not a data is meeting the requirements of a certain type of cleanliness or whatever the case may be, then who's going to be able to do it? Certainly not a centralized team, right? It has to. Only the person that knows and produces and works with the data is best suited to be able to manage and handle that data, one would think. And so what I want to ask is, one thing that came up in an earlier panel, and I want to hear you guys' reflection on this. We've been talking in terms of data literacy for a couple of years, and I don't know if that term is watered out right now, but I get the sense when I'm speaking to people here at the conference that people are feeling like we're headed toward a divide of the haves and the have-nots when it comes to their ability to express ideas in terms of what's possible with AI and data-drivenness. And like, where do you see the weaknesses in people's ability to express everything from technical requirements to project design requirements when it comes to being data-driven, whether that's AI or just more basic analytical stuff? Like, what kind of knowledge is required of these teams? What's missing the most in the projects that you're working in?
Exactly. That's, like they say, there's levels to this. And I think that's often overlooked in the mesh approach. And I'm not knocking mesh at all. Like, it's absolutely necessary for larger teams, larger organizations. But at the center of it, if we talk about this monolithic, what Data Mesh calls the monolithic data team, warehousing team, it's having the know-how of being able to put the right processes in place, the right controls, the right checks, the right model in place to make sure that, again, we're tying everything back to our business processes. And once you've empowered your teams to consume that data, which is actually what these modern data platforms excel in, is centralized governance, zero copy, cloning, sharing, the ability to tag on not just who's touching the data, who's consuming the data, but actually distribute the costs of consumption and processing down to the teams that use it, whereas before you bought a server and everybody, go ahead, have a field day. Tragedy of the commons. But now that it's distributed, we can actually see who's doing what. And this is the dirty little secret in data. You can't quantify it because you can't trademark it. You can't, a company can build a product, trademark it, sell it, get royalties off of it. You can't pay royalties on your own data. It's proprietary, it belongs to the company. But what you can do is say, okay, you're the marketing team. You come to me and you say that you've got a tremendous need for this, for my time as a data team. And here's the sales team making the same pitch. Here's another team doing the same. Here's what I'm going to do. I can build a robust model, and based on that, I can say that what you're asking for is already there. I can do some analyses and give you the answers you need and give you the answers you need, and it'll take me, X amount of hours, Y amount of hours. Do you have the budget? Is that, like, that's literally what it's worth in dollars and cents. Is that what it's worth to your business? And they can take that decision and say, actually, yes, we've got a lot of revenue riding on this, and that's a go for us. And the other team might say, it'll be faster for me to do this by hand and just approximate.
Sometimes it's fair to describe everything in terms of money, because at the end of the day, it's just a number on the amount of value you have. And talking about data mesh in terms of cost management is a pretty cool way to look at it, because it's very easy to forget sort of how do we justify spending more effort into this aspect of a project, and to be able to go back and figure out who's consuming the data, what value is it producing, and all, and really seeing at it from a cost management perspective, I think feels like a fairly sound way of thinking about it, actually. I mean, we do that with the cloud now, right? Just sort of, what department in the company is spending a lot of money on these resource groups, and so they have to be able to pay for their own resources in that way, and we should do that with data as well, or it seems to make sense that we should be doing that with data as our asset as well. It's cool that you brought that up as a something that you think maybe isn't in opposition to the data mesh, but at least is like an angle that people don't tend to think about. What other tired tropes are there when it comes to distributed data and modern data strategy out there?
I'd like to come back to your point on data literacy. I think we've come a long way. It wasn't that long ago, certainly in my lifetime, where data was the custodian of the data was the IT function.
Right.
They looked after the servers, they knew where it all was. If you wanted a report making, you'd probably go and speak to somebody in IT.
Yeah.
So
I don't think that was a trope. That's something that is a reality almost everywhere.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I think what's happened is the tools have advanced to give people more ready self-serve access. We lived through a pandemic where the UK government every night was standing up saying, we're going to make data-driven decisions, and we're presenting graphs and charts freely and openly and transparently that were the basis of those data-driven decisions. You get data mentions on the front page of newspapers. There's an awareness and a greater literacy. I think people are becoming more educated. I think the tools have improved. People just need to be able to access it and find it and be able to trust the data for that literacy and culture to fully develop.
Right. What do you say about data literacy?
Well, I kind of think it's interesting that I think it's the wrong problem, right? I think that you need to focus on critical thinking of like, how do you know what is the right question to ask? And,
in that case, we're all screwed. You can't
right?
teach that.
No, but you can, right? You can create an environment that encourages that encourages curiosity and challenge. And like, SQL was invented as a language to enable business people to interrogate the data, to be self-service. And it has failed, right? People can't use SQL anymore, and it's straightforward. It's select from table with some rules, right? How is that difficult? And yet now we've got to dumb that down into a report, and even that's too dumb, so I now have to ask some chatbot to tell me what the answer is, right? We're adding these layers of abstraction that actually make us less intelligent, not smarter. We have to go back to encouraging some people to apply critical thinking.
That has to be a key word here, though, because it's fairly clear to me.
Well, right, so this is a trigger point for me. Right, this is a real trigger point. I'm sorry to go off on one. I believe in a data meritocracy, not a data democracy. That you've got to earn the right to have access to the most sensitive data to drive the most profound value, not enable everyone access to everything, because that just creates an insane burden of governance. If I gave you some plutonium, if everyone here had some plutonium or uranium, you wouldn't do that, right? You have to earn the right to work with toxic materials in the safe environment. You've got to earn the right to work with that data.
That's a hot take. I love that. Go ahead.
Push back, because if you're talking to, let's say, a senior director in a domain that they specialize in, let's say they're the marketing expert, I'm not. The best I could do is say, I can give you the data in the format that will be easy for you to, when you need to make a decision over millions of data points, I can summarize those for you in whether it's a report or whatever. I cannot teach you SQL and data modeling and notation and aggregation and performant query techniques. I can just trust that if I present this to you in a meaningful way, you'll know what to do with it. Whereas your data analyst, him I could work with in that capacity. Two different profiles looking at the same data. One has the tools to mess around with it. One just he knows what questions to ask. He probably knows the decisions to make based on the answer to those questions. There needs to be all three tool sets and skill sets working together.
I think business people are going to have a hard time, because we know for a fact that a lot of people struggle with reading two-dimensional charts. What does this chart tell you? And they'll say, well, the dots are in a line. It's so different from asking a technical person, what is the next most typical sample versus the most probable sample? And they'll know the difference between typicality and probability. And you can go to a business person and explain it, and it's not clear that they'll be able to understand what the difference is. Not everybody can run as fast as Usain Bolt, and not everybody can learn quantum physics. Maybe we're reaching an inflection point where you have to earn access to data, provided you've proven that you are able to interpret it. And so I don't think you're saying opposite things here.
No, absolutely not.
This business person, if maybe that's the only person that's qualified to be able to interpret the data, but maybe language models can provide access to that data in a way that doesn't require the person to learn how to program in SQL.
But if the language model, how do you know whether the language model is just making something up or giving you the right answer? And if you can't apply that criticality to the
I only think that the language model is more auditable than a human. Because the data scientist is going to be doing the same thing, but you won't be able to audit that data scientist in the same way.
The data model, the language model is making something up because that's what it's designed to do.
Yeah.
But you know, I come from the tech side, and I get these questions from people who are less technical when they see articles, when they see headlines of, oh look, here's the latest article that ChatGPT is generating code. Does that mean analytics is obsolete? And I know where they're coming from, because you can log on to ChatGPT, ask it a SQL question if all you really know is the word SQL and select, and say, how do I write a query? And it'll give you a query. But anyone who's ever used one of them knows that they're very imperfect. If you don't know what questions to ask, you won't get meaningful results. It'll look like magic when it spits something out, but it doesn't mean it's practical.
But there is something good to be said about these models that are outputting imperfect stuff. I'm pretty good at programming, and I think these models are tremendously useful for me. But the good news is that it's much easier to verify that that an answer is correct than it is to actually produce a correct answer.
Yes.
Right? You can verify that a program has output a reasonable answer more easily than you can actually write a program like that from scratch. And so perhaps even if the model is untrustworthy, a salesperson would be able to say, well, that looks unreasonable, or that looks reasonable, or something like that. And then we won't have to teach everybody how to use SQL or how to manage data and that kind of stuff. But then what is the onus of people when it comes to data literacy and data strategy? What is it we're actually aiming for if what we do is get rid of the technical burden and the technical debt and all that stuff? I think we have 2 minutes here. If we summarize sort of what the vector of sort of data strategy here is, and it's not a technical one, what kind of an arrow is it?
I think it's where we started, which is, what is data for? To help people make better decisions.
Do better business? Or what does that mean?
Make better decisions in whatever business they're in. It could be education, it could be healthcare, it doesn't have to be...
Does it have to be measurable?
Well, what is better?
Yeah, well, I'm seeing if we can agree here.
That's the definition. You've got to be able to measure it.
Does everything...
that's that criticality, right? What does better mean? If you can't define better, then what's the point of making that decision?
Okay, so measurability, is that a central thing?
You can't improve it if you can't measure it.
What do you say? Measurability, how important is that?
I would say traceability, that anything you're making decisions on, you have to know that it's correct, and just know exactly the trade-off between time to market and doing it properly and auditing.
We can measure it in logits instead of some absolute value.
Yeah, I mean, you'll never have that just by the nature of the technology and large language models. They can't tell you why they produce the results they produce. Whereas you can go back to an analyst and say, you gave me these predictions and figures, where did this come from? And assuming they did it correctly, they can trace it all the way back and say, this is the data I used, these are the assumptions I made, these are the formulas I put in. And they might say, actually, that assumption was wrong, this formula is incorrect, this data is not trustworthy, go back and fix it. But do I need a quick judgment based on something? Sure, you can go to an LLM. They're immensely useful in many ways. I just don't think decision making is one of them.
All right. I think there is so much room for discussion on this topic. I recommend everybody watching online, if you want to keep discussing this over beers, like presumably many of us will be doing, you got to be here in person. Thanks for joining us today, and thanks for answering all these awesome questions in this panel today, everybody. I will be seeing you in the next event. What's up, everyone, and welcome back. This is a session that I'm particularly excited about, and that I think if you are interested in large language models, you will be too. I'm joined by Torsten from Databricks, and he's going to show us how to make your very own super mega awesome large language model right from your laptop.
Exactly. Yeah, thanks for having me. Yeah, my name is Torsten Jacobs. I'm a senior solutions architect at Databricks, and as mentioned, I want to talk about large language models. And I think they have been quite popular recently because of one particular large language model, namely ChatGPT. But what I want to show is that you don't have to use this big proprietary models, but you can basically also train and own your own model. And then we recently at Databricks released one called Dolly, and I want to talk a little bit about Dolly and basically how to train LLMs in Databricks. But first, let me start, for those of you who don't know who Databricks is. Basically, the founders of Spark founded Databricks about 10 years ago now. The Lakehouse company, I'm going to talk about that in a moment, and we heavily believe in open source, so all the tools that are inside Databricks, Delta, MLflow, etc., all open source as well. And yeah, I mentioned the Lakehouse. So basically, what we mean with Lakehouse is that you use one unified platform for all use cases, from warehousing, data engineering, to ML and streaming, and on all types of data, be it structured, semi-structured, etc. So basically having all in one package here. And why is this important for large language models? Because they depend on large amounts of high quality data and on text data, which is like unstructured or semi-structured data. And this can be then hosted inside Databricks, and you can work with this type of data and build the model there. So first, what is a large language model? A bit of a recap. Basically, there are different ways of like how they are operating. You can use them, for example, for translating, for summarizing, etc. And what makes them so interesting is that you can train them on text, and there's just so much. I mean, we are working with text so much, right? So there's so much information out there that you can use to train them. But also they accept instructions in terms of natural language, and that's like the easiest way for us, of course, to communicate. And they have been around for quite a while, but why suddenly is there this large interest? Because recently there was a kind of a breakthrough has been shown with ChatGPT how how powerful they actually are. And now there are quite a few of different types of large language models out there that you can basically use. And I want to show, well, basically, for those of you who haven't heard of Hugging Face is the hub in the internet where these models that are trained or that you can use by yourself are being hosted. Basically a hub for different machine learning models, but also for data sets. And then the idea is that, okay, if you want to own your own large language model, what you could do is you take one of these open source models, but then train it on your specific data so that the model understands your domain. And then you own this model yourself and use it for different use cases. And we have this integration like in Databricks because we work with open source tools. You can use Python, etc. You have quite scalable compute, and yeah, can basically do this in Databricks. How do we see customers using it, or what are potential use cases? Starting from basically democratizing access to data. Not everyone knows how to program, how to write SQL or other commands. So using these LLMs, you can basically have a natural language interface to your data and then interact with the data in that way. It can give you insights about like unstructured data, like text data, which you maybe do not have saved in tables and you cannot run queries on it. But with the help of these models, you can basically extract information from them. And it can do some tasks that maybe are a bit boring and repetitive, like writing specific text formats, etc., and then summarizing for you. And then we recently introduced Dolly. So what is Dolly? Dolly is basically the first open source instruction following LLM, which is licensed for commercial use. And the last part there is interesting because there are a lot of open source models out there that you can use yourself, but you can only do it for research or for your own purpose. And in this case, basically, you can use it commercially if you want to, and we put it on Hugging Face for everyone to use. And that means that, like with Dolly, every organization can now own, customize their own LLM, and then basically also control where the data goes. So you don't have to send your data to an external provider, and basically you know where the model is and where your data is here.
What is the difference between something that's fine-tuned on something and something that is just trained in general?
Yeah, I can actually come to this here. So talking about fine-tuning and training, what Dolly is basically, it's based on an open source, like 12 billion parameter model from the Pythia family. And that model can do certain tasks because it understands language. It was trained on language, but it can't do like things like summarization, instruction following in the same way how we would like to use it in this case. So what we then did is that we needed a question and answer data set that gives us different scenarios of how we might want to use this model. And this data set, we created at Databricks internally. Basically, it's a crowdsourced effort that all the employees helped building it. So it's a high-quality human-made model. And for this, on the existing model, we then fine-tuned it to make it, give it the capabilities that we wanted it to have. And yeah, this model is quite a bit smaller than a lot of the commercially available models nowadays, and that makes it a bit easier to basically own and train by yourself. Yeah, that was the intro, and I think the easiest always to understand how things work is with a demo. And I just wanted to start with just the basics of how do I just use the model as is. And here we have the Hugging Face page of the model. And if we go down a bit, we get some instructions of how we then get started with this model. And this is what I did here. Let me zoom in a bit. Basically, just a few commands to install, download, just one node. It's like close to 24 gigabytes, so it's a bit that needs to be downloaded.
So you're just using transformers straight from Hugging Face?
Exactly. So I use the pre-trained model as is, exactly using this transformers integration, and then yeah, with a few lines of code, I can start and send commands and questions to my model here. And here's just some examples, like explain difference between fission and fusion. I can ask it about the lake house. It knows that even. It knows about Stockholm, so it like can already do quite some interesting stuff. But now maybe I don't want to ask questions about Stockholm or something. I want to have something that is specific to my business. But Dolly probably doesn't know about if you have a very niche business. So how do I go ahead and do that? I mean, say we have like the scenario that yeah, we want to build some sort of chatbot for my customers, and they can ask questions. For example, in this case, a gardening shop. And then Dolly should answer these questions. So one way would be to retrain it completely, and then you have to build up this new question and answer data set. But an easier way, and so you slip retraining, would be the following. You take a data set that contains this knowledge. It could be from some internal knowledge base. It could be from customer support cases that you had from earlier. And then you take this text data set, load it into Databricks, and then create something called a word embeddings, or basically you vectorize, you make numbers out of your texts. And what that is for is basically, it's a quite common method in natural language processing. It can then find text or information that is similar to each other with these vectors. And then what we do is we save this vectorized information in a specific database that is made for this. It's called a Chroma database. And then in the next step, now a user asks my blueberries question. And then I go ahead and also vectorize this one. I compare it with my data set from earlier. And then I find like similar context from my data set. And this context, together with the question, I feed into Dolly. And Dolly then takes this mess, which might be quite a large text or something, and extracts the valuable information from it and basically provides me the answer. And through this step, I can also trust the data better because many of these LLMs are not perfect in, like if I train them, fine-tune them on these kind of data sets, this fact, like memory is often not perfect. So this way you can trust this more. And then in the next step, maybe now I want to have a follow-up question to this. So how do I do this? This is basically then the whole picture, like you have the data prep and the inference. And then for the follow-up questions, what I do is I feed the new question with the same embeddings. Again, I pick the information from my database to Dolly, but this time I also add the previous context to it, like the previous question, previous answer. And from all this chain of context, it will then understand that this is a follow-up question and can be like instruction following. And this is basically the same concept that it's also used by like ChatGPT to have a conversation. And I can quickly, like if you want to try this out at home, or if you have Databricks, that is, we have this cool website called Databricks Demos, dbdemos.ai, where we have a lot of like easily available, pre-made demos available. So you can simply install it in an existing workspace. And then for different content, we have demos available. And then here we have the Dolly one. So you would simply say, pip install db demos, and then import this specific one. And then it installs you all the notebooks and a cluster that is ready to use in your workspace. Just one note here, the cluster needs a GPU, so that's something that should be available in your cloud region.
How big GPU do you need?
It wasn't too big. I think with a single GPU it works, but sometimes runs out of memory. But then another cluster had like 4 GPUs, and it was.
And that was okay.
Yes, it depends on it. But the standard is not too big of a machine needed here.
Okay.
And and then this is what it looks like. And I can't, go through all the details, but and just also a bit of a recap for those who don't know Databricks at all. So this is basically the Databricks workspace. This is the starting point. You have notebooks where you can write your code, Python, Scala, SQL, R. Here on the side, you have access to your data sets, to your compute. And for specific users, like for machine learning, for example, we have then some special features like model registry, feature store, experiment tracking, etc. And the nice thing with notebooks is that you can also include text and pictures, so it makes it a bit easier to follow. And then basically this is exactly what I said. So this is already the step where we go ahead and have this database built up and send a question to it. And if I quickly go down, we can see then here how we have asked this question to it. And then here it gives us some information. I don't know much about blueberries, but it sounds about right. And here it can also give you, or about gardening, but here it can also give you then in addition, so that you trust this answer more, the actual sources from this embedded data set as an addition to read through if you want to have more details. And then you can also ask some other questions here about aloe vera plants, and also here we get a nice
what
answer.
feature is it that provides this nice formatting in the source?
So this is basically, just to make it more readable, we embedded some HTML. We have to look at the function. Here's the function.
Oh, that's nice.
We embed HTML code inside the answer here. Mm-hmm. But in a real scenario, this would be then maybe basically the model would be hosted as an API or something, and then you would call that one.
And because it's notebooks, it's nice and clickable. That's cool.
Yeah.
Actually, I have a question on one of the slides before, or maybe it was here. It gave an example of saying, and how would you say that in Italian or something like that?
Yeah.
What languages does Dolly support?
So at the moment, it's basically based on an English base model, so it understands English. So that's also going to be the main use case. If you really want it in a different language, one would have to basically retrain the base model, or one could do something similar for translation, but I wouldn't really use Dolly for if you want to do translation kind of things or so.
But does it know, has it been trained on any data from other languages? Like
No,
Wikipedia or something?
This is purely on English.
Purely English,
Yeah,
okay,
yeah,
good to know.
Yeah. And and then just quickly, then this is basically the next step where we then want to ask the follow-up questions, and also, a lot of different steps of code that I'm not going to go into details, but basically here we then see the first question and the answer, and then we follow up with how much water should I give, so it understands I'm actually talking about my blueberries here, and as a follow-up question. So just very quickly, that's like a rough how you could use it.
Oh wow! Can you talk about this? That's nice too, I think. The fact that it's not just a development environment; you can actually deploy it.
Exactly, and good that you say it. I was about to come to it in the next steps. Basically, the options of how all this ML is embedded in Databricks. So if I go back to my slide here. Just quickly here. So basically, we think large language models are not in hype. They're really going to change a lot going forward in how AI works. We released our version, but there are other open source ones available, and we really think this is a way forward. We built Dolly not only as a product to use as is, but mainly also to show. Okay, you don't need like a proprietary model. You can actually build and host your own ones, and with then also owning the data yourself and owning the model yourself, and then and we also believe that the world will really shift towards more of these open source type of large language models because they have a number of advantages when it comes to how you can customize, as mentioned, data ownership, etc. And then talking about the point that you came from, so we already have, and there will be more features coming now in Databricks where we have native support for large language models, where with our ML flow, this is the tool for basically the ML ops inside Databricks. There will be more features towards large language models. Just keep an eye open. Like in the next weeks or months, there will be quite some new.
Could be days or weeks or months.
Yeah, mainly towards our summit, which is in summer, and. We also, in addition to that, also going to import or embed it internally, basically. So we're going to have features where in our docs you can ask a large language model about Databricks instead of searching through the docs. And another nice thing will also be that we're going to embed it, for example, in SQL context, so that SQL users who usually don't have access to unstructured data can embed textual, word, questions inside their code, and then send it to, in this scenario, an API to ChatGPT or use their own model here. And so finally, just some remarks. We have quite some information out there. Also, this is about basically the newest ML flow, what you mentioned, where we have more support for these LLM features. Check out the demo, dbdemos.ai, if you want to try it out yourself, or check on Hugging Face about this model. Yes, and also fine-tuning inside Databricks. So basically, we support the whole chain there from training, building a data set, training a model, hosting a model, fine-tuning, etc.
That's pretty exciting.
That was about what I wanted to present.
That's all we have time for, but there's so much more to go through. So I recommend everybody here get in touch with you. And what's the best way to reach you?
The best way would be via the local Databricks team. If you have, depending on where you're located, you might have already access to it, or just send out a request. Look at our website and send out a request to the official context there.
All right. Well, it looks like the threshold to getting started with the LLMs is very low on Databricks. So hopefully you guys try it out. I guess I'll be trying it out in the coming days. So thanks for showing this, and see everybody in the ether.
Thanks for having me.
Hey everyone, and welcome back. The Data Innovation Summit 2023. We're here with another panel of esteemed guests to discuss a topic which is top of mind for everybody and spoken about a lot. Can't stop reading about it on LinkedIn, can't stop hearing about it on TV. Has everything to do with the link between AI governance, machine learning operations, and responsible AI. Now, it's not always we use these terms to talk about these things, but they are interlinked in a certain number of ways. And I think it touches on the sentiment of people, because people talk about things like ethics, they talk about sort of who is responsible for what, talk about copyright, all sorts of things, because it relates to people. And these are processes that we've inherited from best practices in software development and whatnot, and the question is, how applicable is it to AI? How easy is it? How hard is it? So, you're all experts in your fields. How about we start with a little round of introduction to hear who you are? Go ahead.
Yeah. So, hi everyone. I'm Annelies, and I'm leading data and AI for the Northern market at IBM.
Nice.
Thanks, Robert. I'm Jesse McCroskey. I'm a principal data scientist and lead our social change and sustainability efforts at ThoughtWorks.
ThoughtWorks, all right.
Michelle Carlson, head of data science strategy and evangelism at Domino Data Lab, and recovering industry analyst. I was at Forrester for 4 years covering data science, machine learning, and AI.
So you're recovering and on the light side now.
Indeed. Yes, it's not the dark side in any way.
All right, double agent. We'll see. We'll ask these questions. All right, let's hit it off with questions that we got from the audience. The first one is, how can organizations transition from data governance to AI governance? And there are a number of tools that have embedded best practice for how to manage data. You know, we're talking about decentralized data, federated data, and all that kind of stuff. And I think we're seeing a number of tools that are trying to embed similar thoughts about AI, for how to manage it, version it, and all that kind of stuff. Is it mature? Should we trust these tools? Is there a process? Are there best practices?
Yep.
What do you all think?
I can maybe start. I think there absolutely is so. I think first off, it's not data governance and now we only do AI governance. You first need to absolutely do your data governance. It's like, where can I find my data? Who can access it? And then really enforcing those governance policies. And then you go into that AI governance, which I would say is then the next step. So
you say it's a prerequisite. You have to have your data in order before you can get more mature in AI?
You need to govern it well if you want really to have like that observability in your AI lifecycle. You also need to make sure that, again, we enforce those governance policies, that not everyone can just get the data and then put a model in production on data that they were not supposed to get.
What about democratization? Because we've actually heard something about that in an earlier panel where some panelists were saying, you shouldn't just give everybody the data. And I know it's not popular because democratization of data means giving everybody everything, doesn't it? Or does it not? I mean, what is your take on that?
Well, sometimes certain data needs to be masked, right? So I think it starts already, but in which form you
mean for compliance reasons or what?
For compliance reasons, like PII data, you don't want that to be shared just like that. So I think, definitely from a regulation, I'm happy it's there, and I think we should adhere to it. But there are ways to get to data or to get to insights or to train models while still respecting that, right?
Okay.
So,
what do you think?
Transition. My sense of this is that really this is a whole new world for a lot of organizations. So obviously data governance is absolutely very, very important, but everything that goes on top of that is still very much in flux at a lot of organizations. Because when it comes to when you're training AI models, when you're building analytics applications on top of that, it's not just a question about being able to version and capture the data, it's also being able to version and capture the code that's used, the model that's created, the analytic artifacts that are off of this, and then later on through the life cycle to the model that was then deployed and the predictions that come off of that. And for a lot of organizations, they'll have a couple of those different capabilities, but they don't have a way to tie that all together. So you can tie back the prediction to the model, to the code, to the version of the data. And so I find that a lot of organizations out there are more mature on the data governance side and are hoping that this is just a little small add-on that they can add to it, and then this will be an extension of what they're doing. But the folks who are in charge of the data governance are so disconnected from the folks who are training the models and building the applications that really it sort of drops off a cliff after you move on from the data.
I'll speak briefly to your point about data democratization. And I did some work at Mozilla where we were trying to kind of like find what's the enough rope not to hang yourself kind of solution. And I think ThoughtWorks does a lot of work with data mesh. And I think one of those principles out of data mesh is that data should be a product. And I think that's part of the answer to the data democratization question is data should not be whatever you're putting into your server logs just goes everywhere else. You create products, you provide quality guarantees, you offer them to clients. And with that sort of model, you can have data democratization in a safe way. Talking more generally about AI governance, I think that to me, what differentiates AI governance from data governance is the unique risks that come with AI systems. And I think like the kind of more boring point is you should have risk-based approaches where you're doing risk assessments. You should understand your organization's values in a way that they can be operationalized in the metrics that you're choosing for your AI. But I think the more exciting aspect is actually around what's happening now. And I think AI is becoming powerful enough that the social impact can be so enormous and is so poorly understood that there's a need for transparency. And that it should not only be the big tech companies that are deciding what transformational technology is being unleashed on the world. So again, working with Mozilla, we do a lot of work around AI transparency. We actually just released a report about a month ago with some researchers there. And I think that we need, in order for all the needed stakeholders to have a seat at the table deciding how this tech should influence our society, we need policymakers, we need journalists, we need people like everyone listening today to be able to understand this technology in a way to be able to meaningfully discuss it.
I wouldn't miss, though, the opportunity to talk about just the opportunity for better ethical decision-making courtesy of machine learning and AI. This is one of those things where, if you talk about bias, if you talk about explainability and transparency, if you think machine learning is bad, have you tried humans? Right? On all of those dimensions, we are absolutely terrible at both understanding our biases, about going in and being able to actually explain what our decisions are made off of versus ex post justifications of what our decisions are made of. And so the opportunity here to actually drive more ethical decision making using machine learning and AI is extraordinary, and I would hate for it to get lost in all of the worry and risk around potential irresponsible uses of it. I mean, obviously, there are huge risks.
I think we need to spend a couple of rounds on this, the potential for positive ethics, because there's everything from being more ethical to being more, the fact that you can actually change an AI model once you've discovered a problem in it, whereas changing it, but
it'll tell you when there's a problem with it. You will find, if you monitor your model properly, you'll be able to detect it in a way that intuition and human-based processes you can't do.
All right, we're going to make that a central focus for this talk, but you did say something interesting that I want to hear you guys' reflection on, which was that data is a product, because funny enough, right before you said it, I was going to say, I think the difference between AI and data is that AI is more clearly a product. Now, and the reason I say that is because one of the things you have in a company when you identify something as a product, whether it's data or anything, is you have a life cycle and a product owner, somebody that's deciding the direction that the product heads in. It's very seldom that you have a product and you're like, my job here is done, right? And a product needs to be updated. You need to check if it still fits with the market over time, and so there's a sense of change, and maybe that's the case for data as well. But it's very clear in the case of AI that the purpose of AI is to change something, and you need to keep the AI up to date with that change happening. There needs to be a goal with it. You need to know when it's not relevant anymore. And there needs to be a person that manages that. And all too often I've seen in projects that I've been involved in that organizations think they can build an AI and then it's done and they put it somewhere and then they move on to the stuff that they're really supposed to do.
Yeah.
But you need to have an AI product manager and maybe even an AI data manager. And that's not to say that they're the equivalent of the kind of products that you sell to customers or whatnot, but there still needs to be a manager of that sort.
Yeah. So maybe also from an AI governance perspective, we really see it as that you have to have really the observability end-to-end of your life cycle, that within there you monitor for bias and maybe other metrics, right? But all of that automatically. And then that data, that it flows towards the risk management people. And that there you have business processes in place, because sometimes we talk a lot about the technology, but we forget the people and the processes. So I think that part is important, that of course the life cycle is continuous, so that you should be monitoring and having documentation, the metadata? Have you been monitoring? Where is the model? Is it still accurate? Should we be retraining it?
But let me plant a question here.
Yeah.
Because the question is, who is responsible for determining if a model is performing up to expectations or not?
So I think that's still...
In an organization.
That's still both. I think there will also be a request probably for new roles within the company that are really looking at the AI governance part. But definitely, I think from a risk management perspective, we see that more and more C-level is really taking the responsibility there, that it's really in place, the governance end-to-end. So
I guess I have like an implicit question here. Is it IT's responsibility to make sure that the model is performing up to expectations?
Well, can I just add? We did with the business value a research, and we see that companies are finding that it's less and less with technical people, more and more towards C-level and more risk management with people. So I just wanted to share that.
I think you sort of gave away the answer, though, when you before when you were asking the question, in the sense of that product manager role is a very good role to be responsible for the monitoring and the performance of the model. We always like to talk about how the business stakeholder should own the model, but frequently it's not realistic. The business stakeholder just doesn't understand enough about what the model is doing and what the application is doing for them to really own it properly. And so the product manager role is very effective for doing that. Now, but at the end of the day, somebody needs to own this that's above the product manager. And I guess where I'm seeing it these days landing is with a new breed of chief data and analytics officer or chief data officer who is increasingly taking ownership of those analytics and AI products in the organization.
Does that make sense? I mean, consider, for example, a recommender system in a food retail chain. So I've finished my shopping basket, and there's this one place where I buy often. I'm a vegan, so I don't want to have chicken as my recommendation, and I don't play with Duplo anymore, so I don't want to have toys as my recommendation. And still, the recommender engine, and this is not because they don't have good data scientists. I know this particular chain has tremendously talented data scientists, but the recommender system just gives me garbage recommendations. Such a shame, because that's an opportunity for upsell and stuff. Should the product manager, where should the product manager for that service to me as a customer be? Is that part of marketing? Is that part of IT? Is that a sort of product strategy owner? Where does it, I think I have an idea, but it's not clear to me that all companies know where that role would land naturally in their organization. Have you guys seen these sort of roles pop up for people that take responsibility for AI, and are there places where it lands better than others?
On my side, I usually find it depends on the maturity of the business. There's some business products which are mature enough that there are product owners and product managers embedded within a business unit who understand machine learning enough, they've been around enough, they've worked with it enough that they can own the output of a data scientist or a data science team that supports them. But often, you just don't have them. They don't have enough connection with the data and the analytics and the data science side of it. So there I'm seeing that folks on the data science center of excellence side of things, they have to go in and have their own product managers to go in and drive those. So in this particular example...
like an extended V team that's out with everyone.
Exactly. So in this particular example, that business unit likely knows this well. The recommender system has been well embedded within it. They should be owning it. There should be a product manager within the business that owns this. But if you're going to something which is more experimental, so this is a computer vision use case, say, that the company hasn't gone leveraged before, there's no way that somebody within the business unit would actually have that experience. And all of a sudden, here, your AI center of excellence, your analytics center of excellence, they need to have a product manager in there to run that because there's just nobody on the business side that can.
Let's tie this back to data literacy. To what degree is data literacy necessary to be able to implement data governance in an effective fashion? Because you just gave the example, if you don't know how an image classifier works or you don't know what's reasonable to expect from a language model, it's very difficult to sort of make reasonable assumptions about reliability and trustworthiness and all that kind of stuff.
I think it's more than data literacy. And to go back to your previous question, like who should own the performance of a model, I think that organizations need to understand that performance of an AI system is multidimensional. And this is where you get the problems of silos and kind of how this connects to responsible AI. You have a data science team that's working on this recommender system that's recommending you chicken and toys or whatever. And like they have a metric they've been told to optimize for, and maybe that's like how much business do they move, how many things do people buy, and maybe they have a model that's actually quite effective at that. As a side effect, it gives garbage to some people like yourself, but overall it works pretty well. And so if you think about kind of the performance from the perspective of that data science team, they're doing a great job. They're really happy with what they're doing. But if you think about like the risks in terms of like, irritating people like yourselves, potentially in terms of, legal compliance risks, that sort of thing, that's someone else. And that's why the data literacy needs to be cross-disciplinary in the sense that everybody understands there's more than one way to measure whether an AI system is working or not. And you need to have, I think, different people that are responsible for different aspects of that. And some of it is compliance, and some of it is marketing, and some of it is product. And that's why AI is so difficult for an organization to do well, because you end up with these silos. And the problem with AI is you have metrics, and everybody loves metrics. It's like playing a video game. I got a high score, I'm winning, Yeah. But the problem is there's a lot of ways to win that are not aligned with business success.
No. But I think it's, oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just going to add to that. It's not only data literacies, maybe also people that are very good with data, maybe they don't see the risk, they don't know what business controls are. So I see both ways that they need to learn from each other. So yeah.
Well, there are certainly silos, right? And so I 100% subscribe to what you just said, which is that you might have a data science team, and presumably this is the case at this retailer that I'm talking about, that the data science team has made a collaborative filtering model, which, whatever metric that you're using, is doing very well. But then there's a business reality, which is upsell or cross-sell. And that's data that they might not even be privy to.
Yeah.
And because they're in silos like that, the recommender system does, you asked us to make a recommender system that filters perfectly, and we did it. But that has nothing to do with the actual outcome of it. Yeah. And so I guess one question is, when it comes to data governance and sort of responsible AI, how do we get into the aspect of measuring the results of the actions that we're doing to achieve responsible AI, ethical AI, and that kind of stuff? So there are lots of initiatives right now about ethical AI, responsible AI, and that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
We just spoke about metrics. We're all obsessed with metrics as scientists, oriented people. How do we measure that stuff?
I think for now, the ones that we all agree we can measure, it's fairness, right? It's making sure that the model is also robust. It's the explainability. It's also making sure that it's transparent. I think for all those metrics, those are the ones that we're ready really to monitor. And there again, I think that data should really be made available to then those people that are maybe less, that have less knowledge about the data. And I think there maybe what we can do is just say like, yes, we have been checking for bias. We have been checking for making sure that it's explainable, that it is, that we have all of that. So I think that part, yeah.
I have a feeling we're going to segue into ethics in just a moment, but what do you think about the measurability of fairness and all that kind of stuff?
So, the issue with this is that, fairness metrics are often mutually contradictory. What you're looking at when you're looking at group level metric fairness might be completely contradictory to when you're looking at an individual level fairness. And so how do you reconcile that? Well, you can't reconcile that just based off of data science. Data science won't tell you which one to use. That is, at the end of the day, a business decision and a leadership decision. So there's an awful lot whereby we're trying to put on the heads of a data scientist things which at the end of the day are ethical decisions and business decisions, and so which they cannot answer. And they shouldn't be the ones in charge of answering. So there is this level of, if you want to get responsible AI, ethical AI, you need much more senior level leadership to be involved in this and take an active role in this. The problem is that a lot of senior level leadership just does not have any experience with these technologies and doesn't know how to. I'm really comforted though by the fact that so many organizations are putting in new chief data and analytics officers who have either been practitioners or at least have been involved in these kind of projects previously, so they have a sense of what the risks are, what success looks like. And so I'm really excited that there's this evolving maturity and there is this category of new leaders who can actually more meaningfully play that role.
I think somewhat echoing your first point, I think that success in responsible AI is more about process than outcome. And I was just saying that I love metrics, but I think that you're trying to work with unknown unknowns here. So I think having a robust process, there's the phrase shift left that goes around, and thinking about from conception, from design, you should be doing threat modeling, you should be doing responsible tech tools to understand what are the potential unintended consequences, how can you mitigate them? Because it's one thing to have fairness metrics and say, according to this metric, my model is fair, and it's another to realize that on the ground, people's lives are impacted in a negative way. And I think process is the only answer to that.
I love the idea that there can be diametrically opposed metrics which you can't reconcile with each other. It's like compressing an image. You can either compress it a lot and reduce the quality, or you can maximize the quality and make it very large. But you can't do both necessarily. They're by definition. And so the question is, if we do agree that you can't achieve data equality or data fairness and all these things, it is sort of going to fall on somebody's lap to make these decisions. In the same way that how much risk is the company willing to take, financial risk?
Yeah.
What position are we going to take? Because I think lawyers and others want to think of it as are we good? But there is no are we good. It's where do we want to be?
Yeah.
What position do we want to take? And okay, is that, well, I'm going to ask it openly because I want you guys to say it, but is that something that falls on the lap of the data scientist, the data science team, the IT team, the C-suite, the shareholders? Where does it fall?
I think it's really, it's because we've done those projects, it starts from the C-suite, but it entails everyone. So it often starts by the request of the risk management teams, and then we work together with the data science teams, and we look, for example, at a lot of models that they have, and then we start plotting them, like, okay, like from a fairness perspective, from a robustness perspective, we say, okay, this is where you are, where do you want to go? And it's not just that, it's also, as we say, processes. Like, what is a unified model lifecycle? You have those models, for example, capital requirements, right? Or know your customer, compliancy models. They have perfect processes in place because since the financial crisis, you have solvency of Basel. So we need just to do the same work, think it through as a company, what do we want to stand for? And really, from all the models you have, from a risk perspective, just have a flow that everyone knows, this is how we do it. This is how we're going to monitor for it. So no, it's not just one, it's really an enterprise-wide effort, and that you want to have standards and processes, technology, and then the people in place, because it's really the three of those that are involved.
I completely agree with everything that you're saying. It's just that in order to get that, I think you need a class of AI-literate leaders who will push for that kind of organizational change, who will create the platforms, who will go in and put in place the processes and get the talent in order to get that to happen.
Yeah.
So that's what they need to build. But in order to push for that and realize that that's what they need to build and guide that creation of that, I think you do need this category of leaders who actually have more of an understanding of the technologies involved. I would say AI literate or analytics literate versus data literate, because data just seems too far removed from the applications that you're applying to. And it can be easy to talk about things like data governance and data products that are very, very far away from the actual application that's going to be delivered on it. But that's just me.
I'll take a controversial take and answer your question, none of the above. And I'll give an example. Some of the work I've been doing has been around auditing recommender systems about kind of toxic content that's being recommended. And it doesn't take too much imagination to say that inside of YouTube, whoever, they've got a little dial. And on one side it's more engagement, and on one side it's less hate speech. And they have to make some trade-off in how they're going to prioritize engagement versus signals around predictions about toxic content. And I don't think that YouTube should be making those decisions by themselves. So I think this is where we need stronger regulation. This is where we need better industry standards. I do think that this is something that, if I were to answer your question, I would say the C-suite, and they have to decide what risks they want to take. But we need to create an incentive structure that means this dial is moved according to social benefit, not just maximizing the 5-year horizon, whatever, profitability for the company.
Who do we, let's bring it over to ethics.
Yeah.
How does one become an expert in ethics?
Well, maybe from my perspective, right? Like, indeed, it started with data science, and I think already since a while, IBM already 6 years ago, right? We started to say, like, hey, how are we going to govern? Because that's what we see at companies. How are we going to work with it? And I think, of course, I live in Brussels, so I go often to listen in what the EU AI Act is all about. I've been in a lot of panels. I've seen the conversation coming from, oh, when you're in a car, self-driving car, and there is a kid, then a wall, and which one are you going to take? We've really moved to being way more specific. And I think just by being in the space of AI and understanding when we were talking to companies how important it is, I think you just naturally, for me, you flow into it, right? So, and I think also what I want to say also on what you said about compliancy, for us, AI governance has really 3 pillars. It's really enforcing throughout the life cycle, then having the risk management, and then also how do you adhere to compliancy? And compliancy will make sure that companies, they do not do copyright infringements, for example, like the EU AI Act. But yeah, to come to your, it's really by being in the AI space and seeing the importance of having a good, ethics discussion about it.
There's been so much work which has been done when it comes to the ethical principles around AI that I think we've over-rotated on that. So we have a lot of good high-level guidance on what it is that we should be doing, what we shouldn't be doing, but then when it comes to then drawing that back to, well, then how would that be done in practice? And that's where often it starts to fall apart. So it's one of those things where it's like, how on earth can we have be able to attain any of those principles if at the end of the day we have no idea what data was used, what code was used, what model was used, and the prediction that was keyed off of it that led to this bad outcome. So there's just so much low-hanging fruit in terms of implementing best practice at the level of data science and level of tracking, reproducibility, and testing, above all testing, that we can do and that needs to be done. And I really think that that's where more of the focus should be right now versus on the high-level principles. Because at the end of the day, I think most of us know and want to be ethical. The problem is on the how do we actually go about doing it and how do we make sure that we catch those mistakes that we're doing. And there it's a question about implementing best practices. And one, it's still not 100% clear on what those best practices are. We need to get more maturity around that. But right now, there's very little incentive, really, to be going in and enforcing those and implementing those yet. It's coming, but I think that's where most of our attention really should be, versus, again, worrying versus those higher level questions of on the ethics side of things.
I totally agree. I think that ethics is the easy part in a sense. I think ethics is, are you creating malware to steal people's data? Are you using deceptive design to trick people into opting into things they didn't mean to opt into, whatever else? I think kind of what you're referring to later, I would call responsible tech rather than ethical tech. And I think when it comes down to it, responsible tech, it's just good engineering practices that you understand what the impact of your system is going to be. Ethics is more about what are you designing your system to do, and hopefully, if you're a mature organization, you're designing it to do something that's aligned with social values anyway.
So, not showing ads, for example.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think ads are inherently unethical. I think that if your users you're manipulating them through a deceptive design to opt into having their data collected for ad targeting, I think there's really interesting, I'm working with a coalition of civil society organizations now. We're putting together some policy recommendations for the EU Commission around kind of operationalization of the Digital Services Act. And one thing that's happened with the GDPR is that there's been a decision that if a platform is inferring personal data, that counts as personal data. So there were papers like 10, 15 years ago showing that social media likes, you can infer someone's sexual orientation and their gender and their education and everything else. So all of a sudden these platforms are processing all this personal information. And do they have meaningful consent to do that or not? So that's my question behind ad tech. I think ad tech I have other issues with too. Right. But the first question is, are you tricking people into agreeing to what you...
Well, let's say the company is inferring personal data from, or sort of implicitly, but accurately nonetheless. And we have search engines and other big companies that are sort of driven by this kind of data. And it's not clear to me that everybody would agree on whether that behavior is ethical or not.
Yeah. I think...
So, because I get a little bit the sense from these answers here, and I'm going to play hardball like I said yesterday, I get the sense that we all know what's good and what's right and what's not. Not so sure about that.
Your example is a perfect one
and again, what does this have to do with AI?
No, I think your example of ads is a great one. Do we want to allow targeting of children with advertising?
Right.
And that's one of those questions which I don't think we should be leaving that to companies to decide on their own. I think that is one of those perfect examples of where we should have regulation. We should have civil society being a lot more involved in making those kind of assessments and implying those. So there is definitely a role for regulation here, but it's probably at that level of the outcome, the versus on the individual methods or techniques or processes that folks are using to get there.
So normative ethics, that's what we're saying is the best kind of ethics.
Yeah, but I think a little bit the distinction you made is indeed, I think that at some point, as I said, 5 years ago, we were talking about the ethics. Now we start to have tools and processes to really be doing it, and we only see the financial sector really taking the actions. The other companies, they are kind of looking. So we definitely should not leave behind the ethical parts with the compliancy, but those metrics, really monitoring them and automating, like getting the metadata, you can do that automatically, right? While you're coding, just getting automatically your metadata. I hear so many large companies where the data scientists open their Word document and are writing down what they're doing, right? So I think from those two levels, we should really progress. That's probably a bit what I hear here too, yeah.
I think there's strong incentives from the financial markets to lead in ethics because there's a lot to be gained from being biased. I mean, let's say, for example, that atheists always pay back their debts, and so they get auto-approved on all loan approvals. And so you have a model that's biased against everybody that's not atheist. Is that a good risk management system, or is it unfair and we should sort of even out?
So I think we're kind of conflating two layers, and like the question of whether we should, target ads to children or whatever. I mean, there's legislation, evolving legislation, but legislation that's deciding these questions. The same about, there's a lot of financial regulations around what sorts of bias are allowable, not allowable, under what circumstances. So I think it's not, IBM or ThoughtWorks or Domino that should be answering these questions. We should be operationalizing the decisions that are made through democratic process. So that's why I say the ethics question to me is less interesting in that I think it's something that should happen through public discourse. Whereas the responsible tech is how do we operationalize these values in the technology that we're building, and how do we ensure that we're aligned with what society is asking for. So it's like I say, the law has said for, 10 years now, that you're not allowed to process personal data without explicit consent.
Right.
And now the question is, okay, what about inferred personal data? What about this? What about that? And that's where things get stickier, and that's where responsible tech comes in.
Right. So democratic processes. I guess one question that we have from the audience that becomes relevant here is, they're wondering, you mentioned a couple of times that we do have tools in place to be able to start working effectively with this right now. Actually, the person asked, or the people asked, what is the best model monitoring strategy? But I guess that ties in a little bit to what AI governance, ML ops, and responsible AI have to do with each other.
Yeah.
Do they actually tie into each other? And what are the tools that you need to be able to get started with this kind of stuff if ultimately you want to have a responsible AI and ethics strategy?
Yeah. So from IBM's perspective and the engagements that we've already done at multiple companies, what we actually do is that first of all, we do automatic metadata collection while you're coding. Then we automatically monitor, right, for fairness. And what we do then is really get that data into a dashboarding for risk management where you have also your workflows in place, where they can really put a workflow, business controls for the entire company, and also where they can make sure, like, okay, well, when you have compliancy, right, that you have automatically, again, that in your business controls. So just to make sure that when you're monitoring, that immediately you get a flag, hey, here is a problem. Now, what is the workflow that needs to happen throughout my company to actually really mitigate this risk, right? So that's really, I think, end-to-end. It's not just the monitoring part of your AI model, it's getting that information really to a centralized governance platform. And we're not saying you need to centralize all your tools, you need to centralize your metadata, and really the metadata of have you been monitoring, even knowing on which data set it was built, right? Like having all that metadata the most automatically as we can, right? Like not in a little Word document somewhere where maybe one time you will find it. So really that part where you combine the monitoring part really with processes throughout your company. So that's really, when we do projects, that's what we see what's really resonating the most and works well.
Metadata has come up a couple of times. What do you think in terms of the tools and support for achieving responsible AI and ethical guidelines that you can measurably follow?
I think I would speak less to tools and more to approaches. I think I'll give an example. When I was with Google some years ago, I helped them navigate a transition within their search products to focusing exclusively on quality metrics to also focusing more on engagement and retention and growth types of metrics. And I think the importance is what I would call guardrails. And you can optimize, I mean, the kind of silly example is what if Google wants to optimize for the number of search queries being issued and nothing else? So the funny thing is the best way to do that is to actually break search, make it unusable, because so many people rely on Google that if it takes them 5 searches to finally get what they're looking for, they're going to do it. So your searches are going to spike, at least for a while. But that's where you need to have guardrail metrics around quality. And I think this is a fairly universal issue. I don't want to give a speech. I know we have not a lot of minutes left. But I would encourage people to check out Goodhart's Law and the concept of how if you optimize aggressively for a single metric, you're pretty much always going to do something wrong, basically. And so suites of metrics that allow you to understand the situation on the ground are really critical.
The road to hell is paved with good intentions.
And metrics.
Exactly.
And
metrics.
I mean, it's reminding me a little bit of back during the 90s when everybody was like, shareholder value, shareholder value, shareholder value, and the value of my stock price was the only thing that mattered. And then I think it was Robert Kaplan came out with a balanced scorecard approach. It was like, no, you need to be looking at these multiple dimensions of performance. And I mean, that is absolutely the case when it comes to machine learning, AI, data science. That yes, we do need to be going and looking at specific entropy metrics for model drift, but we also need layers on top of that which are looking at fairness. We need layers on top of that which are looking at particular business outcomes that we're looking to affect. And we need the agility to be able to go in and take those different views of what it is that we're doing from a business point of view and from a technical point of view. I would say, though, going back to that point around metadata, is that, well, there's really not a whole lot of point for us going in and collecting all of these things and monitoring of these things if we don't take action off of them, obviously. And I think that's implicit in what you were saying, is that being able to close that loop. So we all usually talk about continuous improvement, the ability to go in and detect when we've got drift and then go in and retrain and redeploy. But in the context of machine learning, this isn't just continuous improvement, this is continuous adaptation. All models are always degrading all of the time. So it's even more important to be able to close that cycle and adapt very quickly than ever before.
Yeah. And maybe what I want to add to that is that also, we talk a lot about AI, but for example, in the financial industry, our customers, sometimes they have 700 models, of which only 50 are AI models, right? But maybe you're taking a decision based on an average, based on a data set, and there might be bias in. So I see sometimes people, oh, I'm not affected, I'm not doing that much AI, I have 10 models in production, it's all I need to do. So it's also way more than just AI. We take plenty of decisions, and I think for data scientists to maybe also understand that it's not just their AI models, but that throughout a company, so many decisions are based on models, even a simple average. I think that's also important to understand, right? That it's more than just AI.
Certainly when it comes to lawyers, it's very easy to take the approach of, rather than being fair, I will make it impossible to detect that I'm unfair. And those are not in any way, shape, or form the same thing. So early on, you would see, for example, a lot of principles saying that we should not collect sensitive data around minority status, ethnicity, and so on and so forth. Great. How on earth are we going to know whether our models are systematically discriminatory against those groups?
That comes up in every conversation.
Yeah,
like there
exactly.
is the EU AI Act is saying you need to monitor for bias, but you told us to never keep that data for us, right? So yeah.
Well, that's great. I want to hear, we have 3 minutes left, but I want to hear, what do you call them, tropes about ethics. What are your biggest pet peeves when it comes to responsible AI and AI ethics that people parrot, but which they've totally misunderstood? Without making it a 45-minute speech, what are the biggest tropes? I thought this was a great example. You told us to correct for it, but we're not allowed to measure it. How can we correct for it? Perfect example.
I would say there's a certain, I would call it ethical sleight of hand that happens. And the example I would give, say you have an ad tech business, for example, and you say, we're very ethical, we don't want to make money on ad tech, we just want to show the most useful ads to our users. You know, we're being very benevolent here. And it's like, it turns out it's very difficult to measure if an ad is useful to someone or not. So how are you going to measure it? Well, the best we can think of is just whether they click on it or not. And like coincidentally, that's aligned with our business model, but really we're just trying to show them what's useful. So I think there's this lack of sophistication where it's like when you give people a hammer, everything looks like a nail. When you give people an AI system, everything looks like a metric. So you have some social good you want to accomplish. It's very difficult to measure. You find some metric that approximates it, but then you end up breaking that association between that metric and that good and end up doing harm in the end.
Mm-hmm. Well, one of my particular pet peeves are when folks are not being specific about what they mean when it comes to AI machine learning. And you read certain standards when it comes to risk mitigation and others where you could literally go through and replace the words AI with technology. Mm-hmm. And at that level, it doesn't become helpful because you're removing it from so far away from what the use cases are and what the methods are that you're using that people don't have any real guidance as to what they should be doing about it.
This is the face of everybody on the EU level trying to figure out what to do next about AI, while at the same time the engineers are sitting at home tinkering, trying to build more fun and more awesome things. It's a little bit of an arms race that we're in right now, but at the very least we have a number of tools in order to measure things. Yep. We need to spend time figuring out if they're opposed to each other, and we need to reorganize to be able to be aware of these things and be actionable about them.
And change management.
And change management.
Throughout the company, yeah.
So did we ever agree on whether there is a difference between data governance and AI governance from this perspective? What do you say, yes or no answers? How about it?
I think yes, but they're tightly coupled. You need both of them.
Okay, so different but tightly coupled.
But tightly coupled, yeah.
I would say yes. I think that AI governance is a superset of data governance.
Superset. Okay, that's cool. So more requirements.
Yeah, I think there's unique risks of AI. I mean, it depends on what you mean by AI.
Right. Yeah, that's what you said. Right.
Fully agree. Data governance is a component of AI governance, but not the other way around.
All right.
Yeah.
This was an engaging talk, and man, I wish we could continue. In fact, I think maybe if you guys are here this evening, we probably will continue. For everybody at home, I hope you enjoyed the talk. I'll be seeing you in the next one very soon. See ya.
That was fun. Thank you.
everybody. We are back at Data Innovation Summit 2023 with a expert panel session with a title that is the longest title ever made. Namely, Panel 4, Data Ops, Data in Motion, and Event-Driven Architectures 2023 Trends and Challenges in Data Engineering. And that's what we're here to talk about today. We have three. Now, I'm not an expert at anything really, but we have three people that are quite senior and experts in their respective fields. Please introduce yourselves.
Yeah, so my name is Mats Stellvall. I work as a field CTO at Snowflake, so my role is to talk with customers, how they can adopt Snowflake in the cloud and so on and so forth. So,
all right.
My name is Matt Karbiben. I'm a staff engineer at Zendesk. Before that, I've been building data platforms at companies like FactSet, Crédit Agricole. So I've had my fair share of data platforms and different data architectures that I worked on.
Okay, I'm Keith Bolam. I work for Actian, Director of Strategic Initiatives. I work with the field and the internal engineering teams to identify and guide our customers and prospects in their world of data.
All right. Well, you know, the buzz this year is language models, and it feels like a lot of the tech details have fallen to the wayside, almost as if people have said, the geeks will figure that part out or something. Has a lot of this stuff been figured out, and with particular attention to data in motion, as it were? What would you say? Have we reached a maturity level on par with plain databases that we can say that everything else relating to, you know, the types of things Snowflake does, is it all figured out? That's a trick question, right?
yeah, that was a nice question. I don't. Is everything ever figured out? I think that is the thing. Is there's always new things that comes. I think like everything, we are on a. I mean, it's a journey and it's a learning. There's new things coming all the way. I mean, how are we going to use large language models? How can that help us in a good way? We're trying to figure that out now. I mean, apart from having a nice chat bots and these type of things, can it actually help us to be more efficient in the way how we work with data, with my data and with others' data? So, I mean, it's a constant journey, and I do hope we haven't figured out everything yet, because then I will be out of work soon.
All right. Okay, so let's just presume that we haven't figured out everything yet. What would you say? I mean, what are the sort of innovations happening in applied, you know, data ops, data in motion? Like, what are the trends? What is the newest and greatest right now?
Yeah, for me, I think it's a very interesting time because, as you said, with many innovations happening, whether it's LLMs, whether it's new technologies and new players getting to the space, like dbt, like other tools, it's reshaping how data engineers build platforms, and it's making it easier technically for them to get to the point where you deliver insights faster and to more people within the company. So we're democratizing access to data, and that means that you actually also need to focus on areas like testing, like ensuring that the quality of the data that you're delivering is fine. And that's trickling to areas. So initially, it was mostly for batch-based pipelines where it's easier for you to perform those operations. Now it's trickling down to data in motion and to streaming data, where you want to test it, you want to ensure that what you're delivering as fast as possible and as soon as possible is actually trustworthy data. So I think it's a very exciting time because for me, we're at the start of like leveraging whether new principles or new technologies in this area.
Okay. What would you say?
So I think data in motion, let's take that one to start with. There's always data in motion, and there's now more data in motion than there has been forever. You know, we're doubling the amount of data which we're processing all of the time. And it's looking after that at the edge now, I think is very critical. The trend there is to make sure that you're only sending real data that's actually interesting into the mothership, as it were, the cloud, as we all term it these days. Being able to reprocess that garbage data at the edge is before sending it on, if it's ever going to be sent on, I think is a critical part. That's one side of things. And the governance of the data, I think that's very critical to make sure that the governance of the data you've got for its security, privacy, etc., that is actually a main factor which is driving the data in motion. Plus the fact that we've got an awful lot of kind of AI-built capabilities now for actually moving data from A to B. So when it's moved, you don't know exactly what's going to come out the other end. And I think that is a critical aspect as well. Yeah.
We used to have architectures, like the Lambda architecture and whatnot, to try and achieve a lot of these things. Are we post that kind of architecture nowadays, thanks to technologies being performant or whatnot?
Yeah, we might be, but I think it's still valid, different types of architecture, because depending on the different types of use cases, I mean, we usually, as a product as Snowflake is, we usually is in the receiving end of, if we talk about data in motions, it usually ends up with us. So I think we have a valid use case for many of them, but I also think there's not one of them that solves everything for us.
Okay.
I think we need to have a bit of a flexibility in the regards to what we want to solve and how to want to solve it, because there's different areas to look it from. So I don't see, there's no one architecture that rules them all.
Right.
I think it's more dependent on what is the type of area. Are we talking about data in movements, real-time data? Are we talking about analytics as an area? Of course, there's interconnections between, but I would say it's different types of architecture that solves different types of problems.
Okay.
So.
What do you think about architectures? Is that something that, I mean, are tools converging in such a way that makes architecture obsolete and that you more focus on the use cases and whether you do it batch, or you don't think of it as batch or streaming, maybe it's all the same nowadays?
Yeah, I think I totally agree, but it depends on your actual use cases and what are your needs. Do you actually need it to be in streaming or not? Like streaming historically has been something that comes with a lot of complexity, with a lot of constraints, and that limited the architectures that data engineering teams can actually play around with, can actually experiment with. Now I think we're getting to an area where batch pipelines have a lot of foundational blocks like software engineering best practices and doing it at scale with tools like Snowflake. That makes it easier to now focus on the use cases where you do need the streaming data that you didn't actually implement because of the complexity, and trying to see how you can actually leverage those tools or implement streaming pipelines that leverage the same principles. I do think that eventually we can have hybrid models where you have streaming data and also batch data within the same architecture, but it will also depend on the complexity of the tools we're using and the complexity of the architecture. So eventually I think we'll get there. It's a matter of the complexity of the tools and the use cases that we have for them.
Right.
Yeah, I'd go along the lines of saying that the data velocity, transactions coming in, you've got to moderate that for the big engines. They can handle large batch inserts and things like that, batch loads, whereas a more flexible, event-driven side of things, the architecture which actually picks up the transactions, makes a decision based on it, and then either stores it or throws it away. The amount of information which comes out of, for example, some clickbait data, so you're like, whether your mouse is hovering over, whether it's clicked or something, or it's not moved for 5 seconds, all those bits of information seem to be gathered by the aggregators, pushed down a stream. Trying to store that or actually handle those transactions in one place is going to be a nightmare. It is a nightmare, and I have dealings with 100 million transactions in a minute going through. Other people who want to do 150,000 a second at peak rates. Now, that is almost impossible to handle in one single unit, so it needs to be dispersed across multiple handlers. And when you do that, yes, you can get to your multi-petabyte storage engines and then run analytics on them quite successfully. But if you were to think about trying to get real data value out of somebody who's got his hand on his mouse and he's got a bit of a jitter, you know, it might work for Bob Ross and his paintings, but whether or not it works for data and data ingest is another matter altogether.
Does performance play in this? Well, I mean, I program using the Julia language, in part because it's 300 times to many thousand times faster than Python. And I feel that if I can run an experiment in 1 minute that takes 45 minutes on Python, it changes the way I work. It's not just convenient. It changes the way I work completely. But that presumes that the work that I'm doing is valuable to begin with, right? Because if something is useless, then it doesn't matter if it takes a long time. It's like writing music. It doesn't matter that it takes me a month to write the song. I'm enjoying the whole process. There's no rush to get it done. But so when it comes to work and stuff, you know, a lot of people say, well, performance isn't important and streaming isn't important. unless you've identified that there actually is a use case for something being that fast to begin with. Do customers have a hard time identifying stuff that is valuable to have on time or not? And because I guess there's two questions baked into this. One is that there is something about the processing of the data on time, and then there's something else about the willingness of the organization to be able to take action on an instant data. For example, a shipping company being able to do same-day deliveries. It doesn't matter if a planning engine gives you a plan to do same-day deliveries if the couriers aren't actually able to drive out and that kind of stuff. So what are your experiences with, what do we call it, data in motion and organizations actually getting value from it and being able to take action on it?
I think, this is a question I almost talk daily with customers about, because it's always around, when you start a discussion, they always say, we need the data as fast as possible.
Yeah.
And then you started to figure, okay, why?
Yeah.
And what are you prepared to pay for that?
Yeah.
Because it's in the end, as you said, it's like, we can get it within seconds, within milliseconds, but it's going to be a cost on that.
Right.
And if it doesn't bring a value that is valid or accordingly to the cost, why the need for it? So I do agree. There's some type of data, as you can if you need to take action quickly and you can act on it, well, of course, then it might be worth it. But if you say, even if we know that we can change the route of the delivery, but if we don't have anyone to do that, well, it's just a waste of time and money.
Yeah.
So I think, we talk in just in time. That is a concept that has been maybe not that modern anymore, but still with data, I think it's about that. Because you have different levels of importance, but it's always a price. And I think it's very important as a customer when you're implementing to see, what are we prepared to pay for this? And not be afraid to go to the business to say, you know what, if you get the data within 3 minutes, it's going to cost you $20,000 a month. If you wait to 15 minutes, you're going to pay $1,000. What is it worth for you?
Yeah.
And often I say, okay, 15 minutes is good enough for us.
Yeah.
Okay, let's start there. So I think it's a really valid thing, and you should always put a price on data.
Yeah.
And it should be compared to the business value it gives. Otherwise, it's not that useful.
You're not the first people to say that, and in fact, I think engineers tend to be quite good at quantifying and saying, this is going to take this long, cost this much. But business people aren't very good at saying what the value of the thing they're asking you to do is.
Yeah.
Like, you say, I can do it for $20,000 in less than a second. What is the value of the thing you're asking me to do? And they're,
Well, it comes down to some plaques where it's can you monetize that performance? And we've had cases, and I'm sure Max has as well. We don't need the performance. An overnight report that takes 13 hours is fine because we run it on Friday and we want the answer on Monday. But it's a paradigm shift that you can actually deliver to that customer if you actually find a way that they can monetize that information by getting the report and actually not running it on the Friday. What happens if you can actually run it on Monday? And so instead of closing your business on Friday, you're now closing your business at 8 o'clock Monday morning, and the end user is actually now running the report. And actually, they're not running a 13-hour report, they're running a 40-second report. They're all running 40 seconds report. All 40 of your delivery people, they run the report there and then. We had a prime example of that the other day, where you place an order with Amazon, which says if you order within the next 2.5 hours, you can have it delivered tomorrow. The interesting part there is if you cancel within an hour, you don't have to have it delivered at all. You can cancel the order. Now, you can't do that if you close your business on Friday, because this is Sunday and you're having it delivered on a Monday. And that's the exciting thing about data in motion and the other topic, was it event-driven data? It's like getting those events and being able to handle them. To make or break. And if you'd had that delivered, what's the cost of not actually actioning the don't deliver message? Well, that's actually the end user's got to go and take the product, go back to the shipping company and send it back to you. And if you're doing no cost returns, that means that you're shipping it out at cost and you're shipping it back at cost. Somebody has to pay. So my take on this is, what's the cost of not doing it quicker?
There certainly is an opportunity cost, and the question is if there's a smooth transition from the existing product into a product that's an entirely new product. So for example, same-day delivery is presumably a service that a customer would be willing to pay more for than one that goes over 3 days, but requires you to change your organization and maybe have data in motion and being able to accept that order, before 12 o'clock in order to deliver it the same day at the time. Is there a smooth transition to the way of doing business now, or do we need to have product owners for these capabilities that sort of see the end-to-end picture like you were just describing? Because it's not just some IT person that is responsible for an SLA of some arbitrary IT system. It's actually a business manager that owns a product or a service which is dependent on the SLA of an IT system, and there's this long chain of dependencies. Yeah. Can you transition from one product to another like that, or do we need to have a company see itself as data-driven and then assign product managers and then develop these capabilities depending on the product vision and that kind of stuff? I mean, how do you see these capabilities developing? So, for example, streaming capabilities and that kind of thing.
Yeah, I think it needs to be driven by actual product use cases and actual new maybe lines of business or even updates to the product. It needs to be driven by the product needs, because data engineering teams historically have been very technology driven, and so we get excited about new technologies and the new ways of doing things, but it's not necessarily something that's adapted to what the business needs or something that has actual business value. So I think it needs to be something that's defined end-to-end with a clear product value, a clear addition to the business, and that then drives the whole initiatives and the whole update to the data architecture and the technical stack underneath. If you need to introduce new technologies, then it's fine as long as you can connect it to an actual product improvement or actual business value. So I think it's important to have that vision before you start. Otherwise, you'll basically just build exciting technological things without clear business value and clear product.
There's nothing wrong with that, but if I give you a more dream scenario, if we pretend that cost isn't an issue, is there any reason not to go as fast as possible?
Fast in the sense?
In the sense, what kind of problems crop up when you move from something which is more batch-oriented to something which is more real-time, in motion, and that kind of thing?
I think it's the complexity of the solution, because historically, data engineering teams have been working on building tools and technologies for batch-oriented pipelines. Like if you look at how we do batch today with tools like dbt, with how we're implementing data quality with tools like Soda. So there has been a lot of emphasis on building robust batch pipelines on data platforms. With streaming, I think the fact that the technology comes with a lot of complexity, with a higher complexity bar, pushed many teams away from using streaming in use cases where theoretically it would have been the better option. So I think there's that technical bar, but it's still a bit high for data engineering teams, because if you focus on streaming, you can deliver maybe one initiative, whereas if you do it in batch, you can deliver more capabilities, you can build more data products, and eventually deliver more value to the business.
What would you say? I mean, are there any downsides to, is there a way to over-dimension the system to your disadvantage, aside from cost? Because we know Snowflake is so cheap that if you upscale the system, you get the and who doesn't want to have answers instantly? That's what I feel with Julia. It just goes so fast. It's nice.
I think, yeah, absolutely. And I think, I mean, I think it's more. I mean, can you manage that? I mean, do you have the capacity to handle it? If you get all the answers directly, I mean, can you act on it? Does it? I mean, does it give you any benefits in that? I mean, it's more of an organizational thing in the sense of, sure, we can deliver things as fast as possible, we can just throw money on the problem, and I mean the beauty of the cloud, we have the scalability, so we can just make it but if I cannot act on it, and I don't have the capacity to do it, it's kind of useless. I mean, because I do need to put some effort on it, I need to put in engineering, I need to build these complex pipelines and so on and so forth. So I think in the end, of course it's nice, but is it useful? Does it bring me any value? Can I do anything with it? I mean, of course, you can. I mean, if you get your models trained as fast as possible, you can recalibrate and retrain and hold that process. But I mean, as you said, if you write music, I mean, will you do multiple songs, or will it just the quality be effective after a while when you can deliver it too fast in that sense? So
I'm somebody that believes that music analogies are perfect in every scenario. So let's run with this music analogy. There is something to be said for doing unnecessary work, which is that you learn a lot in the process.
Yeah.
Is there something like that when it comes to setting up these systems, that there's something worthwhile in doing it the hard way?
I mean, I'm a true believer in keeping things simple. And I mean, good enough is often good enough. I mean, the last 20% might not be worth it.
I'll quote you on that one.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's more of an experience thing for me, at least. It's a long learning curve.
Yeah.
I have been in this business for 30 years. I have done it the hard way.
Yeah.
And I can see it like, is it worth to do it, the extra effort?
Yeah.
If it's good enough. I mean, it's like many things. And I mean, if we go back to machine learning, it's the difference between, 85 and 87% accuracy. Is it worth it to go there? Well, it depends on how good it was before, I guess.
Yeah.
So I mean, everything is based on your baseline.
Yeah.
And you don't need to be perfect, because I think you're never going to be perfect.
Yeah.
And the quicker you can figure out what is the good level, then you can start iterating again. And I guess, as you said, I mean, doing music is, you get to a level and then you get stuck if you're trying to make it perfect.
Yeah.
Then you will, tune this forever.
Well, I mean, here's the thing. When you're writing music, the more songs you make, the better you get at making songs. Much better than if you'd spent all that time on a single song trying to make it perfect. If you make 7 songs, the 7th one will be much better. No, well, I'm saying you get good at making songs. So at the 7th song, if you're like, okay, I'm done. The 7th one is going to be so good compared to if you had just spent all that time on a single song trying to make that one song perfect. Because the experience you build up from failing and doing again and again.
You raise a good point there. That it's learning by failure. Quick, method of quickness to failure. Fail fast.
Yeah.
The old attitude. Sprinting, agile. Let's go back to some of the basics of DevOps and things like that, where you've got an old-fashioned, should we say old-fashioned, waterfall method. And we're going to document what we're going to do. And we document it for 4 months. And the reason that we're doing that is because it's going to take another 6 or 8 months to bring it into fruition before you can get the first user to use it. And during the time of development, you might change 3 or 4 people out of that development team or more. They might come and go, and they're still documenting it. Whereas in an agile environment where you maybe let's go to 2-week sprints or 1-month sprints, you get the team, you get the people, the chances of the people who are developing that part of it leaving in a month is quite short compared to the bigger systems. So the documentation that you need is not for an absolute beginner to come along, it's for a competent person to come along. So let's get the pro code side of things here at the moment. So as long as you've got a capable person who knows the languages, he kind of knows the product, as long as they can pick up that documentation and work with it, then you can move forward. The same is there for data ops. Data ops, DevOps, similar, but not the same. DevOps, you're looking at the code, the application is the goal, whereas in data ops, it's the data that's the goal. And as long as the code that you're using to process it all works and does its job, it doesn't matter what the code actually is. Going in line with you're talking about multiple pieces of music being written, that's watch that stack. Watch your management stack. Make sure that you've got enough monitoring in place, and then make sure you're auditing your monitoring. It's a multiple layers. And then if anything happens, you know where to go to find out what's wrong. And understanding the data which you've got, the endpoints, I think that's the critical part, which brings in again what we said at the very beginning, governance and privacy controls. And to what Max said earlier, collaboration. Make sure that the IT people are collaborating with the business unit owners. The business unit owners can know what the data's supposed to be. The people in the middle just know that they've got data going and there weren't any errors, but they don't know that what you're processing is actually doing the right thing. So,
I want to ask you about designing to destroy and redesign in the short term. But there's one thing I'd like to explain to the audience with regards to technical debt, is that when you calculate on the return on your investment, you have to calculate it like an integral. And so you have an opportunity cost when you have a project that's not in deployment because you haven't deployed it yet. So you could be making £1 million crowns a month, but it hasn't been deployed, and so you're not making that until it is deployed. And you've been pushing it forward because you're saying, if we do the documentation now, we'll save money. The documentation is only going to cost us 300,000 to make now, and if we do it later, it's going to cost us 700,000. But you have to calculate the integral, because if we deploy it now immediately, we're going to start making £1 million crowns a month. And so that cost is offset. So there's many engineers that I've been speaking with today and even outside that are like, tech debt is the end, the most evil thing that exists. But it's a question of margin with respect to the value of the thing that you're implementing. And if the integral is positive over time, tech debt is not a problem.
Yeah.
But, so we come back here again to, let's just assume we're going to pay for destroying and redesigning and that kind of stuff. But now it's really because of necessity, because things are changing so fast. Is that something that you see in projects, that are things being designed to be destroyed and rebuilt quickly, or are things being designed as if they were going to live for 6 years, making it so much more painful to destroy and redesign it when they actually have to do it? Like, people are surprised, oh no, we have to rework this now after 3 years.
I think in data engineering, there's an awareness that you need to have a solid foundation as your first supporting blocks that allows you to then design and build quickly and fail quickly. And if you need to rebuild something, you don't have to start from scratch. So again, if you look at something like the tools that we're currently adapting, it's similar to what has been happening in the software engineering world. And if you go back to things like data ops, like trying to automate how you build, how you actually deploy something. So the cost of rebuilding something is much lower now than it was 5 years ago. And that allows data engineering teams to actually go and build more stuff, deliver business value now, even if it's not something that you will maintain for 5 years or for 10 years, but you're delivering business value. And I think especially now in this climate, it's important to show the importance of the data team, the importance of delivering value via data. And then as long as you have a solid foundation that allows you to ensure that if I want to rebuild this, I can start from this foundation. I don't have to start from scratch. I have a platform that allows me to test what I'm deploying, to monitor it, to ensure that if something needs to be changed, I can change it quickly. With that in mind, I think data engineering teams now have the capacity to go and build stuff, deliver business value as soon as possible, and then eventually you'll be able to revisit that when it's the time to maybe rebuild or to redesign it.
Do you see people taking this approach of designing for destruction to begin with? In your case, I think specifically, I have had some friends that have been talking to me about how they design databases that are rebuilt every night.
I think it's easier now than ever, and I think it's also we have with the whole data ops and everything, we have a better mindset around these things to keep things small, to separate things that they do that. I can see, successful customers is very successful. They see it like that they can anytime redesign something. They build smaller units that they put in production that they can change in any time. But as you said, like, make sure they have a kind of a foundation, doesn't throw away things so they can go and interact back. We also see a lot of, when we talk about legacy, we spend a lot of time, a lot of our customer comes from a legacy data world, where maybe in the beginning the trend was we're going to redesign this and it takes forever. Where they now say, let's just move things to something new, and then we destruct it after we are there and we can start building new things. So I think it's a maturity thing, but I think it's starting to adapt more and more to see data as something that is living.
But is that a valid thing? Is it just that way because it is that way, or is it a valid approach to design for destruction?
I think it's like we said earlier. It's like failing fast, testing things. But I think it's a good thing to see data as something as a more of a product, as a system we build, and not seeing it as we might have seen it before. That is something that is, we build this data warehouse, it's going to live for 15 years, and we all know that after 6 months it's invalid because everything has changed. And starting to think of it more like this doesn't need to be forever.
Right.
But the whole cloud and everything has enabled us to do that very easily. So I think it's a good thing.
That's a great segue to a question I have here, which says, on-premise versus cloud-based data lakes.
Oh, yeah.
When to use which option? This is funny that they phrased it cloud-based data lakes versus on-premise-based data lakes. You know, I have a couple of, not customers, but potential customers that have said, we're having a hard time, can you come in and help us? I'm like, oh, what's the issue? We've built our own Spark data lake in-house, and I'm like, oh my God. My middle name is do things the hard way, but not that hard. Sometimes you're just giving yourself a hard time unnecessarily. But I would like to leave that question as is, on-premise versus cloud-based data lakes. Ask what you guys think of that, but also add some nuance, which is, you know, I'm a big fan of personal workstations that are very powerful. So, you know, I have an HP machine myself with many GPUs, and it's snappy, it's good. It has Opteron disks that is just blazing fast. It's a pleasure to work on. You can't get that from the cloud. I mean, it's hard to get something like that and cost justify it specifically. So I believe in a very hybrid setup, and I think there's a difference between development, deployment, and a number of other things.
Yep.
What are your takes on this?
Okay, from the outset, our product from Actian has been an on-premise stroke hybrid stroke cloud. So everything works the same depending on how you want to use it. It's your choice, which I guess is one of our USPs, and cloud native is another USP for Snowflake. It's just like everything works in the right way. From your perspective of having this really high, powerful workstation, I'll relate that to customers who have production lines running. Production lines, OLTP, transactions that go through the absolute latency, as you indicate, to a cloud. You can't run a production line that needs to respond within 3 seconds, guaranteed all the time, because otherwise your production line slows down, and that means you can't make money. It could even stop if the response doesn't come back in a timely fashion. When it comes down to the data lakes, yeah, I would say that an on-premise data lake is not the thing to deal with, and certainly a bespoke on-premise data lake, even a cloud-based data lake, which you don't have control over, is better under any circumstance. Because we dealt with one time a company where all 6 of their data engineers had actually left. It wasn't one of our customers. It wasn't one of your customers, but they all got pinched by another competitor. And so they ended up with this on-premise data lake, data warehouse, and they didn't know what was inside it, and they had nobody that they employed who could manage it. In the cloud, at least you've got a position where you may not know what's inside it, but you've got it under a fully managed service. And I think that data lake in the cloud is the only place for it to be today. But everything has to be looked at on a security basis as well. You know, you've got greater control and greater of security and governance if it's on-premise. You can air gap it so that nothing can get to it. So that's the secure environment, which could be government type stuff that has to be dealt with. Balance that against the cost of the cloud and the ease of scalability. You know, scaling an on-premise one, where you've got to go out and buy new hardware, that's a lot of capital expense. Whereas if you need to scale up a cloud lake house, big, then shrink it back again, then you can do. And it runs as an OpEx cost, which I think OpEx cost is just brilliant these days. It's sort of taken the heavy lifting out of building a data center, and it's on trend. Go cloud.
What do you say, on-prem, cloud?
Yeah, I have to agree. I think that for most scenarios, cloud would be the better option, especially if you're getting started. It gives you flexibility, and also it allows you to start faster, because with cloud, you have many managed services, and you don't have that additional step of maintaining the infrastructure and also dedicating engineering time to just building. Again, think of the Spark cluster. You have a lot of engineering time that goes into managing that, whereas on the cloud, the engineering time goes into building your actual product, delivering value from the data that you have. So I think in most scenarios, cloud makes the most sense. But then, as you said, there are scenarios like if I'm developing, And if I want to test things, I should be able to test them in a smaller environment, or an environment in which I can run experiments without incurring the costs that come with cloud. There are also scenarios where you reach a certain scale. There are a few companies, for example, if you mention Uber, the scale at which they're operating, it doesn't make any sense anymore to be working on cloud. So you need to make that investment and have your own data centers and maintain your own data infrastructure. But I think it's very specific use cases where you need that. In most scenarios, cloud will get you where you want to be and allow you to dedicate your engineering resources, which are something that's very difficult. It's difficult to hire 20 data engineers to maintain your data warehouse or your data lake. So I think it allows you to get your data engineering time and your engineering time as a whole, working on the product, working on delivering value, and the cloud platform manages everything else for you. And it's like, even if you look at Snowflake, it's one of the selling points is that it makes it easier for you to get directly to just building data assets and delivering value.
Yeah. I mean, doing things the hard way has value when the thing that you're doing the hard way gives you a competitive advantage relative to your competition, making it worthwhile. But if the thing you're doing the hard way is something that can be bought on tap easily in the cloud, why are you making things hard on yourself? So presumably Uber or whoever that's doing things in their own data center with like doing things the hard way are doing something so unique that they get an advantage by doing it cheaper, more compactly, faster, and whatever it is. Netflix, where streaming large amounts of video is something that they can uniquely do in the way they do, it does pay off for them to have their own infrastructure for that kind of stuff. I just don't see that data lakes is one of those things anymore. It's so accessible. You have to grant it to Snowflake. It's easy to get going.
Yeah.
And so why would you make that part the thing you spend giving yourself a hard time about, when there's lots of other things you can give yourself a hard time about?
Yeah, true.
Like making your specific algorithm much faster within Snowflake. Now that you can run, what do you call them, UDTFs in Snowflake?
Yeah.
Why don't you make that code faster instead of spending time making Snowflake faster or something like that?
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, of course.
But then here's the question. So so what's your view on like the cloud versus on-prem? When is it right to do which?
Well,
aside from the data lake part, because I assume then you would say that on the cloud data lake makes most sense.
I mean, yeah, I should say that, right? I think the whole question is about on-prem versus cloud. I think it goes down to, regulations and security. Indeed, as mentioned before, I mean, we have certain companies. I mean, they cannot move things to the cloud. We have Intelco, for example, in Sweden, 5G data is not allowed to be anywhere. So you need to be very restrictive with that. So you always need to have, I mean, most companies doesn't have this issue, but some companies have. So you do need to have a hybrid strategy in certain cases. And I mean, as you said, when we have in manufacturing, where you do need to have the data, where you have your machineries,
right?
It's not the right thing. I do have run into one customer that actually kind of runs a data lake on premise, but they are handling videos. It's petabytes of data every day. And the reason why they don't do cloud, they cannot get it up to the cloud.
Well, that's a great point.
It's impossible for them.
I was thinking about that before, about this rip and replace stuff. It's getting really hard to move data around.
Yeah.
I mean, before it used to be that it was hard to get stuff out of Google because they would change it just the right amount that would make it basically impossible to extract data out of Google tables and stuff right now. But even if you can get it out nowadays, there's so much data that it would take you years to send it from one platform to another. Are we causing problems for ourselves with that?
I think, to an extent, yeah, but also at the same time, I think because the volume of data is going to continue to grow. Like the data we're processing right now is much bigger than the data we're processing 5 years ago. So I do understand that if you bet on a platform and if you bet, for example, on data warehouse, eventually you'll get so much data into it that becomes a nightmare, as you said, to migrate to something else. But at the same time, you need to also extract value from that data as long as you need to. And let's say I'm generating a data point today. In 5 years, it's not going to have as much value as it has today. Like if a customer clicks on a button today, in 5 years, that data point doesn't have much value. It still can be useful, but doesn't have as much value as it does of a data point generated today.
Right.
So eventually, we also need to learn to let go of the data that we don't need and to focus on the data assets that you actually care about.
Right.
And then if you do that, it will be easier for you to migrate to something else, whether it's to go to on-premise or another cloud platform. But you need to do that for the data assets that you care about, not all of the data that you have generated in the past.
I don't know. It's getting the data and looking after as much data as you need, I think is going to be the sort of on-trend case here. So you've got all of this data. How much of that data do you actually need to push up? If you go down to those, let's say some OLTP type data which you have in a data on-premise data, and you want to push that up to the cloud. Let's stay with structured on that side. Why are you pushing all of those last updated by, the last updated fields? So those are like very OLTP things. So I think part of not saving, not transmitting data is where we need to go. And that's where I try to focus with customers.
Or at the very least, capturing data with intent.
That's a good way to put it, yeah. Only having what you need for as long as you need it as well. We're very reluctant.
Like a life cycle approach.
Yeah, the life cycle of data.
Connected to the value of the data that you've identified.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, customers who've got retail data, for instance, so long as you've got, say, a complete 2-year cycle plus 3 months, that's probably all you really need for the whole real raw data. Maybe you keep aggregates for the next 3 years beyond that. And so you can't get back to the raw data in your warehouse, be whichever cloud database you're using, cloud warehouse, but you've got that extra raw data archived out there in a slow fetch place. So I think Amazon and Azure and Google have all got slow data. Places where you can store it cheaply for large volumes. Throw it in there in a format that you can get it back when you need it, maybe once a year. Regulation, I think, is another interesting aspect. Financial information has to be kept for 7 years. So that's 7 years. 4 of those years you probably never need to go back to again. So that can be taken out of your current warehouse environment. And with the great capabilities of our technology these days, everybody's technology out there, make another warehouse. Don't try to put everything in one place, which is what the old EDWs used to be. Have another warehouse. You've got 27 customers. One's a big customer, 23 are small ones, and there's a couple of mediums in there. That, in my book, is 3 separate warehouse environments.
Does that make sense? Do you think you should make another warehouse?
You might not. It depends. I mean, I think everything, in all the aspects, things make sense in different ways. But I mean, the whole moving around in cloud, I think, big part of our business is to make data available in multiple clouds. That is what we try to solve in that sense. So,
there we go.
But still, it's, I would like to see standardized between clouds vendors in the way how things works, because in the end, it's infrastructure and it should be pretty easily to move around, but that is another discussion maybe.
I have one last question that I really wanted to spend a bit of time on, but we've been having fun with other stuff. So this is going to have to be a short answer from all of you. I feel like there is a bit of a shift now so that people that are working with infrastructure and people that are working with data science, and I know everybody wants to distinguish the roles. You have a data engineer, a data scientist, a blah, blah, blah. And people are really particular about this person should only be doing mathematics, not even code, because code is not mathematics. Anyway, coding does play a role in data engineering. Is the future code or no code or low code? I can say for my own part, I enjoy coding. I code quite a lot. I think I'm a fairly good programmer. And man, Copilot and ChatGPT just make me so much better. They make me twice as fast. And I thought it was good to begin with, and they just make me even more efficient.
Well, I'd say there's definitely a role for code, because the algorithms that we use today to analyze the data, they're very codey. but there's also the place for low-code and no-code environments to allow the non-technical people, the business unit owners, to actually take part and actually deliver what they want without having to go through the professional coder.
Yeah, let's grant that SQL is a type of code as well then, in that what do you say?
Yeah, I totally agree. I think code will always be present, but then it's the personas that will be different. I think we're trying to get as many people as possible in the company to interact with data assets, to build data assets, and if someone is not comfortable with a coding language, it shouldn't be a barrier to build stuff with data. So I think eventually we'll have a mix of people using data, building stuff with data via no-code tools or via using user interfaces, but you have scenarios in which you use code. If you look today, the biggest tool that's in the data engineering space, dbt, is the tool that uses SQL, whereas you have tools that do it on the user interface but are not as popular. So I think code is here to stay, but also other personas get to contribute to the data platform.
We still need all three. I think it's the same way that AutoML hasn't replaced your job.
Right,
we always need people that knows, even if ChatGPT and all the Copilot can produce code, someone needs to verify and make sure it's the correct code and it does the thing that we want it to do. I mean,
at least for the next year.
Yeah, I think so. And for a while, I mean, yeah, who will see? But
we'll have to place bets tonight, I guess.
Yeah, maybe.
All right. Well, I think we're out of time, and this was a surprisingly pleasant chat. Thanks everybody for joining. We didn't end up in fisticuffs, and we seem to agree more than not.
Yeah.
So thanks everybody for joining, and I'll be seeing you in the next event very shortly. Thanks everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good evening, everyone. It's been a long day, but it's also been a good day. I think it's time to summarize some of the learnings that we've had. We've seen some nice product demos, and we've had some very interesting panels. Let's talk for a moment just about some of the tech we saw in the product demos. We've seen that the data management stuff has really reached maturity. There's a lot of ways to manage, achieve the data governance goals that you've been aiming for all this time with the help of very mature tools. But very exciting development now is that these language models that have only cropped up a couple of months ago are readily accessible to us lay people, even though we're not called Google, Microsoft, OpenAI, so forth. We saw, for example, today, somebody training a language model locally, which is something that I think is going to happen everywhere. Don't underestimate exactly how quickly and how soon these models will affect us. It's not even just about chatting or searching for things. It's about cataloging information and being able to act on it in a very specific way. This is something that we're going to be seeing. This is my big prediction for the coming 6 months specifically. If you don't know what a vector database is, look it up. In short, a vector database is something where you put information through a language model, and instead of it spitting out text, it spits out an internal representation of the text and saves it in a database. So if you want to search for something later, let's say you search for animal that barks, you will still find dog, even though the words themselves don't match, because the internal representations, according to the language models, match very much, which allows incredible things to be done. One of the projects that I'm involved in healthcare uses this approach, so I'm pretty excited about it. What we've been seeing here from the panels is a diverse range of opinions on everything from how much should be in the cloud to how much should be locally and that kind of thing. But really, the sentiment of this event today has been that the technology will sort itself out. It's not entirely clear if that's because people think that the value of the things that we're working on is so great that any cost can be borne by that value itself, or if it's because people are overly optimistic now that things are looking very fun with these large language models. It's not entirely evident from that, because it's not exactly like the technology has gotten easier overnight in the same way large language models have become publicized overnight. And to be clear, the thing about large language models is this isn't necessarily something that just happened in November. It's simply that OpenAI did a great entrepreneurial move, which is they published a very nice user interface to a large language model. There are a lot of people here that have understood how representation learning worked before that and where it was headed. And now people are starting to get savvy about where it's headed in the coming months. We spoke here about ethics and all these kinds of things, and there's a very large sort of noise in the ether on LinkedIn at these events about questions relating, or at least seemingly relating to AI, such as ethics and whatnot. And as we also see, there are no simple answers to a lot of these questions. I don't think they will be resolved before the applications actually happen to these, with these technologies. So for instance, the example we got here earlier, whether or not you should treat an individually fairly or you should treat a group fairly if those two things are in opposition. That's a difficult question to answer, and it might not have anything to do with AI, and it might not even be a right or wrong thing, but something that you have to make a business decision on. I think these things are the types of questions that are going to be coming into the laps of decision makers very soon as the technologies enable these kinds of scenarios to happen very quickly. Do not underestimate exactly how quickly this change will happen. The question is, can you turn them into a competitive advantage? The optimism is palpable. I think a lot of people think that we can take action on these technologies. The buzz is really awesome here. I wish you could be here with us. We are going to stick around. It's going to be a fun evening here at Data Innovation Summit. In a couple of minutes, we're going to be hearing the chairman giving closing remarks on stage. We had representatives from Wallenberg, Google, and more on the main stage giving their keynotes today. and I think people are a little bit full of new impressions and ideas from the day, so I'm going to wrap up here in the Octagon for now. I'll be seeing you tomorrow morning bright and early, ready to rock again, and stay tuned for a couple of minutes to see the closing remarks on the main stage. I'll see you tomorrow.
Keep applauding if you made your 50 network target from Goran. I'm going to keep this very short. I think for myself, for Databricks, we had a lounge with meetups, co-creation discussions, went to a couple of different panels and stages, started here. What I enjoyed was the mix. Some deeper conversations with individuals, even private. Some discussions more like as a meetup where we are putting a theme in and then debating it. And then some real learning of some really interesting stuff what people are doing all over. For me, that's what this is all about. I think there has been a clear discussion today on how we get closer to the business, how we create value. That is not only about the tech and how we are organizing our technology organization, but what I was hoping with setting the scene this morning, how we really start thinking about that what we are doing is usable and we might need to get way, way deeper and closer to find the right use cases and to work with the use cases. I use the word co-creation, value co-creation, and I think this is the way. Regardless if we're talking generative AI and ChatGPT or we're talking pure data, how we've set ourselves up so the business, the data, the tech, in that order, works much, much closer. There are different ways of doing that, and we've seen different examples of that. I think that's the main theme for me. Goran, join me here on stage.
Right.
Did you have any, what was your feeling for today?
So, no, we will not go through that. From the organizer point of view, I think it was, well, it was a fantastic day. I hope you agree. It was a lot of buzz. It was a lot of content. It was a lot of networking. It was a lot of excitement. So, yeah, I will keep my remarks for tomorrow. But I would like to end this official part of the content right now to inform you basically what is next. And this is actually my favorite part of the conference, where we really, really start networking, if you haven't done it by now. So what is happening right now that we have over, I think, 6,000 pieces of drinks spread across all the exhibitors, so you can go around and have a, we call it an expo crawl, like a pub crawl, so you can go basically from an expo area to an expo area, get some refreshments, alcoholic, non-alcoholic. There is over 6,000 finger foods, so you have everything from sliders to pizzas and etc. And soon we have the first DJ kicking in, then we will have another DJ kicking in, and then we start the official Data After Dark program. If you haven't heard the Data After Dark program, it's amazing things happening. This year we are celebrating the 8th anniversary of Hyperite. So on top of everything that I mentioned in quantity, we are doubling it. And we're going to be staying here until 10:30, whoever wants to say. I know that Beyonce is in town, but the best part is here in this house, right? So without any further ado, just go around, get something to drink, get something to eat. We start with the music, let's have a blast, and tomorrow we have a slow day, and then we accelerate again, and that would be it, right? So without boring you anymore,
I think
let's the show begin.
Let
right?
the real show begin, or?
Yes.
Or?
All right. Yes. All right, let's party.
Thank you.